She was the strongest demon queen, a name spoken only in fearful whispers. Upon her throne, she looked like a deadly yet elegant painting, her crimson eyes holding a chilling emptiness as she looked down on the mortals foolish enough to challenge her. An old man, the sect master of Yuanming sect, pointed at her with trembling fingers, his voice cracking with a mix of bluster and fear. He declared that he would slay the loathsome demon Queen Asura in the name of justice. A faint, mocking smile rose to her lips as she watched these so-called heroes muster their courage. With a flick of her wrist, a demonic thunderstorm erupted, purple energy turning into a violent vortex that swallowed everything in its path. These mortals who dared make an enemy of her could not even withstand a single strike. A blinding flash of light swept through, and all that remained of them were ridiculous charred skeletons, their so-called moment of glory ending hastily in an absurd puff of smoke. The demon queen leaned back, settling into her throne again as an utterly bored sigh escaped her lips. They were far too weak, pitifully weak, and tragically boring. As the survivors were dragged away, their faces twisted with anger and humiliation, they shouted empty threats at her back. "Demon Asura," they roared, "for all your wicked deeds, karma will one day fall upon your head. Just you wait. All the sects will unite to kill you. And when that time comes, we will see how arrogant you can still be." These pathetic wastes were dragged off, still shouting useless curses. A trace of irritation crossed her flawless face. These insects were far too noisy. With a wave of her hand, she gave a cold order. "Guards, tie them up and throw them into the dungeon." Her voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of absolute authority. Her loyal subjects immediately bowed, their voices echoing through the grand hall. "As you command, your majesty." But the universe always has a twisted sense of humor. After what seemed like an ordinary night, an astonishing change occurred. The demon queen awoke to a terrifying new reality. Her hands were so small, so soft, like a child's hands. She looked down at her tiny body, and panic crashed over her like a wave. Why had she become so small? This almighty ruler, the feared Asura, had actually turned into a cute and bewildered little girl, her large, sparkling eyes full of questions. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a young disciple flew through the sky on his sword, hurrying back to his sect. When he arrived, the sect had already fallen into chaos. Our seniors, they were all taken away by demons. The news spread like wildfire, stirring waves of shock and despair throughout the sect. What? How could this happen? The disciples were so stunned they could not speak, their faces pale with fear. Even our sect lost to the demons. What can we possibly do? Despair hung heavily in the air. Exactly, they whispered among themselves. Fighting those monsters would just be throwing our lives away. But amid all that despair, one young man's eyes shone with a strange light. This is it, he thought, his heart pounding with blind excitement. Now is the time for me to shine. The sect master was his benefactor, and now he finally had a chance to repay him. He had to save the sect master and the others, even if it cost him his life. With newly born, reckless confidence, he strode past his dazed fellow disciples, completely ignoring their pleas for him to notify the elders first. "What should we do?" someone asked, but he did not even look at them. A senior disciple stood nearby and sneered as he watched him leave. "Ignoring me again?" he muttered mockingly. "Just wait. When you fail, you will come looking for me in the end." After all, everyone knew that he was not only stupid, but also weak, utterly talentless, and had no potential at all. And just as everyone expected, his great rescue operation ended in a terribly miserable and comical failure. The moment he stepped into demon territory, he was surrounded by a group of hulking, hideous monsters whose red eyes glowed as they drooled at the sight of fresh food. "Food came right to our door," they cackled. "Eat him." He trembled all over and raised a sealing talisman, his voice so pitiful it sounded like a scream. But his magical power was pathetically weak, and the talisman had no effect at all. One demon spat out towering flames, and all he could do was scream, his soul nearly frightened out of his body. Just as he was about to be burned to ashes, the world around him melted into a soft, ethereal glow. He found himself in a beautiful forest clearing, surrounded by blooming flowers. A doll-like little girl with innocent eyes looked up at him and asked in a sweet voice, "Who are you?" And so, our story began. The timid Yuanming sect disciple, Yin Huaili, whose confidence far exceeded his actual strength, met the legendary demon queen Asura, who had lost all her power and been turned into a 5-year-old child. In this bizarre story, the tiny villain had already playfully tugged the hair of the person who was supposed to kill her. What exactly would happen next? Now, for everyone who's just joined us, here's a quick recap of this completely out-of-control roller coaster ride. Our story began with the strongest demon queen in the world, a woman whose name alone was enough to make entire kingdoms tremble in fear. Dressed in black and red robes, she sat upon her throne, the very embodiment of deadly power, while a foolish sect master dared challenge her in the name of justice. But in her eyes, her enemies were nothing more than flies to be swatted. She casually displayed overwhelming power, unleashing a demonic thunderstorm that instantly turned those self-proclaimed heroes into blasted skeletons. She leaned back in her throne and could only sigh that her opponents were so boring and weak. As the losers were dragged away, they screamed meaningless vows of revenge, swearing that one day all the sects would unite to destroy her. But their threats were nothing but meaningless noise to her. Annoyed by the commotion, the queen simply ordered them thrown into the dungeon, and no one dared question her authority. A single glance from her was enough to make the guards rush to carry out her order, their loyalty absolute. However, the twist came immediately. Overnight, her vast demonic power vanished without a trace, and the terrifying queen became a helpless child. When she woke up and saw her tiny, powerless hands, her mind was filled with confusion and shock. The tyrant who once made people tremble at the sound of her name had now become an adorable little girl, completely overwhelmed by her new reality. At that same moment, a disciple from the sect she had just crushed was hurrying home, only to learn that his sect leaders had been captured. While his fellow disciples sank into despair, certain that resisting such powerful demons was meaningless, this young disciple, named Yin Huaili, saw it as his great destiny. Filled with baseless confidence, he ignored all advice and rushed off alone to face the demons, drawing ridicule from his peers because they all knew he had no talent and was pitifully weak. Naturally, his solo mission immediately ended in comical disaster. He was cornered by a group of monsters ready to devour him, and his miserable sealing technique failed completely. Just as he was about to become demon food, he was miraculously saved. Then, he woke up in a beautiful garden and met a mysterious doll-like child. This was the fated and honestly rather hilarious meeting between the timid hero and the now powerless demon queen, marking the beginning of a truly chaotic adventure. In this world of constant conflict between demons and cultivators, two low-level demons were busy plotting a greedy little scheme. One of them, a greasy and cunning-looking fellow with silver hair, secretly told his companion that he had a portrait of the infamous demon Asura, painted by a court artist. They could use it to gather information, find the missing demon king, and then split the huge reward. He leaned in closer, greed shining in his eyes, and held up the precious scroll. But before they could celebrate their future wealth, a shadow fell over them. The silver-haired demon looked up, and his smug expression instantly froze into pure shock. A massive golden weapon tore through the air with a terrifying whistle. They barely had time to let out a warning scream before it slammed heavily into the ground. A huge explosion erupted, sending dust and shattered stone flying in every direction, along with the two unlucky demons. Standing at the edge of the crater was an astonishingly handsome man with long black hair, sharp purple eyes, and a sly smile on his lips. His talisman had worked perfectly. He strolled over leisurely, picked up the scroll they had dropped, and decided to see the portrait for himself. He unfurled the scroll, and his handsome face immediately twisted in disgust. The so-called portrait was an ugly caricature of a red-faced monster with a nose ring. So ugly, he thought with a grimace. Still, since the great demon Asura had gone missing, he had to be the first to find her. He looked down at his elegant blue robes, and a trace of concern crossed his face. His identity as a disciple was far too easy to expose. What should he do? His gaze fell on the two unconscious demons, and an evil idea began to take shape. A mischievous smile spread across his face. After a round of rough off-screen commotion, our protagonist was completely transformed. He stole their rough clothing and now wore a black and red warrior outfit, looking like a wandering adventurer. He winked confidently, very satisfied with his new disguise, leaving only the two demons trembling in their underwear as they begged him to give their clothes back. Meanwhile, deep within the mysterious forest, a tiny figure was desperately running for her life. Our protagonist, the once feared demon Asura, was now trapped in the body of a 5-year-old girl, and her little legs were about to give out. "Where am I?" She panted, her chest heaving. She had not even managed to escape the demon realm, and this pitiful little body was already about to collapse. But she could not give up. She was Asura, the strongest demon, and she would survive this humiliation. She wiped an irritated tear from her golden eyes. But it was useless. The world began to spin, and a wave of dizziness hit her. She did not even have the strength to stand anymore. Her tiny body staggered. This was far too disgraceful. She absolutely could not let anyone see her looking so weak and pitiful. She collapsed onto the soft grass. Her consciousness gradually blurred. Not far away, the disguised Yin Huaili was making his way through the same strange forest. What is this place? He wondered as he looked around at the glowing plants. This place feels weird, and he was so lost in thought that he did not see the small obstacle in his path. He tripped hard, let out a startled cry, and fell forward, sprawling miserably on the forest floor. He pushed himself up, muttering as he wondered what he had tripped over. It felt soft. Could he have tripped over a corpse? He looked back, and his breath caught in his throat. Lying there was not a corpse, but a quietly sleeping child. She looked like a fairy who had fallen to the mortal world. His first reaction was pure amazement. Wow, so cute. But shock soon hit him. He anxiously patted his own face. This was not the time to admire how cute she was. He had just stepped over a child. He hurriedly crawled to her side and anxiously tried to wake her. "Are you okay? Wake up." He gently shook her tiny shoulders. Her eyes slowly opened, and the world before her was blurry and chaotic. Who was this person leaning over her? As her vision gradually cleared, she saw a pair of worried amethyst-like eyes looking at her. She was awake, but utterly stunned, able only to stare at the handsome stranger before her. He breathed a sigh of relief. "You're finally awake," he said in a gentle voice. "How do you feel? Are you hurt anywhere?" He gave her a smile that could melt glaciers, his handsome face full of kindness. She simply stared at him, her mind racing. Who was he? He introduced himself as Yin Huaili, a disciple of Yuanming sect, and asked her name. Her gaze darkened, full of disdain for those ants. This was bad, very bad. The enemy had found her. He reached out, wanted to help her up. "Don't be afraid," he said softly. "Just tell me your name and who bullied you. I will help you get revenge." She almost wanted to laugh in his face. Tell him her name? She was not that stupid. She glared at him, anger boiling in her heart. Without demonic power, she could not even deal with this human ant. Yet he completely misunderstood her fierce silence, and tears of sympathy actually welled in his eyes. "You must have been captured and tortured by Demon Asura," he cried. "Oh, you poor thing." He reached out to comfortingly pat her head. "Hand off," she screamed, dodging his touch. "How dare you touch my head?" He froze, startled by the little girl's fierce outburst. He quickly recovered and put on a reassuring smile. "Don't worry," he promised. "I will help you find your family and take you home." That made her stop, her little fists clenching. Wait, he did not know who she was. This ant wanted to help her, so why not use him? A brilliant idea flashed through her mind. Her attitude instantly changed completely. She looked up at him, her golden eyes wide and bright, full of deliberately feigned innocence. "My home is in Changzhou," she said in a small, sweet voice. "Could you please take me back home?" He was completely charmed, smiling as he gently patted her head. "Of course," he said. "Then what is your name?" "My name is Xiaxing." Xiaxing looked like the very picture of innocence. As they passed through the misty forest, Yin Huaili's curiosity still got the better of him. "Hey, little one," he asked, "since you were captured by Demon Asura, have you seen her face?" She gave him a vicious, sideways glare. "No, never." She lied, trembling with anger inside. How dare he call her little one? He continued rambling, saying that he had heard that the demon had gone missing and that he planned to kidnap her to exchange for his sect master. She finally cannot take it anymore. "Shut up, I am tired." She covered her ears and complained that he was too noisy and annoying. He immediately panicked. "Tired? Oh, all right. Then I will let you sit on my sword." He awkwardly swept his hair back, secretly proud of this brilliant idea, then dramatically pointed into the air and summoned his sword. He struck a cool pose, ready for a grand entrance. Xiaxing's eyes lit up. Oh, this ant seemed a little useful. Finally, she would not have to walk anymore. "Rise," he commanded, but the sword just lay on the ground, stubbornly motionless. Xiaxing blinked, utterly speechless. He laughed awkwardly, claiming that he was just a little out of practice. "Rise. Rise already. Hurry up and move." He tried to coax the weapon into action. At last, the sword finally began to tremble and lifted off the ground. But instead of hovering gracefully, it shot straight upward and struck him squarely on the head. Xiaxing could not hold back anymore and burst out laughing. "That's it. How exactly have you been cultivating?" He clutched his head, his face burning red. "Sorry," he muttered. He had not reached the core formation stage yet, so he actually could not fly on a sword. He looked so dejected that she actually felt the tiniest bit of pity and patted his arm, saying it was fine and that no one was perfect. In her heart, however, she was ruthlessly laughing at him. He was this weak, yet he dared challenge her? Was he brave, or just simply stupid? Her thoughts were interrupted by a loud rumble. The sound came from her stomach. He abruptly turned to look at her. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "No," she shouted, shaking her head desperately. Damn it, this little body always had all kinds of needs. He did not press her, only took a round flatbread from his bag. "Here, you can eat this." He handed it over gently. She stared suspiciously at the food. What was that? Could it really be eaten? "Aren't you hungry? Hurry and eat," he urged. She snorted and turned her head away. The great demon Asura would never be tempted by mere mortal food. Seeing how stubborn she was, he simply took matters into his own hands and gently stuffed the flatbread into her mouth. Her world instantly exploded with flavor, and her eyes turned straight into stars. Delicious. She immediately turned back around, her face covered in crumbs. "Do you have more?" He laughed at her sudden change. "I have plenty," he said. "Eat slowly. I will give you as much as you want." Not long after, Yin Huaili stared in disbelief at his food bag, which was now completely empty. She had eaten all his provisions. Just as he was processing that fact, her stomach let out another forceful rumble. She turned toward him with both hands outstretched, looking at him confidently with a pair of wide eyes. "I am hungry. Give me more." Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked at her expression as if she would never be full, then looked at the utterly empty bag. Why did he feel like he had picked up a monster that could never be satisfied? What was he supposed to do now? After a long and difficult journey through the wilderness, the handsome young man pointed toward the horizon, where the outline of buildings cut across the sky. He told the little girl that there was a city over there, and they would definitely be able to find food there. As soon as she heard that word, her already saucer-like eyes immediately began to shine with a strange light. Food! Her little hands clasped together, full of pure anticipation. With their sense of purpose reignited, the two small figures began the final leg of their journey, walking toward the hope of filling their stomachs. They soon arrived at a bustling town square, chaotic yet full of life, where demons of all shapes and sizes were busy with their own affairs. To get his bearings, the young man walked toward a tall figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat, whose face was hidden beneath it. He politely asked if he could bother him for some information, and a deep voice replied, "Go ahead." But when the figure turned around, the young man's polite smile froze on his face. What stood before him was not a human, but a bull-headed monster with a huge nose ring through his nostrils. The shock and the impact of such ugliness made him feel sick, and his body instinctively shrank back as he stammered that it was nothing, absolutely nothing. His reaction was so extreme, it was as if the ugliness had nearly made him black out. But the bull-headed demon did not find it funny. His face twisted with rage as he grabbed the young man's collar and easily lifted him up. "Hey, brat, are you insulting me? Do you want to die?" he roared. Just as the young man's life began flashing before his eyes, a small hand stubbornly tugged at the demon's robe. It was Xiaxing. Her expression was fierce, and her eyes burned with protective fury as she ordered him to let the young man go. After all, if this weakling died, who would take her to find her ancestor? Realizing that her intimidating aura was not working, she instantly changed tactics, shamelessly weaponizing her cuteness. Her angry glare melted away, replaced by the most heartbreaking, tearful puppy eyes. "Big brother, please let him go," she begged, her voice carrying a tiny, adorable tremble. Otherwise I will get angry." The burly demon froze completely, stunned by this overwhelming cuteness. His blazing anger instantly vanished, and he immediately put the boy down. The boy had nearly been uglified to death on the spot, but at least he was saved. All right, I'll let him go, little fairy." The demon coaxed her softly, gently patting Xiaxieting on the head. "Don't be angry." The boy still had not recovered from that traumatic encounter, his mind completely blank, but Xiaxieting's attention instantly returned to the thing she cared about most. She turned to him, her expression perfectly justified. "I'm hungry. Where's my food?" she asked. The boy looked away, a shameful blush creeping up his neck. Well, the currency he had on him could not be used here in the demon realm. And so Xiaxieting's face fell, her eyes narrowing into judgmental slits. Oh, so he was poor. Her expression practically screamed it. Desperate to redeem himself, the boy suddenly had a flash of inspiration. They could perform on the street. He whipped out his sword, struck a series of exaggerated yet somewhat clumsy poses, then proudly announced his ultimate secret technique, the star-devouring sword art. He pleaded with the surrounding demons, "Please give me food." The demon audience did not buy it at all. Rotten vegetable leaves began flying through the air, pelting him from every direction. "Ugly freak, get lost. Don't pollute our eyes," they jeered. The boy dropped to his knees in humiliation, begging them to spare his life. Covered in filth, with broken egg dripping from his hair, he heard a demon burst out laughing. "Ha ha, kid, you're just a piece of trash." That became the final straw that broke him. With his dignity shattered all over the ground, he screamed back, "I'm not trash." Just then, a huge one-eyed demon forced his way to the front. His gaze was full of contempt. "That routine went out of style ages ago," he sneered. "People prefer blood, guts, and gore now." He pointed at a pile of horrifyingly censored entrails on the ground. Xiaxieting watched from the side, her disappointment practically overflowing. How useless. She really could not count on this weak little ant to accomplish anything. A wisp of true demonic power ignited in her eyes, and she clenched her tiny fists. "Mortals, tremble in fear before my wrath." She took a determined step forward and marched straight toward that terrifying one-eyed brute. She stretched out an accusing finger, her childish voice filled with every bit of anger she could muster. "Hand over your food." The demon blinked, looking down at this furious little thing in complete confusion. The next second, her anger vanished. Tears welled in her eyes, turning them into huge, sparkling pools of innocence. "Big brother," she sobbed, her lower lip trembling. "I'm so hungry. Can you give me a little food?" The cuteness attack struck a vital point. The entire crowd of battle-hardened demons instantly melted, rushing forward one after another to stuff food into her arms like offerings. "Here, take this," they shouted in unison, piling fruit and snacks into her embrace. Before long, she was surrounded by a small mountain of delicious food, her eyes shining with victory. Her little arms could barely hold it all, and one hand still clutched a huge roasted meat leg. This little body was actually pretty useful, she thought smugly. The boy saw his chance and reached out to demand some from her. "Hand over your food," he ordered. A nearby demon immediately shot him a murderous glare. "What did you say?" he growled. The next second, the entire crowd of demons lunged at him in fury and beat him so badly he could not fight back at all. How dare he threaten such an adorable child? In the end, bruised and swollen, he lay on the ground sobbing that it was all too unfair. He got beaten up while she got all the food. Later, just as Xiaxieting was about to bite into that raw meat leg, the boy suddenly covered her mouth. "Wait, you can't eat raw meat like that." He gently scolded her and took the meat leg from her hand. He gave her a soft, handsome smile that made her pause despite herself. A brilliant flame surged from his palm, roasting the meat to perfection in just a few seconds. "Here." His voice was warm as he handed it back to her. "Now you can eat it." She snatched it back, took a huge, fierce bite, and her eyes instantly instantly turned into stars. So delicious. She thought this while letting out a tiny, satisfied burp. She patted her full little belly and blinked mischievously. In the end, he was still a little useful. After night fell, he brought her to a dilapidated little hut, explaining that they needed to find somewhere to sleep. She pushed open the creaking door and stared inside in horror. What kind of cursed place was this? He reminded her that they had no money, so they could only make do for the night. Don't worry, he reassured her as he led her inside. Once they reached the human realm, he would definitely find her a much better place to stay. Suddenly, radiant golden light enveloped him. His ragged clothes and boyish features gradually faded away, replaced by the stunning figure of a handsome young man with flowing long hair and luxurious robes. Don't look down on it just because it seems dirty. His voice was now smooth and low. He gracefully removed his magnificent outer robe and spread it over the dusty ground. There, he smiled. A bed I prepared especially for you. Now you can sleep. Xiaxing stared at the robe on the floor with a face full of disgust. How dare he make her sleep in such a shabby place? She thought angrily. Just you wait. Once I recover my demonic power, I'll beat you flat. Despite her anger, she still curled up on the soft fabric. Soon, she fell asleep. He stood at the doorway, watching her sleep beneath the moonlight. A pained frown appeared on her face, and she whimpered softly. It hurts. In her dream, her eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing glowing red vertical pupils. A desolate blood-red scene filled her mind. Deep within a cavern, she saw it, a pulsing pink orb of light containing immense power. Found it. Meanwhile, in a dark throne hall, a majestic demon king with sharp purple eyes slammed his palm onto the table. "Where is Demon General Lingyu?" he demanded. A subordinate reported that the last place she appeared was Rakshasa Town. Another general, a demon with white hair like flame, raised a question. Rakshasa Town? Didn't Kong Fan just return from there? The Demon King's order was cold and sharp. Notify General Kong Fan. Search for our queen. The subordinate bowed and accepted the order, but the Demon King leaned closer, lowering his voice into a sinister whisper. Also, secretly send our own people as well. Once she is found, kill her immediately. In the ruined hut, Xiaxing woke amid a faint glow. She looked down at her hands, at her body. She had changed, returning to her true adult form. "I'm back," she celebrated inwardly. "My palace, my throne, my subordinates, they're all back." Outside the hut, the handsome young man was awakened by the sound. Still drowsy, he stood up. "HM? Xiao Xiao." He let out a huge yawn and staggered toward the hut. Xiaxing, it's dangerous to wander around in the middle of the night. He froze abruptly in place. Standing before him was not a child, but a tall, elegant woman with waterfall-like black hair cascading down. His sleepy confusion turned into pure shock. His eyes widened as he finally realized the impossible truth. "Wait, you are." The story continues, and our little demon queen herself once again falls into a perilous situation. In the moonlit forest, she walked alone, drifting like a fairy from the heavenly realm. Her pink dress looked ethereal and otherworldly amid the deep blue shadows. But she was not alone. In the darkness, a pair of deeply captivated eyes watched her every move, utterly enchanted by her extraordinary beauty. He thought she was the most beautiful living being he had ever seen. Meanwhile, her sharp, knowing eyes narrowed with suspicion. This damned man had actually followed her in secret. Her delicate expression hardened, becoming a mask of pure, killing intent. A scratch on her cheek served as a vivid reminder of the danger she was in. She absolutely could not let him discover her true identity. There was only one way. She had to kill him. Purple demonic energy crackled and spiraled around her slender hands with primal, ferocious power. She floated into the air like a goddess of death descending to pass judgment. Below, the man could only look up at her, completely caught off guard. But just as she was about to unleash the fatal blow, the violent energy in her palms suddenly flickered and died out. Oh no, her demonic power was disappearing. A chill shot through her entire body as strength drained from her, leaving her fragile and powerless. With no magic to use, she could only lunge forward, intending to knock him down with her bare hands. But he was faster. He caught her wrist in midair, his grip as firm as iron pincers, then yanked hard, pulling her into an inescapable embrace that left her breathless for an instant. They rolled through the mysterious forest, limbs and silken robes tangled together. Under the pale moonlight, as she fell, a strange glow enveloped her. Her body shrank and twisted until the powerful demon queen became a little child, landing on the ground with a soft thump. She was unconscious. When morning arrived, Yin Huaili groaned and sat up, rubbing his aching neck. He looked around blankly. Wait, why was he outside? Had he sleepwalked again? But then, fragmented memories surfaced. That breathtaking beauty in the woods. That figure that made a faint blush rise on his handsome cheeks. His thoughts were interrupted when he saw a tiny figure lying in the grass. Xiaxieting, he hurriedly rushed to her side, gently shaking her little shoulders, his voice full of worry. "Little cook, wake up. Why are you sleeping here?" Her eyes snapped open, but there was no confusion in them, only utter terror. "My demonic power is gone." She lowered her head and stared at her tiny hands and frail, powerless shoulders. No, she had turned small again. At the same time, Yin Huaili was lost in a daze, sighing dreamily as he told her that last night he had seen a goddess, a woman so beautiful she seemed unreal. Then his face scrunched up again, confused because it felt as though that goddess had beaten him up. Expressionless, Xiaxieting shamelessly used her cute, innocent face to spin a lie. What goddess? He must have been dreaming. She explained that he had been sleepwalking, and because she was worried about him, she followed him, but he suddenly attacked and hit her, and then they both passed out. He was completely baffled. Is that what happened? Before he could ask further, heavy footsteps echoed through the woods. A squad of rough-horned demons charged toward the nearby hut, kicking the door and frame clean off as they roared and searched the entire place. Leading them was a man with a cold, terrifying aura and a winding snake coiled around his shoulder. He was one of the demon generals, the powerful Kong Fan. He ordered his subordinates to check every corner. Xiaxieting's blood ran cold. Kong Fan. He was here. She watched in terror as the soldiers surrounded the area, a desperate scream about to burst from her throat. But before she could make a sound, Yin Huaili's hand firmly covered her mouth, blocking her cry. The demon general's head snapped toward their direction. His sharp eyes narrowed. What was that sound? He scanned the forest, but found nothing unusual. Just as they thought they were safe, a burly demon spotted them from behind a tree. A human, someone from a cultivation sect. Kong Fan decisively raised his hand and pointed at them, his voice majestic as thunder. Seize them, and just like that, their escape continued into the next chapter. They were completely surrounded, hideous demon faces closing in from every direction with vicious grins. Yin Huaili's mind raced. These monsters were indeed ugly, but now was not the time to care about that. He had to find a way to escape. He held Xiaxieting tightly, his hand still covering her mouth, while she struggled desperately in his arms, muffledly demanding that he let her go. Demon General Kong Fan slowly approached, every step menacing, his presence suffocating. Yin Huaili released his hand, but just as Xiaxieting opened her mouth to scream, he lightly tapped her lips with one finger, and a pulse of blue energy sealed her voice. "HM, why can't I speak?" Her eyes widened in disbelief. A voice-sealing spell. Kong Fan lowered his head and looked at the little girl, a trace of confusion flashing across his stern face. This child, why did she look like a child version of their queen? He stared at her lively big eyes. She was practically the spitting image of the sovereign he served. He frowned and shook his head, trying to cast off that absurd thought. What was he thinking? How could their queen possibly have child? His purple snake spirit pet obediently slid down from his shoulder and approached the girl. Xiaxieting desperately tried to contact it with her mind. "Goody, it's me, your queen. Hurry up and recognize me." The snake stopped, its glowing blue eyes staring straight at her. A faint golden light flickered around the creature. It turned and returned to its master's side, reporting through telepathy. "Boss," it said, "I can't sense the queen's unique demonic power on her." Xiaxieting's inner monologue instantly turned into a torrent of rage. "You ungrateful snake, I massaged your belly so many times, and this is how you repay me?" Her face was full of adorable fury. And what was wrong with Kong Fan? He went out on one mission and forgot what his own queen looked like. While she was burning with rage, Yin Huaili seized the opportunity and blasted out a wave of energy, creating a massive explosion. The demons shouted in panic. They ran away. Kong Fan remained unmoved. "Let them go," he ordered. Their main mission was to return to the royal palace. Yin Huaili had already teleported them away, rings of magical runes circling around them. Xiaxing kicked and struggled in his arms. "Let go of me, you stupid mortal." She cursed him inwardly, while also secretly feeling relieved that she knew a few teleportation arts too. He merely endured her struggling and recited the final word. "Unseal." They crashed down onto the roof of an ancient pagoda. The instant her voice returned, she immediately stomped her foot and pointed at him in accusation. "Yin Huaili, oh, my voice. I'm going to kill you." Yet he was extremely calm and sat down on the steps. He told her to calm down and reminded her that she wanted to go to Changzhou, didn't she? This pagoda was the exit from the demon realm. He explained that the main gate was heavily guarded, and the cultivation sects had discovered this secret passage long ago. Xiaxing narrowed her eyes. So this was how those hateful humans had been sneaking in. Once she recovered her demonic power, she would definitely seal this place completely. An evil gleam flashed in her eyes. She stomped over to him. "Move," she ordered, then kicked him hard in the shin. He cried out in pain and rolled down the stairs. She thought in satisfaction that this was his punishment for ruining her plan. Without hesitation, she leaped from the top of the pagoda and soared through the air. Yin Huaili turned into a chibi version of himself and screamed, afraid she would get hurt from the fall. "Shut up, you coward." Smack! She landed gracefully on the ground below and found herself in a lush green meadow. The meadow was filled with beautiful flowers. However, her victory did not last long, because Yin Huaili came crashing down from above and landed right on top of her. Her eyes slowly opened, and she gradually sat up, looking around at the picturesque scenery. This place is, she wondered, completely unaware of what awaited them next. Next, the story of the demon Asura turned into a 5-year-old little girl continues. Tiny red shoes lightly stepped across the fresh green grass as Xiaxing walked into a sunlit garden, her huge, shining eyes reflecting the unbelievable beauty of the human realm. This place was simply too beautiful, like a breathtaking painting woven from light and color, stirring a strange sense of peace in her heart. What was happening? Her thoughts were interrupted when she saw a figure lying among the flowers, groaning in pain before slowly sitting up. His handsome face was filled with confusion, his gaze locking onto her. Kong Fan looked at this little girl, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Even though she had a terrible temper, in the end, she was still only a child. Xiaxing irritably opened her mouth, then abruptly closed it again, her cheeks puffing up in annoyance. "When did you wake up?" she demanded sharply. He put on an innocent, almost chibi-like expression and claimed that he had only just woken up, only to see her playing so happily. "How bold. Don't look. You ruined my mood," she snapped, turning her back to him. He was completely confused and had no idea what he had done wrong. But she did not bite at all. "A mere human only needs to do as I say." She declared this with full authority despite her tiny body. He raised an eyebrow, a teasing light in his eyes, and asked if she was not also human herself. Seeing her puff out her cheeks, he quickly changed tactics. His voice softened as he promised to take her somewhere very interesting, somewhere she would definitely like. Meanwhile, amid the unsettling purple peaks of the distant demon realm, a coup was brewing. An intimidating man named Kong Fan, followed by a squad of burly demons wielding huge cleavers, strode through a dark palace hall. Inside the throne hall, a demon king questioned him, asking whether he had found any trace of Asura in Rakshasa town. The blue flame spirit beside him confirmed that no demonic aura had been found there. Kong Fan stood there with unsettling calm, a small snake coiled around his neck. He reported that Asura's aura had disappeared within seconds, and even his tracker, Goody, could find no trace. Another general nearby snorted coldly and said that woman really did have a stubborn life. The Demon King's voice was as cold as steel. They had to continue searching in secret and absolutely could not allow her to return alive. A subordinate nervously asked what they should do next, also mentioning Lu Sang, one of the 4 great generals. But before anyone could answer, a boot had already stepped onto the high platform. Every gaze turned over, only to see Kong Fan ascending the steps toward the empty throne, his intentions terrifyingly obvious. He advanced with chilling purpose, his black robes billowing behind him. The other demons instantly erupted in shock and rage. "Kong Fan, what do you think you're doing?" His snake hissed. With a sharp command as he turned, Kong Fan's eyes ignited with terrifying power, and he shouted that name. "Phoenix!" He raised a golden token, the unquestionable symbol of Asura's authority, instantly silencing the entire hall. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd, but the token was irrefutable proof. "Welcome, Asura," they shouted in unison, kneeling in submission one after another. Kong Fan walked past the opponents prostrated on the ground, the air filled with suffocating pressure, then sat down upon the throne. His voice thundered with newly acquired power. Since their queen was missing and the demon realm had fallen into chaos, he would temporarily take her place and restore order. He sat upright on the throne, radiating arrogance and control. But one voice dared to oppose him. "I disagree." Horned General Yin Huaili charged forward in fury to challenge him. In an instant, Kong Fan's snake spirit pet leaped from his shoulder and transformed in midair into a giant winged monster made of pure purple energy, slamming into the dissenter with brutal force. The other man was smashed to the ground, utterly defeated, gasping with difficulty. The giant snake immediately shrank back into its tiny, almost adorable form, rubbing affectionately against its master as if asking for praise after completing its task. Demon General Kong Fan's cold, merciless gaze swept over the terrified demons. "Does anyone else object?" he asked, the threat in his words pressing heavily through the silence. He stroked his loyal spirit pet, blue flames flickering ominously beside him, plainly displaying his absolute power. The one who finally broke the silence was Liu Sang of the four great generals. He knelt down to plead for his companion. Yin Huaili was reckless and disrespectful. He begged and said he was willing to obey Demon General Kong Fan's decision. He pulled the defeated Yin Huaili back and quietly told him to endure it for now, that the time had not yet come, his eyes carrying a silent apology. After the last resistance was suppressed, the entire great hall bowed to its new ruler. "Rise," Demon General Kong Fan announced, his handsome face filled with pride and triumph. Liu Sang stood up with his head lowered, his expression hidden in shadow like a mask suppressing rage. A dangerous cold glint flashed through his eyes. "Just you wait," he thought through gritted teeth. "That position will soon be mine." Back in the human realm, Xiaoxiating and Yin Huaili, completely unaware of the power struggle in the demon realm, had only just begun their adventure. Beneath the stormy purple sky, on a rooftop, the two defeated generals, Liu Sang and Yin Huaili, plotted in the shadows, overlooking the human realm city below. Liu Sang clenched his fist, his heart aching faintly with worry. Where had the queen gone? What was she doing now? In the demon realm's throne hall, the usurper Kong Fan was also thinking of his queen, ordering his snake spirit pet to gather its companions and find her trail at any cost. His eyes burned with fierce, almost obsessive loyalty. "Your Majesty," he vowed, "Kong Fan will definitely find you." After a long journey, Yin Huaili and Xiaoxiating waved goodbye to the kind old man who had given them a ride. They arrived in a bustling little town, and Xiaoxiating's eyes widened with excitement as she looked at the sea of people and the endless rows of stalls. Yin Huaili looked down at her fondly, a gentle smile on his face. "Come on, let's buy our little Xiao some new clothes," he said, leading her to a shop called Golden Coin Ready-Made Clothing Shop. Before long, she was trying on a pretty, flowing light blue dress, though she could not help feeling that these shoddy human realm clothes seriously damaged her evil image. But Yin Huaili was completely enchanted. "Wow, it's so pretty. Xiao Xiao is so cute. We'll buy this one," he said excitedly, already impatient for her to try on more. He handed over another bundle, his eyes shining with delight. She puffed out her cheeks and shook her head. "No, I don't want to wear it." But it was already too late. Yin Huaili was happily paying at the counter, buying the dress without hesitation, and the kind shopkeeper laughed at his enthusiasm. As they walked along the lively street, Xiaoxiating's earlier dissatisfaction gradually faded. She thought the human realm seemed like a rather interesting place to wander around. Her gaze suddenly landed on a stall displaying all kinds of delicate hairpins. Yin Huaili noticed where she was looking and also thought one of them was especially beautiful. Xiaoxiating pointed without hesitation, announced that she wanted that one, and reached out to grab the exquisite flower hairpin straight from the rack. Yin Huaili hurriedly held down her hand and gently scolded her. "You can't just take things without paying. That's stealing." He sighed, feeling that her demon habits really were troublesome. Then then turned to the stall owner with an apologetic smile and asked how much the hairpin cost. The stall owner beamed and told him 80 coins. Yin Huaili smiled and reached for his money pouch to pay. His hand froze. He felt inside, and his heart instantly sank when he realized the pouch was completely empty. Pure, undisguised shock rose onto his face. Oh no, he had been so excited buying clothes for Xiaoxiating that he had spent his last coin. Xiaoxiating stared at him expressionlessly. He was already out of money. She sighed, watching his panicked state with both pity and speechlessness. What a pitiful person. Then her attention was drawn to the crowd, not far away, gathered around a man lying on the ground and crying, and she turned to look. A demonic glimmer flashed in her eyes as a wicked idea began to form. She moved close to the dejected Yin Huaili with a sly smile. Hey, why don't you dress as a woman and put on a performance? His face instantly turned deathly pale with terror. Dress as a woman? No, please. He shrank back as if he had heard her suggest he jump into a volcano. But she refused to give in and advanced on him step by step. You look so pure and innocent. You won't lose to an ordinary girl, she said with perfect logic. What are you afraid of? His attitude was firm, his face flushed bright red. No, I don't want to. I'd rather die. Yet the next moment, he was standing there in a stunning red dress, more beautiful than any woman in the crowd. Tugging at the fabric, he blushed all the way to his ears and shyly asked if he looked strange. Xiaoxiating had to admit that he was far too pretty. She struggled to hold back her laughter and gave him a thumbs up from behind. Not at all. Big sister is very pretty, she said crisply. Good luck. She encouraged him and gave him a gentle push, while his face had already twisted into an expression of extreme shame. He tremblingly took a step toward the crowd and began a heart-rending performance, wiping the tearful corners of his eyes. My poor little sister and I were separated from our parents, he sobbed, his trembling voice especially moving. We were robbed by bandits, and all our money is gone. At the same time, his heart screamed in agony. What on earth am I doing? This is too humiliating. Just kill me now. He raised his head, unshed tears shining in his eyes, and extended a slender hand. Kind brothers and sisters, please give us a little money and help us find our parents, he pleaded. I will be forever grateful to you. The crowd was moved, but one lecherous man among them was completely entranced. Miss, your tears have shattered my heart, he said obsessively, grabbing Yin Huaili's arm. Come with me. I'll help you. Xiaoxiating watched from the side with a triumphant, wicked smile. Perfect. He had hooked a big fish. Now all they had to do was seize the chance to earn more money. But just as that pervert tried to drag away the Yin Huaili who was about to collapse from shame, another hand suddenly shot out from the crowd. A thick, powerful hand clamped hard around Xiaoxiating's arm and yanked her entire body off the ground. Her eyes widened in extreme terror as she was lifted into the air, and a desperate cry for help burst from her lips. A playful wink and sly smile foretold the chaos to come. Beneath warm sunlight filtering through lush treetops, the handsome Yin Huaili playfully tugged Xiaoxiating's hair and told the little girl that he had to go find his master. But before he could take a single step, a filthy hand grabbed his wrist and stopped him in place. A buck-toothed man with a lewd smile threw him a heavy money pouch, his voice full of nauseating intent, telling this pretty girl to accept the money, not be shy, and properly keep him company. Yin Huaili's face flushed scarlet, humiliation and anger tangled together. He tried to explain that the man had misunderstood him far too badly, but the pervert would not listen at all. Instead, he gripped Yin Huaili's sleeve even harder and pulled him closer. The man's eyes practically turned into hearts, and his disgusting fantasies completely ran wild. He thought that after accepting the money, this shy beauty had merely become more forward, just as he had expected. Pushed to the limit, Yin Huaili let out a desperate roar, declared that he was a man, and tore open his collar, revealing a clearly defined, unmistakably male chest. The truth shocked the buck-toothed man's soul so badly it nearly left his body on the spot, and his attendants hurriedly rushed to his side. Yin Huaili stuffed the money he had just received into his robe and turned around proudly, ready to tell Xiaoxiating that their money problem was solved. His smile froze. The place where she had been standing was now completely empty. An icy panic seized his heart, and he shouted her name into the eerily silent air. Xiao Xiao, far away from the lively streets, a villain was sprinting through the woods. He ran with a clear destination in mind, carrying a child over his shoulder. It was Xiaxiating. She kicked and struggled with all her might, but her tiny body was powerless against the rough man's strength. In her desperate resistance, she bit hard into his arm, her eyes burning with fury. The man cried out in pain and slammed her onto the ground with a thud, then raised his fist in furious embarrassment. This little brat actually dared to fight back. Violent power crackled around his fist, about to knock her down. But before the fist could fall, a steady hand intercepted his arm. That hand left him unable to move. A dignified man wearing an eye patch, clearly the leader, coldly reminded his subordinate to calm down. If the goods were damaged, the price would drop. The villain immediately cowered and sheepishly agreed with his boss. Just then, Kong Fan landed silently above them on a tree branch, as light as a fallen leaf. Yin Huaili's attendant said in a panic that someone had snatched Xiaxiating away and vanished in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Kong Fan's handsome face twisted with icy rage. He instantly leaped through the forest, determination flashing in his eyes, vowing that he would definitely find her. Meanwhile, the kidnappers decided to stop and eat something, planning to hunt some animals. Their voices startled Xiaxiating awake from her daze, and her large eyes suddenly opened, facing the terrifying reality that she had been captured. As the kidnappers moved through the forest, one of them suddenly stopped and pointed ahead. "Boss," he cried, "there's a girl lying here." The girl sat up, her gaze slowly focusing. It was the demon queen restored to her true form, but something was wrong. She had thought that once she changed back, her power would return. Why was she still so weak? The boss with the eye patch walked toward her with a greasy smile on his face, even holding a little rabbit as a gesture of goodwill, telling the pretty girl not to be afraid and that he would be very gentle. His answer was a terrifying burst of demonic energy from her palm, transforming into crackling purple lightning that engulfed the man. He screamed in agony, completely crushed by that primal power. She sneered, her voice full of contempt for these ignorant humans. Even weakened, she could still kill them all. Suddenly, the air grew heavy, and several shadowy figures appeared out of nowhere. They were her loyal subordinates, kneeling respectfully before her and paying homage to their queen. The kidnappers were forgotten on the ground, already completely unable to move. Her subordinates apologized for arriving late, explaining that they had rushed over the moment they sensed her aura. She interrupted their apologies indifferently and ordered them to help her up, but they hesitated, exchanging confused glances. Her aura was very weak, and her power had declined. Why was their queen so feeble? Noticing their strange behavior, she sharply asked who they really were. "Has Kong Fan returned?" she asked, her patience gradually running out. One of the cloaked figure's eyes darkened, revealing killing intent. In a chilling act of betrayal, a blast of energy struck her from behind. She gasped and staggered forward, blood blooming across her robe. "You dare attack me!" she shrieked, full of disbelief and fury. But her subordinates, now her assassins, raised their weapons. "She has become weak," they whispered. "Now is the chance to kill her. A bunch of traitors," she cursed through gritted teeth, gathering the last of her strength. "Who ordered you to do this?" she demanded sharply. The lead assassin merely sneered, telling her that she would naturally know once she reached hell, then launched a world-destroying strike. The explosion threw her violently to the ground. She coughed up blood, staining the corners of her lips and her robe red. With all her willpower, she propped herself up and stubbornly glared at the traitors gradually closing in. "Don't let her escape," their leader ordered, extending a decisive finger as if sealing her fate then and there. Sunlight pierced the dense bamboo grove, illuminating a scene of chaos and bloodshed. How had this happened? She was the mighty demon Queen Asura, yet she was actually going to lose to a pack of lowly scum? Her pride shattered, and unwillingness burned in her heart. Her robe torn, her breathing rapid and disordered, she forced her pained body to flee, trying to escape the humiliation of this pursuit. Behind her, the enemy's voices grew closer and closer, their shouts echoing through the woods. One of the leaders decisively pointed in her direction and ordered his men to search that way. They had to find the queen. Panic seized her, and she hid behind a huge rock. Damn it, she was completely surrounded. A mighty queen had been driven into a corner like an ordinary wild beast. How was she supposed to escape from here? Just as despair began to spread, a hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. Her eyes widened abruptly in shock and terror, every nerve in her body screaming like an alarm. She whipped around, ready to fight, an angry question already on her lips. Who is it? But she was pulled into a solid embrace, and a familiar, handsome face appeared before her eyes. His long hair fell loose, framing features full of concern, while his gentle purple eyes stood in sharp contrast to the danger all around them. "Miss, it's me," he said softly, his voice like a thread of calm in a storm. But they were not safe yet. Not far away, another group of pursuers in black cloaks, carrying sinister scythes, were searching the bushes. Their orders were clear. They absolutely could not let her escape. Suddenly, winding snakes crawled all over the forest floor, their scales flashing in the light. The cloaked assassins froze, their eyes widening in shock and disgust. "There are snakes here," someone cried in panic. Just then, the first group of pursuers arrived and confronted the cloaked people suspiciously. "Hey," one of them questioned, pointing at them, "which lord do you serve? Have you seen the queen?" The leader of the cloaked group, whose purple eyes were just as striking, narrowed them slightly and smoothly avoided the question. He claimed that they came from the Kindling clan and that they should find the queen first. A moment later, the two forces reached an agreement and decided to join hands. "Go, find our queen," the shout echoed through the forest. Elsewhere, a summoned little snake flicked its tongue as if calling for its master. "Your Majesty, where are you?" Once they were temporarily safe, the queen shoved away the person who had saved her. Her hand shot to his throat, pinning him to the ground. But the handsome young man did not even blink. He only sighed tiredly, looked up at her, and told her to let go of him first. Every time they met, she was this fierce. Last time, she had beaten him unconscious, and this time, she was doing this. He had only wanted to help her stand up. Her glare wavered, and a wave of dizziness struck her. Her strength finally ran out, and her body swayed. His eyes widened in alarm. He sprang up and caught her the instant she collapsed. "Miss, are you all right?" he cried, his arms firmly protecting her trembling body, his face filled with worry. His gaze fell on her leg, and his heart instantly sank. Blood was soaking through the fabric of her skirt. Damn it, she was injured. At that moment, she was almost unconscious, her face pale and covered in beads of sweat. A heavy look of determination crossed his face. "Forgive me," he said softly, his voice quiet but firm. In the next instant, he smoothly lifted her into his arms, holding her against his chest in a princess carry. The situation was urgent. He only hoped she would not mind the closeness. Then he leaped into the air and carried her away from the dangerous forest. He landed silently in a small courtyard where an old woman was hanging laundry. He walked forward somewhat hesitantly. Excuse me," he pleaded urgently, his voice tight with nervousness. The kind woman turned around, and her gaze immediately fell on the injured girl in his arms. "Oh dear, poor young thing," she said with a worried frown. "Is your wife injured?" His entire mind instantly froze. Wife? A fierce blush climbed from his neck all the way to his cheeks, dyeing his face bright red. He panicked completely, his mind in chaos. He took a deep breath and forced himself to play along. "Sorry, but for now he could only call her his wife." "Yes," he said with difficulty, his voice tense. "My wife is injured. Could you please help us?" "Of course." The old woman answered with a warm, reassuring smile. Quick, quick, bring your wife inside." She led them into the house, and he carefully placed the queen on a simple bed. "Miss, are you all right?" he asked softly, every part of his face filled with worry. She was still unconscious, her breathing shallow and weak. He took out a small medicine bottle, hoping it would help. "Bear with it," he said softly. "This medicine will help you." The old woman returned with a basin of warm water. "You must be exhausted after coming all this way," she said kindly. She set down the basin and told him he could use the water to wipe the mud and grime from her body. He thanked her, his heart full of gratitude, then dipped a soft cloth into the basin and began gently wiping away the dirt and blood from the queen's face and neck. As he cared for her, a strange feeling blossomed in his chest. His heartbeat grew fast and loud in the quiet room. "What is wrong with me?" he wondered, startled by his own reaction. "Why is my heart beating so fast?" He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. I should be helping her. He focused his mind and carefully cleaned a wound on the side of her slender neck. His movements were incredibly gentle. The old woman appeared again, holding a set of clean clothes. "Young man, these are my daughter's clothes. Change your wife into them," she instructed while placing some food on the table nearby. He thanked her repeatedly, but his sense of relief quickly vanished. "You change her," the old woman added with a smile. "I'll go help you with something else." He instantly froze in place, overwhelmed with shame. The old woman merely smiled knowingly. "Your husband and wife." Don't be shy. He lowered his head and looked at the clothes in his hands, a wave of despair rising in his heart. Clan Chief, the things you taught me are far too awful. He thought miserably, feeling completely helpless. Forgive me. His trembling hand approached her robe, but the embarrassment was far too intense. He felt dizzy, as if he might faint in the next moment. Then a sudden panic seized him again. They still had not found Xiaxiating. A silent scream erupted inside him. Unable to endure it any longer, he rushed out of the room like a startled deer fleeing the scene. After a while, the queen's eyelashes trembled softly, and she opened her eyes. "Where is this?" she wondered, looking around the unfamiliar room. She slowly sat up, fragmented memories returning to her mind. I remember seeing that child before I passed out. But her own condition was more urgent right now. First, I need to see whether my power has recovered. Having made up her mind, she closed her eyes and focused. A faint wisp of purple energy gathered between her hands, but quickly flickered out and vanished completely. Her eyes flew open, filled with frustration and disappointment. Dealing with those traitors had exhausted the tiny bit of power she had only just managed to recover. She had been drained completely dry, left in a strange place with no ability to protect herself. A suffocating sense of fear crept up our demon queen's spine. This human form was truly a burden. With this face, the traitors of the demon race could find her far too easily. It was much too dangerous. Meanwhile, inside the little wooden hut, Yin Huaili was falling into complete despair. He was finished, absolutely finished. In his cute little girl form, he stood there swaying on the spot, as if his whole body were shrouded in a layer of ghostly despair. He had successfully brought the goddess back, but in his panic, he had actually forgotten his other self, Xiaxiating. By the time he went back, she was already gone. His thoughts snapped back to his adult form, and that handsome face was full of worry. Looking at the goddess who had just woken up, he anxiously asked if she was awake. While she was trapped, had she happened to see a little girl? As he gestured with his hands, he described a child about 5 or 6 years old with adorable bangs. But he had no idea that the little girl was standing right in front of him, silently sighing at his dullness. This foolish man seemed to think his two forms were completely different people. A trace of surprise flashed through her golden eyes, and she confirmed that yes, she had seen her. She gracefully got out of bed, her movements smooth and noble. That child was very clever, she explained, raising one slender finger. She said the girl had run out to find help, and after that, she had never seen her again. A tremendous wave of relief instantly washed over Yin Huaili's face. His tense shoulders relaxed, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. He pressed a hand to his chest, his heart finally calming down. As long as she was safe, that was enough. Just then, the door was gently pushed open. An old woman walked in carrying food, a warm smile on her face, and said to Yin Huaili, "Young man, has your wife woken up?" Yin Huaili's mind instantly short-circuited. Wife. The demon queen tilted her head, as if a silent question mark had appeared above it. As for Yin Huaili, he was thrown into a panic, hurriedly denying it as his face turned bright red. No, that isn't it," he stammered. The old woman simply set down the tray with an all-knowing look, completely unmoved. She chuckled softly, a teasing glint in her eyes. She had been through it all before and understood perfectly. Watching young people get themselves into trouble was always interesting. After the old woman left, the demon queen seized the opportunity. She leaned closer, their faces only inches apart, and her voice became a tempting, dangerous whisper. "Boy, tell me, other than pretending I was your wife, what other bad things have you secretly done?" Her hand landed on his chest, right over a glowing pentagram seal on his robe, and Yin Huaili instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He was utterly, completely doomed. His eyes widened in terror, and he grabbed her wrist. He pushed her hand away, hurriedly backed up, and blurted out the first panicked thought in his head. He was sorry. He had changed her clothes. Then he turned and ran, leaving her completely bewildered. Clothes? So that was why this fabric felt so uncomfortable. The poor young man nearly knocked his head against the floor, desperately begging forgiveness for his disrespect. He insisted that as long as she wished it, he would do anything, even let her cut him down to vent her anger. Looking at his pitiful state, she secretly smiled. She had not expected this boy to be so innocent. He was even more inexperienced than most low-ranking demons. This was his first time seeing a real goddess, and things seemed to have become rather interesting. She sat down elegantly, and an adorable little yellow chick cloud popped up between them. A moment later, her stomach growled. "I'm hungry," she announced. "I want food." The bowl of porridge on the table sat there innocently, and beside it seemed to appear a devilishly cute chibi figure with tiny red horns. She pointed at the bowl. "Feed me," she demanded, then closed her eyes and opened her mouth expectantly. Yin Huaili's face showed a mixture of shock and annoyance. This was far too improper. Bluffing, he shouted that he would use his blade to cut away the resentment in her heart, desperately trying to make himself seem intimidating. But the moment he picked up the bowl, his resolve collapsed. "Hurry up," she ordered him, a majestic light flashing in her eyes. The little demon inside her grinned while gripping a fork. The goddess was destined to make things difficult for him. Holding the bowl, he surrendered completely, his face full of helpless resignation. He accepted his fate and obediently brought the spoon to her lips, feeding her porridge one mouthful at a time. When she asked for water, he dutifully handed her the cup. She looked at him, a sly smile appearing on her lips. He was very obedient. Then she reached out a finger and lightly brushed it across his lips, making his whole body jolt. His eyes widened in shock. This was far too much. He was practically like a flustered young maiden. She could not help thinking. Was it only because he was facing a goddess? But her true thoughts were much more calculating. Her demonic power was dangerously low, and those traitors might come hunting her at any moment. He was the only person she could use right now, so for the time being, she would make use of him. Far away in the desolate and eerie demon realm, a conspiracy had already begun to move. A cloaked figure knelt before a throne, reporting that they had found the demon queen. But there was a problem. Loyal subordinates of Demon General Kong Fan had suddenly appeared. A rough general with huge horns slammed his fist down and roared that they were actually afraid. They were utterly useless. But the cold, calculating man on the throne silenced him. This operation had to remain secret. The cloaked figure added that a rumor was spreading among the underlings. Under blood-red moonlight, another powerful figure also received his own report. He was a tall, upright man with sinister snake-shaped tattoos on his body and piercing blue eyes. He listened intently. They had detected a faint trace of demonic energy in the bamboo forest. The queen's control over her demonic power was clearly unstable. They had also encountered another group of demons searching for her, though it was unclear whether they were loyal. The man slammed his palm heavily onto the table with a dull boom. He knew very well what was happening. Someone was using the search for the queen as a cover to plot her assassination. On the throne, the purple-haired tyrant leaned forward, a cruel light flashing in his eyes. He told his subordinate to repeat the most important detail. The queen's demonic power was so low that she could not even defeat a handful of them. A wicked, satisfied smile spread across his face, and he stood up, laughing strangely as he said that this was good. He had originally been worried they would be no match for her. With chilling determination, he ordered more people to be sent. At the same time, the snake-tattooed general also gave his own order. Find her and ensure her safety. Two opposing forces now moved at once. The tyrant wanted to send an army of cannon fodder to overwhelm her with numbers before she recovered her strength. The loyal general's order was even more ruthless. Once they discovered the tyrant's people, show no mercy and kill them all. Back in the human realm, the two of them, completely unaware of the demon war about to brew, prepared to leave. The kind old woman waved goodbye and wished them a safe journey. But just as they were about to go, she called them back and asked this lady's name. The demon queen froze. She had not thought of an alias yet. After a brief moment of panic, she smiled brightly. "My name is Begonia," she announced cheerfully. Yin Huaili smiled gently. "That's a lovely name," he said. Then he turned to her and asked Miss Begonia which direction the little girl had gone. She thoughtfully rubbed her chin, remembered that the old woman had mentioned the southeast, and declared, "Let's set out to look for Xiaxiating." The two passed through a lush forest, the road ahead unknown. When night fell, they arrived at a city where mysterious blue spirits fluttered through the air like butterflies. Yin Huaili frowned, his expression worried. "We've already entered the city," he said softly. "Where could that child have run off to?" In the moon-drenched courtyard, the air was tense. The handsome cultivator Yin Huaili told his companion that she could wait here while he went to look for the little girl. The demon queen, in her adult form, could only stare at his back in disbelief. What an idiot, she thought. She was clearly standing right behind him. He did not need to look for her at all, but she still played along, watching him walk farther away as his voice echoed through the desolate streets, calling Xiaoxiating's name again and again. Suddenly, a chill shot up her spine. The negative energy here was suffocatingly heavy, and a terrible premonition spread through her chest. Alertness flashed in the queen's eyes. Something was wrong. Just then, a group of imposing figures in black robes emerged from the shadows, the demonic aura on them unmistakable. They bowed respectfully and declared that they had come to take her home. The queen's heart sank heavily in her chest, and she turned to face them. Yin Huaili sensed the sudden change in the atmosphere, and his eyes instantly widened. Before anyone could act, another group of demons appeared as well, sharply demanding to know who these intruders were. The queen narrowed her eyes, a cold light rising within them. Two different groups of subordinates. Which side were the traitors? She thought, or had they all come to betray her? A faint, dangerous smile appeared on her lips as she watched the two groups confront each other. This was the perfect opportunity. Calmly, she explained that just a few days ago, another group had also come to welcome her back. But their true purpose, she exposed with a flash of fury in her eyes, had been to assassinate her. Her voice lowered, steeped in venom and royal authority, as she demanded to know whose orders those traitors were following. The horned demons immediately dropped to one knee and swore their loyalty. They had been sent by Demon General Kong Fan. How could they possibly be traitors? The other group loudly scoffed at their claim. Utter nonsense, their leader roared, because they were the ones under Demon General Kong Fan. As proof, the first group produced a gleaming golden token. Now this, the queen thought with a hint of interest, was a little difficult. A wicked smile spread across her face. This was truly interesting. The two factions immediately erupted into a fierce argument, each accusing the other of being shameless imposters. Soon it turned into a chaotic and ridiculous brawl, with the demons rolling around together in the dust. Watching this absurd scene, the queen could not help laughing softly. Later, beneath the pale moonlight, they took the chance to escape through the quiet streets. Yin Huaili was still panting from running and reassured her that they should be fine now. Only then did she notice that his hand was tightly holding hers. His warmth seeped into her skin, and a blush crept up her neck. She quickly pulled her hand back and stammered an apology, saying she had been in too much of a hurry just now and had not meant to do it. The usually composed cultivator's face instantly flushed terribly, and he flusteredly insisted that it had only been holding hands. Nothing else. Just as an awkward silence fell, an old man hobbled past them. Yin Huaili's expression immediately changed from embarrassment to focus, and he called out to stop the old man. He had something to ask. Had the old man seen an especially cute little girl, 5 or 6 years old, with bangs, anywhere? The old man turned his head, his gaze wandering unsettlingly, and his eyelid twitched. He admitted that yes, to tell the truth, he had indeed seen her. She had been taken away by monsters. Yin Huaili's blood instantly ran cold. Monsters? Where? Where did they take her? He pressed, his voice tight with panic. The old man began weaving a sorrowful story, claiming that 2 days ago, the little girl had asked him for directions. Worried for her safety, he had let her stay at his home. The queen stared at him, her gaze sharp and suspicious. He looked normal, but she could not sense even a trace of real anger or grief from him. He continued, claiming that before they had reached his home, the monsters had attacked and seized the poor child. Impossible, she thought. This man was clearly making up a story to trick the gullible Yin Huaili. But her companion had already taken the bait. This town's dark and eerie atmosphere was simply the perfect place for monsters to hide. Ignoring every warning sign, he grabbed the old man's arm and urged him to lead the way at once. The queen helplessly held her forehead. They were doomed. She had nearly forgotten just how naive he was. The old man tried to dissuade him, warning that it was too late now, that those monsters were terrifying, and that if he went, he would only be throwing his life away. But Yin Huaili straightened his body, his determination unwavering. He declared that he was a cultivator, and that exorcising evil spirits and eliminating monsters was what he was best at, so the old man did not need to be afraid. Seeing his firm attitude, the old man finally relented and agreed to take him there. Then he suggested that the young lady stay safely at the inn and wait for them. Yin Huaili turned to her, appearing perfectly calm, and told her to wait for him while he went to find Xiaoxiating. She looked at him with doubt in her voice. Was it really worth risking his life for a child? Yin Huaili's gaze did not waver. Miss Xiaxiating is different, he explained. He had already promised to take her to the city lord, and her disappearance was his responsibility. This was his only clue, and he had to follow it to the end. For a moment, the queen was speechless, shaken by his firm conviction. Hearing him say the demon queen was different somehow felt strangely pleasant. What relieved her even more was that he still had not recognized her. He turned and followed the old man, his back straight and resolute. A desire to protect him rose in her heart. She could not let this fool go alone. Wait, she called out, reaching out her hand. I'll go with you. A warm, gentle smile bloomed on Yin Huaili's face. He knew she could not bear to stay behind alone. He turned back to look at her, a teasing glint in his eyes, and asked if they were going or not. The queen blushed and looked away. Since her demonic power had not yet recovered, she still had to rely on his protection for now, so she really should not be worrying about him. At the same time, Yin Huaili's heart soared with joy. She wanted to go with him. The old man led them onto a dark, winding path, surrounded by an unsettling mist. He stopped and pointed at the ground with a trembling finger. These, he said in a low voice, are the traces left by the monsters that day. Yin Huaili crouched down to inspect them, his brows furrowing in concentration. He could sense the evil aura emanating from the marks. It was probably an enormous demonic beast. The old man pressed him, asking what kind of monster it might be. The queen stepped forward, her gaze piercing through the old man's disguise. She asked him a simple question. If he had personally seen the monster carry off the little girl, why did he not know what it was? The old man stammered, unable to give a coherent answer. Yin Huaili still chivalrously reproached her in a soft voice, saying he was only an old man and that she should not make things difficult for him. When the breeze stirred his long, black hair, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. What? He whispered, his face full of shock as he stared at something beyond their line of sight. The handsome cultivator gave our little demon queen a playful wink and tugged at her hair, while she lifted her innocent, wide eyes to look up like the perfect picture of an adorable deception. An old man's voice cut through the night, carrying a stern warning. Tao Tao, don't run around. It's dangerous outside. Didn't your father tell you to stay in your room? The young woman he called Tao Tao looked utterly terrified, her shoulders shrinking and her eyes wide. Her fear went far beyond what an ordinary scolding should cause. The old man explained to Xiaxiating and her handsome companion that this was his most beloved daughter, a fragile girl who feared the outside world because she had been mocked for years. The cultivator's purple eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of suspicion flashing deep within them. He could not shake that feeling that something was wrong. They looked like father and daughter, but why was she so afraid of him? The old man seemed completely unaware and kindly invited them to stay the night, since it was already so late. Xiaxiating gracefully accepted his offer, but her companion puffed out his chest, his face full of heroic determination, and said that if any monsters dared attack again, he would defeat them and protect everyone. Late that night, under the gentle glow of a crescent moon, a tiny figure quietly slipped out of the room. It was Xiaxiating. With a serious expression, she pushed open the door, clearly on a mission of her own. She raised her delicate hand, and a cold purple energy began swirling around her fingertips, gradually taking shape. In the courtyard, a voice from the shadows startled her. Her companion was right there, arms crossed, asking if she also thought there was something wrong with Tao Tao. His sudden appearance made her scream in fright. The sound woke Tao Tao, who shot upright in bed, her face filled with pure, undisguised fear. Her eyes widened in terror as she saw a monstrous shadowy presence beginning to gather in the corner of the room, its suffocating aura filling the air. The cultivator's instincts screamed a frantic warning. "Dodge!" he shouted, urgency flashing in his eyes. He lunged forward, grabbed Xiaxiating's arm, and yanked her back with force. At the very instant the shadow monster launched its attack, a violent whirlwind of blue energy erupted where she had just been standing. Tao Tao began to sob and cry out, her voice breaking with despair as she begged the monster not to hurt them. But just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished again in an instant. A sly smile curled at the corner of Xiaxiating's lips. Her plan had worked perfectly. She had just given them all the evidence they needed. The cultivator hurried to her side, his voice full of concern as he asked if she was all right, gently taking her hand as well. The sudden movement made Xiaxing lose her balance, and she stumbled forward straight into his firm chest. He instinctively caught her, his entire face instantly flushing red. Flustered by how close they were, he began stammering, completely losing his composure. She looked up at him, puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, and asked whether he planned to let go of her or not. All he could do was timidly squeeze out an O. Then he hurriedly checked on both of them again, asking if they were injured. But Cao Dao was not looking at him. Her eyes widened in terror as she pointed behind Xiaxing and screamed a warning. Xiaxing whipped around, surprise flashing through her eyes. In the next instant, she moved cleanly and decisively, striking the unsuspecting cultivator on the back of the neck with a swift hand chop. His eyes widened in disbelief. What was she doing? Before he could react, he collapsed to the ground and passed out. The old man gripped his daughter's hand tightly and explained the situation to their guest. That evening, the cultivator had smiled gently, gentlemanly as always, comforting him by saying it was all right and suggesting that the poor girl should get some proper rest. But now, back in the present, Xiaxing was holding the still unconscious Cao Cao, victory gleaming in her eyes. "We have successfully lured the snake out of its hole," she announced, then ordered her companion, who had already woken up but was completely dazed, to help tie the girl up. He stared at her in horror, sweating like a chibi character, and protested that kidnapping people was illegal. Xiaxing's eyes narrowed dangerously, her voice full of threat. Was he going to help her? Or should she go tell his masters that their proud disciple had tried to take advantage of a sleeping young girl and completely ruin his spotless reputation? Crying cartoon tears of defeat, he surrendered at once, begging her not to be so impulsive while reluctantly tying Cao Dao's wrists together. "Let's go," Xiaxing ordered, grabbing the captive girl. Meanwhile, the old man was struggling to push open a jammed door, grunting with effort. Finally, with one forceful shove, he knocked it open and fell heavily to the floor, tumbling into a silent, empty room. Where did everyone go? Panic-stricken, his gaze swept wildly around the room. His once kind expression vanished, replaced by a gloomy darkness. He drew his sword. A note was pinned to the wall. "Your daughter is here. Cao Cao." He suddenly raised his head, his gaze landing on the three people waiting for him in the courtyard. The poor, utterly confused cultivator looked baffled as he asked Xiaxing if she really suspected that harmless-looking old man. Xiaxing's expression, however, was extremely grave. "Trust me," she told him. "Monsters are easy to deal with. The truly dangerous ones are evil ghosts wearing human skin." The old man stepped into the moonlight, and his disguise began to crumble bit by bit. "Where did you hide my daughter Cao Dao?" he demanded, his voice turning into a vicious growl. Xiaxing merely smiled. "Stop pretending," she mocked, ordering her companion to hit him with a binding spell right away. "All right," he shouted. Power surged, and he released a string of shining golden-blue runes. The runes flew through the air, wrapping around the old man like illusory chains and revealing the roiling, burning crimson demonic aura beneath his skin. The cultivator's eyes widened in shock. He had not expected her to have been right from the very beginning. A surge of righteous anger rose in his heart. He drew his long sword, its blade wreathed in sacred lightning. "Monster!" he roared. "Where did you hide Xiaxing? Hand her over!" With a powerful battle cry, he charged forward, and the old man's human skin peeled away like burning paper. The terrifying true form beneath was revealed. It was a ghost Yiksha, with sharp horns on its head, razor teeth, and eyes flashing with malice. The demon sneered at him, its voice rough and grating. "Ignorant brat," it hissed. "If you offer up a body containing spiritual power, I might still consider sparing your pitiful life." A low roar tore through the night, demanding that they return Cao Cao. The hideous ghost Yiksha crackled with violent purple energy, glaring at everyone with malice. Yin Huaili's face twisted in disgust. What an ugly monster. He would not let this thing do as it pleased, so he pulled out a golden talisman, preparing to seal it completely. His companions cried out in alarm, trying to stop him. A ghost Yiksha was a high-level monster, and facing it alone was far too dangerous for him. But their warnings came too late. In a flash, Yin Huaili was struck by a blast of demonic power. The force was immense, tearing through his robes as blood sprayed through the air. His eyes widened in shock, only to see that the evil energy had passed him and was now attacking its true target. He collapsed to the ground, His body could no longer hold out. A chilling thought surfaced in his mind. No, this monster's target was Miss Begonia from the start. Begonia's scream caught in her throat as she realized she could not move at all. Scarlet energy tendrils had bound her tightly, nearly suffocating her. She could not move even a finger. The Yaksha leaned close, its sharp claws gripping her slender neck. The monster took her hostage, its foul breath washing over her face as it issued a cold ultimatum. Return my daughter, or I'll kill her. A primal fury erupted from the depths of Yin Huaili's soul. He roared for it to let her go, forcing himself to stand and draw his longsword. Damn ghost, he thought. It did not even know how powerful it had become after absorbing so much Yin energy. The pressure on Begonia's throat was terrifying. Her vision began to blur from lack of air. In her current weakened state, there was no way she could break free. Her feet hung helplessly in the air, and only a desperate plea squeezed from her lips. Is it me? Watching her struggle, Yin Huaili let out a heart-wrenching cry. The Yaksha mocked this overconfident brat, then released a devastating blast of scarlet energy. The attack slammed into Yin Huaili, smashing him into the wall like a rag doll. He collapsed to the ground, his body broken and covered in blood. It's over, the Yaksha said smugly. All of you can go meet the king of hell in the underworld. It tightened its fingers, and Begonia struggled for breath, her face full of pain. Yin Huaili could only watch in horror, screaming her name into the empty air. The light in her eyes began to dim. Her graceful hand fell limply, lifeless at her side, and her head drooped as the last breath in her lungs was stolen away. Useless, the monster sneered, then contemptuously flung her body away. Yin Huaili staggered forward, his heart torn into countless pieces, and caught her limp body in midair. He held her tightly as tears of grief and rage rolled down his cheeks, desperately begging Miss Begonia to wake up. The world around him seemed to burn away in a haze of pain and regret. His master's words echoed in his mind. Only experience can make you stronger, strong enough to protect the people you care about. He had failed. He did not even know where her home was, nor why she had gone out alone. He had not even had time to tell her how he felt. Just then, the Yaksha's eyes shifted around in confusion, because a golden light had begun to radiate from the young man. What was going on? Brilliant sacred light erupted from Yin Huaili. His grief turned into righteous fury, and his eyes, burning with indescribable hatred, locked onto the demon. It was you. You killed her. He swore to make the Yaksha pay with its life. But just as he lunged forward, a small figure rushed between them. No, Tao Tao screamed, throwing herself into the path of Yin Huaili's vengeful strike. Blinding light swallowed the entire courtyard, followed by a child's sharp scream. Tao Tao fell, a bloody wound blooming across her chest. Daughter, what are you doing? The Yaksha cried. Its enormous, monstrous body trembled as it rushed to her side and gathered her small body into its arms. Father, stop. Don't kill anymore, she murmured weakly. He tried to justify his slaughter, insisting that he did not care about anyone else, that life and death were all fated, but Tao Tao did not want her father to bear such pain. Her little hand pressed against his chest. This is wrong, she pleaded, reminding him that they had once dreamed of traveling the world together. Wake up, father. Please wake up. Holding his dying child, the Yaksha's rage turned into bottomless sorrow. My foolish daughter, he said softly. If you're gone, what meaning is there for me to keep living in this world? He made his choice. We will go with you. Gentle light wrapped around them, and they transformed into specks of glowing dust, scattering into the night sky and vanishing forever. Begonia suddenly gasped, opened her eyes, and sat up. She felt half dead, but the suffocating pressure had disappeared. She knew she had to leave before the young man discovered her secret, but just as she was about to drift away, a hand firmly grabbed her ankle. It was Yin Huaili. His eyes were slightly open, filled with exhausted relief. Begonia, you're all right, he said softly. That's wonderful. His hand tightened, as if he were desperately refusing to let go. Don't leave, he pleaded weakly. Please wait until I fully wake up. I have so much I want to tell you. Begonia looked down at his wounded, blood-stained face, and the image of him fighting desperately to save her flashed through her mind. Her resolve melted. All right, she said softly, her voice carrying an emotion even she could not explain. I won't leave. Gentle healing power flowed from her fingertips, mending his wounds. As his breathing gradually steadied, a faint, satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and he sank back into deep sleep. The moment he lost consciousness, Begonia's body began to glow. She rapidly shrank, turning back into a child, then gently drifted down from the air. When Yin Huaili finally woke again, the sun was already high in the sky. "Begonia!" he shouted, suddenly sitting up. He turned and saw Xiaxieting sleeping beside him. After confirming that she was safe and sound, a wave of relief washed over him. His voice woke her, and she mumbled that he was too noisy. She sat up, realized that she had become small again, and her eyes immediately widened. Yin Huaili looked at her, his expression sincere enough to break one's heart. Xiaxieting, he asked, "Did you see an older woman?" She was about 16 or 17, very beautiful, and her name was Begonia. She promised she would wait for me to wake up. Xiaxieting froze, her heart pounding in her chest, as if several panicked little yellow chicks were flapping wildly around her head. "What should I do?" Yin Huaili's handsome face was shrouded in pain as he stared at the empty room. "She left?" he asked, his voice tense. With an extremely serious face, Xiaxieting confirmed his fear. But he still refused to give up, pressing on with desperate hope in his violet eyes. "Did she not leave any message?" The answer was simply no. Xiaxieting nodded, her expression unreadable, but he did not believe it. "Liar." He forced out the word through gritted teeth, his voice full of the pain of betrayal. She had clearly said she would wait until he woke up before leaving. He hated this broken promise. But Xiaxieting was a strategist worthy of the name. She grabbed his robe, looked up at him, and filled her eyes with determination. "Don't worry," she announced, her childish voice brimming with unshakable certainty. "The two of you will definitely see her again." Yin Huaili was completely stunned by her confidence. "How do you know?" he murmured blankly. She just knew. That was all. A wave of guilt rose in her heart, and she let out an annoyed cry. But her little performance worked perfectly. His expression softened into an astonishingly gentle smile, and he reached out to pat her head. "Xiaxieting, thank you for staying," he said softly, his palm warm and sincere. A thoughtful look passed over his face, and his amethyst eyes gazed into the distance. He had always thought that all demons were cold-blooded and heartless, but now he understood that even a terrifying yiksha had reasons of its own. The love between a father and daughter was precious. He made up his mind, his expression growing even more resolute. They would bury them. After digging 2 simple graves, he turned to the little child. "Little one, let's go. I'll take you to Chanzhou." With a flick of his wrist, a surge of power rose from the ground. He called out, and a magnificent long sword obeyed his command, flying over and hovering in front of them, proof of his newly gained strength. The long sword obediently stopped before him. He turned to look at her, his face lighting up with pure, youthful excitement. "Look, Xiaxieting, I broke through. I can use sword flight now." He leapt gracefully and landed on the flat of the blade. Then he held out his hand to her. "Come on," he urged. Xiaxieting stared at him expressionlessly. Was he really this happy just because he could control a sword? It was not as if that meant he could beat her in a fight. Ignoring her silent disdain, he dramatically pointed toward the sky. "Sword, set off for Chanzhou." They shot into the sky like a silver arrow, becoming a streaking blur among the clouds. Xiaxieting's thin scream echoed behind him as she begged him to slow down. They skimmed over the treetops and the rooftops of distant towns, finally landing gently on a grassy field. The longsword flopped weakly to the ground with a thud. "Xiaxieting," he asked, "we're in Chanzhou. Do you still remember where your home is?" Her bright, sparkling eyes blinked as she tried hard to recall the fake memories she had made up. "In Chengdu, near a mountain," she said vaguely. "There's also a little village nearby." Yin Huaili nodded and took her hand. "Come with me," he said, leading her toward a place that looked like the end of the world. The village consisted of a cluster of dilapidated sheds and desolate trees. A crow perched on a bare branch, cawing ominously. This was clearly not what he had expected. He turned to look at her, a trace of amused disbelief in his eyes. "Xiaxieting, are you sure this is the place?" But our little demon queen had already started getting into character. She could not believe that the random village she had invented actually existed, and now she had to make her tragic backstory even more tragic. She began sobbing dramatically. "Father, mother, where are you?" she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. Did you abandon me? Yin Huaili immediately panicked and tried to comfort her. Don't cry, Xiaxing, he pleaded, his hands hovering helplessly in midair. Even if your village is in bad shape, your parents might still be nearby. Just then, a frail old woman staggered into view. Seeing an opportunity, he walked up to her with a hopeful smile. Grandmother, do you recognize this little girl? Please tell us where her parents went. His hope shattered in an instant. What did you say? The village is empty? The young people all fled long ago. The old woman's face was full of sorrow. The ones who stayed are all gone, she rasped, her voice trembling. They all passed away. Yin Huaili's world stopped. What? He asked softly, his eyes widening in horror as he turned to look at the little girl. Xiaxing, but inwardly, she was thinking that he really was naive. His heart broke for her. Trembling, he reached out, then pulled her tightly into a protective embrace. Don't worry. He choked out the words, his voice holding back unshed tears. From today on, I am your family. Xiaxing went completely stiff. Family? He made a vow, his body trembling with intense emotion. I swear, I will never leave you. Tears finally slid down his face, and he held her even tighter. I will keep my promise. I will protect you. Xiaxing watched all this expressionlessly. A grown man crying like this. How useless. She tried to push him away, but he was like a human leech. No matter how many times you push me away, he sobbed, I will never leave you. He hugged her so tightly it felt as if he were squeezing her soul out of her body. She could only watch in anger and helplessness, utterly defeated. In the end, he cried even harder than she did. She leaned against his shoulder, a tiny, exhausted smile appearing at the corner of her lips. Really? I'm so touched. He held her tightly, his low, sincere voice sounding in the cold air. It has already been half an hour, he said, his arms tightening slightly. She could feel the warmth of his body, sharply contrasting with the cold anger surging in her heart. Don't worry, he promised, his violet eyes full of resolve, that faith both beautiful and irritating. Once that hateful demon lord was eliminated, he would take her back to Yuanming's sect and take care of her. His expression was so serious, so sincere, that he looked just like a hero from a storybook. He gently held her hand, as if trying to comfort her. Xiaxing had to force herself not to snort with laughter on the spot. Ha, what a joke. These stupid idiots, even if she was in her weakest state, could never kill her, the great demon queen. In her mind, a string of cute little chicks popped up with little puffing sounds, absurdly expressing her disdain. But just as her pride swelled, a loud and awkward rumble came from her tiny stomach. Yin Huaili's concerned gaze immediately fell on her. Was she hungry? He bent closer, a gentle smile passing over his handsome face, the corners of his eyes curving slightly. Night deepened, leaves rustling in the breeze, the sky behind them filled with stars. He decided they should find a place to spend the night, his voice soft. Soon, they settled into a quiet inn. Yin Huaili was already fast asleep, his breathing steady and deep. Xiaxing stared at him from under the quilt, her gaze gradually turning sharp and calculating. Finally asleep. This was her chance. She slipped out from under the covers like a cat, her little feet making almost no sound on the wooden floor. After one last glance back at the sleeping fool, she disappeared into the night. Her destination was the vast, dark emerald Kingfisher Mountain. The forest was immense and merciless. Damn it, this mountain is way too big. Her little legs ached, and she raised a hand to wipe a drop of sweat from her forehead. She no longer had any magic power to help herself. She had to find her ancestors' hiding place, and there was not much time left. Her mind raced as despair seized her bit by bit. Then a flash of inspiration struck. That was right. If ordinary magic would not work, she could still rely on bloodline arts. With renewed hope, she pricked her finger, and a tiny crimson bead of blood welled out. That drop of blood turned into a bright red thread, burrowing into the undergrowth like a living compass and trailing a faint glow through the night. It spun and danced, transforming into a radiant portal made of pure energy. Without hesitation, she stepped into the light and vanished from the mortal world, leaving the forest behind. She appeared in a breathtaking sacred land, where glowing stone pillars reached all the way to the heavens, leading toward a sky that seemed like the astral realm. It was astonishingly beautiful there, but she had no time to waste. She continued deeper into this sacred land. Upon a stone altar lay a legendary creature curled in sleep, a magnificent nine-tailed fox, its white fur like freshly fallen snow. As it slept, a powerful, ancient voice echoed through the forest clearing, demanding to know who dared disturb its sweet dreams. A huge smile bloomed across Xiaxieting's little face. Ancestor. The giant fox stirred, and one enormous fluffy tail lazily stretched out. It's me, Xiaxieting. She called out in a clear voice, ran forward, and buried her face in that luxurious fur. The fox's sharp red eyes softened. Ah, it's you, little baby Xiaxieting. It sniffed. Why was she covered in that cloying Taoist scent? The fox leaned closer and sniffed her curiously. How could she possibly smell that? Xiaxieting thought, her face burning with embarrassment. A whirlwind of purple energy burst forth, and the fox began to transform before her eyes. Ancestor, please help me, she pleaded anxiously. Wait, are you really several thousand years old? She blurted out, suddenly realizing it. When the light faded, the fox was gone. In its place stood an incomparably stunning woman with cascading white hair, delicate fox ears, and an otherworldly bearing. Xiaxieting quickly explained her predicament. She had simply woken up one day and become small. Her ancestor's originally calm expression suddenly sharpened. She knew what this was. It was the curse of the demon race. The curse of the demon race? Xiaxieting pressed, tugging at her ancestor's sleeve. You know what happened to me? Tell me. Her ancestor gave a sly smile and patted her own fluffy tail. Fine, but don't touch these. They're very expensive. Seeing Xiaxieting pout with tears in her eyes, she finally softened and began to tell the story. The tragedy of the demon race began tens of thousands of years ago, all because of their first ancestor. She was a woman of legendary beauty, of course, she added with a smug little smile, not quite as charming as herself. Xiaxieting rolled her eyes. You didn't have to mention that. Her ancestor cleared her throat, somewhat displeased at being interrupted. When their first ancestor was young, she met the heir of the Purple Firmament sect. The two were inseparable, and beneath flowering trees, they fell deeply in love, completely unaware of each other's true identity. But then war broke out and tore them apart. One could imagine their shock when they finally discovered the truth on a battlefield soaked in blood. The love in their eyes was replaced by the cold reality that they stood on opposing sides. In an instant, they became strangers. The Purple Firmament army attacked without end, and the demon army was battered and bloodied. To end the bloodshed, their ancestor Lu Fei infiltrated the enemy camp. That night, she found the sect master of the Purple Firmament sect, who was also her former lover, hoping to negotiate peace with him. He saw an opportunity and begged her to run away with him, to forget their duties and forget their respective worlds. Her heart felt as if it were being torn apart. She could not abandon her people. She could not abandon her responsibility. All she could do was ask for his forgiveness. Swallowed by turmoil and grief, their ancestor made a decision. She stole the sacred heaven-soaring stone from him, the source of his army's power. After losing it, the immortal sect army soon collapsed, and the sect master of the Purple Firmament sect died in the chaos that followed. Before his death, he placed a terrible curse upon the entire demon race. And that was how it became like this. Whenever one of them reached the age of 20,000, their magic power would vanish, and their body would regress into that of a child, too weak to contain their own immense demonic power. Her ancestor's golden eyes grew solemn as she warned her that if the curse was not broken soon, Xiaxieting would not merely fail to grow up. Her body would explode and she would die. Xiaxieting went cold all over. How do I break it? She stammered, clutching tightly at her ancestor's arm. The answer was the oldest cliché in all of history. A kiss of true love. Only her destined person could break the curse, and her destined person was the first person she saw after turning into a child. Yin Huaili's handsome face, his purple eyes, and his warm smile flashed through her mind. How could it be him? She screamed inwardly. Her ancestor found the situation amusing and chuckled. It's not that terrible, she said lazily. You only need to get one kiss. It's very easy. Easy? Xiaxieting was about to lose her mind. It's not easy at all. My destined person is the man who has been trying to kill me. Her ancestor merely smiled. It's no big deal. Don't worry, I'll teach you a few tricks. Xiaxieting's mind was in chaos. The fellow chasing her down to kill her was actually the only person who could save her. It was unbearably frustrating. Her gaze fell on the sleeping Yin Huaili, and a storm of contradiction rose in her heart. An image from a starry night flashed through her mind, his gentle voice offering her pastries. But the reality was that this handsome, upright man was sleeping soundly, with even a thread of drool at the corner of his mouth. This man was far too innocent and far too weak. How was she supposed to make him understand? Frustration surged up inside her, and she wrinkled her face irritably. But as she looked at his peaceful sleeping face, a strange warmth spread through her chest. She remembered the way he blushed, remembered how whenever she came close, his purple eyes would widen in surprise. A smug smile crept onto her lips. He must have fallen for her long ago, the fool. There was absolutely no mistake. Fine. She snorted and made up her mind. She could only try first. After taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. She bent over his sleeping body, her long hair brushing across his cheek, and gently placed a kiss on his forehead. A soft green glow spread from his body. It was the pulse of her demonic power. She waited, her heart pounding with anticipation. But nothing happened. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She stood up and checked again, but he was still just a sleeping man. The transformation had not taken effect at all. She let out an annoyed growl and glared at him in fury. She had actually thought he liked her. What a joke. He just lay there, completely unaware. Enough. She had had enough. You can't keep sleeping. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard. Wake up, she screamed furiously. He opened his eyes in a daze, rubbed away his sleepiness, and looked at her with a gentle, confused expression. Xiaxiating, why are you up so early? He mumbled, his voice still thick with sleep. Her mind flashed back to her ancestors' teachings, that wise nine-tailed fox spirit. The first step to making a man like you, her ancestor had instructed, is to act cute. No male creature in this world can resist a girl acting cute. The fox had said it with certainty, even tapping a pointer against a blackboard. Xiaxiating had taken careful notes at the time, determined to master this human art. She cleared her throat and suppressed her demonic pride. Am I cute? She struck a pose, pressing a finger to her cheek, but her face twisted into a sly and rather unsettling smile. Do you like this? His only reaction was pure, unadulterated concern. Xiaxiating, are you hurt somewhere? He asked worriedly, frowning. She completely ignored his question, her patience rapidly running out. Nonsense, she snapped, leaning in until the tips of their noses nearly touched. Just tell me, do you like me or not? He stared at her, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. Was she sick? He thought, or possessed. His hand instinctively reached toward her forehead, as if to check whether she had a fever. Her plan to act cute suffered a crushing defeat, as if a giant boulder of irritation had smashed down on her head. You're the one who's possessed, she muttered under her breath. Her thoughts flew back to that lesson again. Step 2, surprises. An unexpected surprise in ordinary life will excite them, and perhaps even move them to tears. Her fox ancestors' words echoed in her mind, and a new idea flashed through her. She cleared her throat again, a mischievous gleam rising in her eyes. Hey, I'll learn a new dance, she announced. His face immediately lit up like a child's on his birthday. A dance? He exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. You're gonna dance for me? I'm so excited. He looked at her full of anticipation, but she merely froze in place. Xiaxiating, he reminded her gently, aren't you going to dance? If we wait any longer, they'll be very easy to kill. He was practically trembling with anticipation. She took a deep breath and encouraged herself. It's just dancing, isn't it? She thought. To turn back, I can do it. She picked up a pole tied with a long red silk ribbon, gave it a graceful sweep, and began her performance. The crimson ribbon whirled through the air around her tiny body as she spun, leaped, and closed her eyes in concentration. The ribbon wove elegant patterns in the air. He watched with wide, shining eyes, completely captivated by her figure. But the instant her attention strayed, disaster descended. That ribbon was far too long for her current little body. It wrapped around her loop after loop, binding her until she could no longer move, and finally she fell to the ground wrapped in a bundle of red cloth. He hurried to her side, his face pale with panic, desperately trying to save her from this self-inflicted prison. Please, Xiaxiating. As he clumsily untied the knots, he pleaded, you really don't need to prepare any surprises. She could only scream inside her heart. Ancestor, you lied to me. If I ever listen to you again, may I be reborn in my next life as a lonely ghost in an empty mountain. With an angry roar, she finally struggled free and hurled that hateful ribbon to the other side of the room. Later, she soaked in warm bath water, sulking over her failure. What else could make him like her? If only she could just change back directly. She rested her arms on the edge of the wooden tub and let out an irritated sigh. Outside the door, he paced back and forth, anxiously rubbing his hands. Xiaxieting, he called, his voice full of worry. It's already been 4 hours. Are you done bathing? He was clearly afraid something had happened. Wait, she answered, but her voice was very weak. Suddenly, an intense heat pierced through her entire body. Her vision blurred, and the world before her swayed. What's going on? She thought, feeling dizzy and burning hot all over. She tried to stand, but her legs went weak, and she crashed heavily to the floor. Hearing the impact, he broke through the door without thinking and rushed inside. Xiaxieting, he shouted, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Are you all right? He rushed to her side, about to help up the little girl, but what he saw made him freeze violently in place. Lying on the floor was not the little girl he knew, but a petite woman. And Miss Begonia. Yin Huaili stammered, his voice almost a whisper. Why are you here? He stared at her adult form with wide eyes, unable to believe it. Miss Begonia, are you hurt? His voice trembled slightly. Had her injuries healed? He reached out, his hand hovering above her arm. Where did you go this time? She looked at him and noticed that the aura he gave off was different now, stronger than before. She lowered her head to look at her own body, and only then did shock finally hit her. She had changed back. In her shock, the simple cloth covering her slipped from her shoulder, revealing smooth, fair skin. His breath caught, his purple eyes suddenly widening, and a deep blush rapidly spread across his handsome face. He immediately turned around and covered his eyes with both hands, like a flustered young man at a loss. Miss Begonia, hurry and put something on. Hurry, he cried, his back stretched rigidly straight. An amused smile rose at the corners of her lips. This kid, she thought his panic and propriety were actually rather adorable. Only after she had dressed properly, changing into a stunning red dress, did he turn around, the blush still lingering on his face. Miss Begonia, why are you here? He asked again, his confusion obvious. This was her chance. Recovering her body this early was purely a coincidence, but it happened to be the perfect opportunity to carry out her plan. She only needed to make up a reason. She put on her most pitiful expression and began her story. Actually, I may have been following you all this time. She admitted softly, her tone sorrowful. When you were injured, I originally wanted to get medicine for you, but you had already left. She raised a hand to the corner of her eye, as if wiping away tears. I was so anxious that I searched everywhere for you. She continued. Later, after asking around, I finally found this place, so I temporarily started helping out at this inn. He looked utterly shocked, but Xiaxieting said you had already left. He murmured, struggling to digest this new information. Then a look of realization appeared on his face. Fine, xiaoxiaoting, he exclaimed, looking toward the empty bathing room. I was going to help her bathe. He explained, but she thought I was a fool and wouldn't let me help. She should be bathing right now. She drew closer to him, a tempting smile appearing on her lips. Young master, don't you want to ask why I followed you? She gently lifted his chin with her finger, forcing him to meet her gaze. Of course I do, he admitted, his voice trembling. Because you said some things to me before. She said softly, her voice like silk. I went through so much trouble to catch up with you just to get an answer. His mind flashed back to that day, when he had been bleeding and half-conscious. You must wait until I fully wake up. He had once pleaded with that apparition. I have so much I want to say to you. Promise me you won't leave. Remembering that nearly desperate confession, a wave of heat swept over him. Begonia, he called softly, his entire face turning completely red. So she had heard everything. He staggered back a step. She immediately followed, her smile bright and confident. If you want to confess to me, she said gently, you can say it now. His heart slammed violently against his ribs. This is it. She was so pleased she almost floated. Just like this, a confession and a kiss, and I'll succeed. She looked at him full of anticipation. But suddenly, his expression changed from shy embarrassment to panic. Wait, this isn't the time to talk about that. He blurted out, raising both hands defensively. I'm a little worried about Xiaxieting. I want to go check on her and make sure she's all right. He turned to leave, but she was faster. With a bang, her hand pressed against the door, blocking his path. Don't go, she ordered, her voice low and husky. He was trapped, her body blocking him against the doorframe. Your feelings for me. She looked into his eyes and asked, are they the kind I'm hoping for? He swallowed with difficulty, his gaze tangled with hers. I do have very strong feelings for you, he finally admitted, his voice barely audible. He took a trembling breath, and under her intense stare, his will gradually collapsed. When I first saw you, I was drawn to you, he confessed. But later, you disappeared, and I felt very disappointed. Her eyes widened slightly, and a trace of shock was quickly replaced by a dangerous gleam of victory. A predator-like smile slowly blossomed across her face. Then she said softly, her tone carrying an irresistible force, "You will definitely let me get what I want." His heart hammered fiercely against his ribs, his blush climbing all the way up his neck. Faced with her direct attack, he stammered, his mind almost short-circuiting. She was so close, rising onto her toes, her lips only a breath away from his. But just as she leaned closer, confusion rose in her heart. Why does this feel wrong? He was utterly flustered, his purple eyes full of panic as he called her name in a low voice. Miss Begonia, this wouldn't work. Frustration gnawed at her. Why had her magic power still not returned? Did she really have to kiss him directly? A new determination formed in her eyes. There was no time to keep playing. She raised her head, slid her palm up along his chest, and lightly lifted his chin with her fingertips, forcing him to meet her burning gaze. He was clearly very nervous, like a handsome statue on the verge of collapse. A sly smile rose on her lips as she slowly closed the distance. "What's the big deal?" she said softly. They clearly loved each other. She only wanted to get a little closer. His face was completely red as he stammered a protest, saying they were not married yet. So how could he? This was outrageous, truly infuriating. She thought, why is this man so restrained? She snorted impatiently and decided that no matter what, she was going to kiss him today. She leaned in again, ready to seize her prize, but in that instant, he vanished, leaving her to kiss empty air. He practically turned into an afterimage, racing away like a frightened rabbit while shouting back that he was going to find Xiaxiating. Begonia stood rooted in place, completely dumbfounded, a vein throbbing at her temple. This guy, she exploded inwardly. Why is he so shy? Meanwhile, Yin Huaili anxiously searched the room, peering behind the screen and then checking the bathing area. This is too strange, he thought, worry twisting into a knot in his stomach. Where could Xiaxiating have gone? He called her name again and again, his voice echoing through the empty room. Then he saw her. A tiny figure collapsed on the floor. Xiaxiating. His heart abruptly sank to the bottom. Outside, however, Begonia stood with her arms crossed, impatiently tapping her foot. What was she to him? Some monkey? Was he playing her like this? Yin Huaili rushed out, his face pale with panic. "Miss Begonia, where is Xiaxiating? Didn't you see her? She was bathing." She pretended to be innocent, shrugged, and claimed she did not know. She had still been here just now. She calmly suggested that people often got lost in the inn and that she could go downstairs to ask the staff. Yin Huaili's patience was already exhausted. He questioned the innkeeper, his voice sharp and accusatory, saying that he had already searched the entire inn but could not find her, and perhaps they had hidden her away. The innkeeper sneered, furious at this baseless accusation, and told him that if he had the ability, he should take these groundless charges to the authorities. Seeing the situation grow increasingly tense, Begonia hurriedly grabbed Yin Huaili's sleeve, trying to soothe him. She said Xiaxiating was just a playful, gluttonous child, and perhaps she had run off to the market on her own. Then she made a fatal slip. Wasn't she kidnapped last time? But didn't she come back safely in the end? He was simply too agitated and too panicked. Yin Huaili froze. The air suddenly became heavy and suffocating. His eyes, which had been full of worry, now sharpened with suspicion as they fixed on her. How did she know Xiaxiating had been kidnapped? Begonia's own eyes widened in terror as she realized she had made an enormous mistake. His mind raced. Something was wrong. Begonia and Xiaxiating had clearly only just met. How could she know so much about the kidnapping? A chill slowly climbed into his heart, and all the pieces began fitting together one by one in his mind. Come to think of it, he thought, his gaze gradually turning cold. Begonia and Xiaxiating had never appeared at the same time. Just as Yin Huaili's world was being completely overturned, far away, in a dark and ominous secret chamber, a sinister plot was brewing. A glowing pink orb pulsed with malicious energy, and a horned demon grinned, his eyes flashing. It had sensed her. He reported to his master that after many days of searching, they had finally sensed the demon queen's aura. That hateful Kong fan, with the help of that stupid snake, was probably already closing in on her. He urged his master, "When do we act?" Just then, a guard rushed in and knelt before the throne. The report said they had discovered traces of the Demon Queen near Cinnamon Laurel Mountain, and that a Yuanming sect cultivator was with her. A cruel smile curled at the Demon Lord's lips. That cultivator could not see her true power and was still searching for a child named Xiaxiating. So the Demon Queen was currently pretending to be a little girl. Better yet, her protector had no idea who she really was. The horned demon's grin widened and widened. "Brother," he said, "I have a brilliant idea, one that can capture her and doom her beyond redemption." Meanwhile, at the market, Begonia was trying to distract herself by flipping through books at a storybook stall, but her heart was already in complete chaos. "I'm so sick of this. What if I turn small again later? I have to think of something, and fast." Her anxious gaze swept across the crowd. At last, it landed on Yin Huaili. He turned to look at her, his expression somewhat strange, and asked, "What's wrong, Xiaxiating?" A chill ran through her. "Wait, why did he call me Xiaxiating? Is he suspecting me?" Forcing herself to give a cold snort, her heart pounding like a drum, she said, "Have you gone mad from missing that child? You even got my name wrong." She tried hard to look as if nothing had happened, closing her eyes as though deeply offended. He immediately panicked and corrected himself, apologizing again and again. "I only meant Lady Begonia. My head is full of Xiaxiating, so I called you by the wrong name." But his gaze was very sharp, fixed closely on her every movement. "Did I guess wrong?" he wondered. She quietly let out a breath of relief, but the handsome man beside her was no longer the simple cultivator she had thought he was. A little flustered, she grabbed a random book and began flipping through it. "He's getting harder and harder to deal with," she thought in alarm. "I thought he was already careless enough." Her eyes fell on an illustration in the book where a woman had fallen to the ground, weeping pitifully, while a man who looked both wretched and deeply affectionate bent down to kiss her. In an instant, her eyes lit up, and she came up with a brilliant and shameless idea. So there's a method like this. The human language is truly vast and profound. Thinking smugly, she timed it perfectly, suddenly cried out in pain, covered her mouth, and staggered dramatically to the ground. "Ah!" she cried, her body collapsing limply. Yin Huaili immediately rushed to her side, his eyes full of concern. "Are you all right, Lady Begonia?" She clutched her ankle, looked up at him, and tried her best to squeeze out her most pitiful, tearful gaze. "My foot," she sobbed. "It suddenly hurts so much." A flash of panic crossed Yin Huaili's handsome face, his brows tightly furrowed in genuine worry. What happened? Was she bitten by something? His heart pounded wildly in his chest as he watched this woman who looked so much like Xiaxiating lean against him, a strange tension filling the air. But just as he sank into confusion, she suddenly shoved him away with astonishing strength. Before he could even react, an extraordinarily beautiful woman with golden eyes and a noble bearing pressed down over him. Her eyes held both amusement and a predator's intent. With an elegant yet forceful hand, she pinned him down, refusing to let him get up. "Lady Begonia, what are you doing?" he stammered, his mind a complete mess as he could only look up at her. He could not make sense of it at all. She merely curved her lips in a smile, her fingers locking around his wrist with iron strength. She was Demon Queen Asura, foremost in all 6 realms. How could she possibly lose the upper hand in something as trivial as kissing? She had to be on top. He could forget about escaping. Her face drew closer and closer, her lips parting slightly, until it seemed as if the whole world contained only that tiny distance between them. But just as their lips were about to touch, a commotion rose from the street. What happened? How could there be such a disturbance, daring to interrupt the Demon Queen's grand plan? A vein twitched at her temple, and pure irritation flashed in her eyes. Yin Huaili was still pinned beneath her, desperately trying to stop her, his voice full of confusion as he asked whether she was Xiaxiating. High above, on a tree branch, the real Xiaxiating was crouching there precariously, watching the chaotic scene unfold. Who was this woman? What was going on? The imposter's face twisted in shock the moment she saw the real child. In her panic, Xiaxiating's foot slipped, and her tiny body slid off the branch, plummeting straight toward the ground. She was falling. Yin Huaili felt all the blood in his body turn cold, and a desperate shout tore from his throat. "Xiaxiating, watch out!" Demon Queen Begonia froze. Wait, this was strange. The child did not crash heavily to the ground. Instead, she landed with unbelievable lightness, her feet touching down without making so much as a sound. Her figure flashed, and she turned and ran. Begonia's eyes widened. That speed was absolutely not human. Where was this damned brat trying to lead them? A drop of cold sweat slid down her temple. Yin Huaili came panting after her and offered his brilliant deduction. Lady Begonia, her behavior is too abnormal. Perhaps she came into contact with something that makes people drowsy. The demon queen nearly choked on her rage. Your whole family is drowsy, you idiot. But she had to admit that the child was indeed bizarre. She had to see who was behind this carefully designed prank. They rushed into the moonlit forest, pursuing that tiny figure deeper and deeper into the shadows. As the distance between them narrowed, an ominous premonition prickled across Yin Huaili's skin. Something was wrong. He drew his sword, the cold blade offering a faint bit of comfort in the eerie silence. Xiaxing, is that you? He called cautiously. The child stopped and turned around. But just then, a cold voice rang out from the darkness. Loose the arrows. The little girl merely nodded lightly, so icy it sent a chill through them. The realization struck Yin Huaili's heart like a heavy blow. Damn it, she was fake. It was a trap. A rain of arrows tore through the air, aimed straight at them. Lady Begonia, be careful, he shouted, pushing her behind him. He cast a paper talisman forward, and dazzling golden light exploded around them, forming a protective barrier. Countless sharp arrows slammed hard into the shield, the sound deafening. Begonia narrowed her eyes. So it was that group of traitors again. She was glad Yin Huaili had talismans on him, but the light was already beginning to flicker and fade. Is that all he has? This thin sheet of paper can only last a moment. As the light weakened, several figures emerged from the darkness, wrapped in dense black demonic energy. One demon sneered, his voice full of contempt. Useless trash, wasting such a perfect opportunity. A surge of purple demonic energy rushed toward them. There were too many enemies. Yin Huaili's mind raced. He had to find a way to escape. He abruptly turned to face Begonia, his eyes burning with desperate resolve. Begonia, hold on to me. Before she could question this insane command, he pulled her tightly into his arms. Light flashed, the wind suddenly rose, and the two vanished from where they stood in an instant, leaving the demons staring at empty air. When the two reappeared elsewhere in the forest, Begonia clenched her teeth. Could this man be any more unreliable? He staggered, then collapsed miserably to the ground with a pitiful muffled grunt, groaning softly in pain. This is bad. She looked down and discovered that the teleportation branch in his hand had snapped. She knelt beside him, her anger temporarily replaced by worry. Lady Begonia, are you all right? Their brief respite ended all too quickly. A new figure stepped out from the shadows, his voice low and dangerous. He had not expected Tang Xiao, who despised humans, to get involved with the Yuanming sect cultivator. But it did not matter. Today, he would send this pair of lovebirds to the grave together. He hoisted a terrifying wolf-tooth club, its heavy weight promising a brutal end. With a grunt, he hurled the weapon straight at her. Yin Huaili's eyes flew wide open, reflecting the deadly cold gleam flying toward them. Look out, he shouted desperately, violently pushing her out of the path of destruction. The wolf-tooth club struck him, and the horrific sound of bone and flesh shattering rang out as it embedded deep in his shoulder. Pure agony tore from his lips in a scream. Yin Huaili, Begonia's scream echoed through the forest, her face full of terror. The masked demon clicked his tongue impatiently. Damn it, that man actually blocked it. He lifted another wolf-tooth club, preparing to finish things completely. He smiled darkly, looking down at her fallen figure on the ground. Tang Xiao. After not seeing her for so many days, he had not expected her to become this weak. The demon slowly drifted down, his oppressive presence suffocating. Who are you? She demanded, her voice trembling slightly with a mix of fear and fury. The man stood before her, his expression behind the mask impossible to see beneath the pale moonlight. She looked up, her breath catching as shocked recognition flashed in her eyes. Yin Hua. In this world where demons and gods coexisted, a handsome man with captivating purple eyes had once held a small, precious girl, his expression carrying a sly wink, as if promising both danger and protection. But reality was far darker than that image. Those beautiful eyes of his were now tightly shut in pain, silently proving the cruelty of this battle. A question hung heavily in the air. Who exactly was this man? Why did he address the revered Lady Begonia so intimately as Xiao Xiao? Just then, a dangerous figure wearing a pure white mask appeared, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Facing the young girl, his voice was as low as a venomous snake's hiss as he asked a cold question brimming with malice. Did she truly understand the consequences of what she had done? Xiaxing turned her head, her delicate profile illuminated by moonlight. There was no fear in her golden eyes, only cold and unyielding resolve. The masked man's lips, hidden beneath his disguise, twisted into a cruel smile. Oh, of course he knew the consequences, and he had long been awaiting this moment with a torturer's delight. With a flick of his wrist, a terrifying spiked weapon appeared out of thin air, burning with roaring flames that displayed his deadly power. A cruel sneer hung at his lips. Her end was near. "It's over," he declared, swinging that flame-wreathed instrument of death. The weapon shot through the air like a meteor, smashing straight toward the little girl frozen in place. Xiaxing's eyes widened in extreme terror, her body pinned motionless by the suffocating pressure of the attack. A desperate shout tore through the night. "Xiaxing, get out of the way!" Yin Huaili cried in horror, his face twisted with panic, a thread of blood seeping from his lips. Though grievously injured, he still threw himself into the battle. But she could not move. Xiaxing clenched her teeth as despair surged over her like a tide. If she dodged, the strike would hit Yin Huaili directly, and in his current weakened state, he would undoubtedly die. In that instant, Yin Huaili made his choice. He no longer cared whether she was Lady Begonia or the mysterious Xiaxing. He would never allow her to be harmed. His fingers swiftly formed a complex hand seal, summoning the last of his remaining strength. A dazzling blue light erupted from his palm, meeting the incoming flaming attack and dispersing it with an ear-splitting shriek. The masked man stared at the scene in disbelief. Why isn't he dead yet? He gritted out inwardly. How could someone so badly injured still block an attack like that? The eyes visible behind the mask blazed with blood-red fury. Suddenly, a faint hissing sound drew his attention. He whipped his head around, a trace of unease piercing through his rage. A thick purple serpent shadow coiled up from the forest floor, flickering with an illusory, ghostly light. Cold sweat broke out on the masked man's forehead. That was Kong Fan's snake, which meant that the terrifying demon lord himself was nearby. He had to flee at once. After the attacker vanished into the night, Xiaxing rushed to Yin Huaili's side and watched as he collapsed from exhausting his strength. His face was pale, his breathing weak, and his injuries extremely severe. Urgency seized her. She had to return to her original body as soon as possible so she could heal him. Bending over his motionless form, she knew there was now only one way to save him. She was finally going to get that kiss. With a trace of determination, she thought, he had better not disappoint me. She gently cupped his face and pressed her lips to his, beginning the possession ritual. The world seemed to hold its breath in that soft and fleeting moment. But when she pulled away, nothing had changed. She was still inside this body. An angry flush climbed all the way up her neck. This damn man. He said he liked her, but it was all lies. Possession would only take effect when both people loved each other. The demon queen within her roared with shame and fury. She was going to kill him. She really was going to kill him. She would kill him as soon as he woke up. Just then, shouts broke the silence. "Search!" a voice outside ordered. The demon lord's people were closing in. They had already arrived. A familiar little purple creature slithered to the side of her boot. It hissed softly. Her eyes lit up, and she let out a breath of relief. It was Kong Fan. The little snake's spirit lifted its head to look at her, its enormous eyes brimming with tears, so overjoyed at finally finding her that it was about to cry. It said its master would arrive very soon. Kong Fan's gaze then fell on the unconscious man on the ground, and it tilted its head in confusion. Who was this man? It wondered. Xiaxeting broke out in cold sweat. She still could not return to the demon realm, at least not before possessing her original body again. First, she had to take Yin Huaili and escape from them. She adopted her most dignified tone and ordered Kong Fan, saying that she needed to recuperate and heal this man as well. She told the little snake to guard the door and convey her command. Capture the traitor Yin Hua and punish him according to clan law. Kong Fan immediately lowered its head, obeying the queen's command. Outside a remote little hut, the moonlight stretched the shadows of the trees long across the ground. A tall figure descended from the sky, silver hair flowing behind him like a river of moonlight. The traitorous masked man hiding in the tree instantly froze in fright. Kong Fan had already arrived, and now the true demon lord was here as well. The air around him crackled with power. News had already reached him. Tang Xiaoxiao's demonic power was unstable, and she had to be brought back immediately. His subordinate knelt before him, head lowered deeply. "My lord," the escort came too late. He stammered out the grave news. "Master, Prince Yin Hua has betrayed her." The demon lord's sharp blue eyes narrowed dangerously. "Why are you here?" he questioned, his voice lowered almost to a whisper. "Where is Yin Hua?" The subordinate explained that Yin Hua had sensed the demon queen's weakened power while in the demon palace, so he had rushed over to find her. The demon lord strode toward the little hut, his gaze falling on his own motionless people lying on the ground. Clearly, they had all been defeated. He called to them, but there was no response. He pushed the door open and entered, only to find the room empty, with nothing but a chilling patch of blood on the floor. His heart clenched fiercely. She was gone. At the same time, deep within the moonlit forest, Xiaxeting struggled forward. She had made a simple sled out of a wooden plank and was dragging the unconscious Huaili behind her. It was lucky she had found this wooden plank. Otherwise, she would not have been able to move him at all. He let out a low groan of pain, and she immediately stopped, her heart aching with worry. She lightly touched his forehead, her voice so low it was nearly desperate. "Yin Huaili, hold on." He looked far too miserable, his brows tightly knitted in pain. That damned Yin Hua had been so ruthless. She knew he needed Yuanming's life force to recover, but that was at distant Radiant Flame Mountain. How could she possibly make it in time? A determined light gathered in her eyes. It seemed there was only one way left. She had to summon an array with demonic blood. Without hesitation, she bit her finger, squeezed out a drop of crimson blood, and began drawing a complex, glowing sigil on the ground. It was a powerful teleportation array. She poured her strength into it and muttered a typically haughty threat under her breath. "Yin Huaili, I've gone this far for you. If you still don't fall in love with me after this, I'll kill you." The array erupted with brilliant rose gold light, lifting the wooden sled into the air. Energy spun around him, and Yin Huaili's eyelashes trembled. "Shao!" he murmured, his voice barely audible, as those stunning purple eyes slowly opened. His gaze focused on her face. Xiaxeting's heart leapt with joy. "You're awake," she cried, bending close to him. He weakly raised a hand to his forehead, his expression clouded by confusion. What are you doing?" he asked, noticing that she had hidden one hand behind her back. For the first time, a gentle and genuine smile appeared at the corners of her lips. She bent down, wrapped her arms around him, and gave him a warm embrace. The teleportation array grew brighter and brighter around them. "Sending you home," she whispered softly. Beneath the curtain of the moonless night, two oppressive figures stood outside a ruined little hut, the air filled with unspoken hostility. A poisonous smile slowly appeared on the handsome face of the snake demon Yin Hua, malice flickering in his eyes. He questioned whether her highness was truly inside the hut, or whether the man before him had hidden her away. This was a blatant and deliberate provocation. Tang One, cloaked in black, stiffened slightly, but a dangerous aura began to spread from him. "What do you mean by that?" he asked in a low voice, like the growl of a beast. Yin Hua merely chuckled, and the snake coiled around his shoulder hissed along with him. He claimed he was only worried about her highness. Now that the true heir had appeared, the phoenix token naturally ought to be returned to its rightful owner. Was that not so? The These words were undoubtedly a direct challenge to Tang Wen's authority. But Tang Wen simply turned away, his silent back dismissing him more powerfully than any rebuttal. When Her Highness returned, he would personally return the token to her. There was no need for a vile creature like Yin Hua to concern himself. After Yin Hua finally left, Tang Wen's thoughts raced. That fool, Yin Hua, was a problem, and he also knew very well that Tang Xiaoxiao had already begun to suspect him. He had to find a way to seize power, and quickly, before everything fell apart. The scene shifted to the vast, sunlit grounds of the immortal sect, forming a stark contrast with those dark dealings in the night. A disciple was on patrol when he suddenly saw two figures walking toward him, one of them leaning almost entirely on the other. His gaze sharpened, and he swiftly drew his sword. The clear ring of the blade echoed through the quiet courtyard. "Who goes there?" When the two came closer, his entire body froze. It was the breathtakingly beautiful Lady Begonia, supporting the pale and gravely wounded Yin Huaili. Huaili clutched his side, his face twisted with intense pain. The disciple's hostility instantly turned into pure panic. "Senior brother," he shouted. Xiaoxiang, who could disguise herself as the dignified Miss Begonia, had no mind for pleasantries. Her movements were so quick they completely belied her fragile appearance. She snatched the sword from his hand, a fierce blaze burning in her eyes. Her companion was suffering terribly, and this was the welcome they received. She strode past the stunned disciple, her voice as cold as ice. "I'm going to report this to the masters right now." The young man could only stare blankly as she left, his neck slowly flushing deep red, his heart pounding wildly because of this encounter. Inside, Xiaoxiang was performing the most brilliant act of her life for an elder. While he was injured by the demonic cult, the old man asked with a frown, his face full of worry. Xiaoxiang's shoulders trembled, false tears welling in her eyes. Choking up, she whispered, "It's all my fault. He did it to protect me." The master patted her hand comfortingly, feeling pity for this poor girl, and told her not to worry. He had already transferred true qi into Yin Huaili's body and given him medicine. He would wake up in half a day. Then his gaze grew curious. "Huaili and you, Miss Begonia, are partners." Xiaoxiang seized the chance, her expression instantly turning extremely solemn. "I am Huaili's Dao companion." Her tone was firm and unwavering. Inside, however, she was laughing wildly. This was revenge for him, previously saying she was his wife. The warm and hospitable master offered to prepare a guest room for her next to Huaili's, but Xiaoxiang casually waved a hand, a saintly smile passing over her lips. "No need," she said lightly. "Huaili and I can sleep in the same room." A plan so bold, it was almost brilliant flicker in her eyes. After all, in the next few days, she had to obtain true love's kiss. The master's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "What?" She innocently explained that if they cultivated together, he should recover faster. The poor elder's mind instantly became a mess, his face turning a color that did not exist in nature. Dual cultivation? Mission complete. Xiaoxiang politely bowed and took her leave, leaving only the master, shocked beyond composure, to wrestle with his thoughts alone. The old man clutched his head, trying to calm his wildly pounding heart. "It's fine. Huaili is still injured, so surely." But behind the tightly closed door of Huaili's room, an evil, smug smile bloomed on Xiaoxiang's face. "Yin Huaili, you deceived me first," she thought, "so don't blame me for using underhanded methods." A faint scream came from outside, but she paid it no mind. When Huaili finally woke, his head was splitting and his robe was still open, revealing a perfectly sculpted expanse of chest. "What is all this?" he groaned, only to see Xiaoxiang sitting by the bed in sleepwear. He had not even called her over. He hurriedly clutched his lapel, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. "No, why'd you take off my clothes? Our relationship isn't that intimate yet, is it?" Xiaoxiang merely raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on her lips. "Oh, so now you know our relationship isn't intimate? Then who was the one who kept insisting on sleeping in the same room with me before?" Huaili was completely dumbfounded. This was wrong. He had only just woken up, but Xiaoxiang's joking expression suddenly vanished. She grabbed his wrist with astonishing strength, her golden eyes bearing straight down on him. "You deceived me for so long. Don't you think you owe me an explanation, Miss Begonia?" The deception had already been exposed. She shoved him back on the bed and pinned him there with her intense gaze. "Or should I call you Tang Xiaoxiao?" His eyes widened in shock. She leaned closer, her voice extremely low. What must happen will happen. He asked why she knew so much about the demon realm. A shadow passed over her face, her gaze growing distant. Because, she admitted, I was once abducted into the demon realm by Yin Huaili. What? The single word burst from Yin Huaili's mouth. His expression was full of horror and disbelief, unable to even imagine it. Xiaxing drew a trembling breath, preparing to invent an earth-shattering story. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough. Tears welled in her eyes as she described how she had once had an ordinary pair of loving parents, only for them to die tragically in a great fire that swallowed an entire town. At the word fire, Huaili's breath caught. She continued recounting this heartbreaking experience, describing how Yin Hua had captured and tortured young women, using them for strange and cruel research. Huaili's face grew darker and darker. Thinking of the suffering she had once endured, his heart throbbed with pain. That vile monster. She explained that she had been injured while escaping, and after waking up, she met him. Huaili finally pieced everything together. So it was demonic magic that made her shift back and forth between a child's body and her adult appearance. His voice was full of concern. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiaxing sighed, lowered her eyes, and revealed a vulnerable look. She was afraid he would treat her as a monster. So how could she dare tell him the truth? Huaili's sorrow turned into righteous fury. He clenched his fists, his bare chest rising and falling. Demons truly are cunning. Xiaxing, I will kill the demon lord and restore peace to the world. Xiaxing looked at him wordlessly. She was talking about Yin Hua. So why had he suddenly dragged the demon lord into this? He then declared that since the demon lord was currently missing, this was the perfect chance to attack the demon realm, and he had to report the matter to the masters at once. Xiaxing calmly fanned herself. Perhaps before making such grand declarations, he ought to put on his clothes first. Huaili looked down, and his entire face instantly turned so red it seemed about to explode. In a panic, he covered his chest. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, he stammered. A while later, both of them were properly dressed as they walked through the unusually empty sect courtyard. Why is it so empty? Xiaxing asked. Huaili's expression was grave. It was all the demon's fault, he explained. They had locked everyone up. Xiaxing snorted disdainfully. Clearly, it was because the disciples of their sect were too weak. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Senior brother. An elder was hurrying toward them with a sword in hand, his face full of urgency. In this immortal palace world of jeweled towers and jade halls, our handsome cultivator Yin Huaili could not help tugging playfully at the petite, adorable girl beside him, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes, while she lifted her innocent wide eyes to look up at him. The scene shifted to a peaceful courtyard, where Huaili's master, a kindly elder, looked at him with great relief. Huaili, you're finally awake, he called warmly, his voice full of affection. The old man secretly sighed in his heart. After gaining a Tao companion, this child's complexion really had improved quite a bit. But Huaili had always been diligent and proper. He bowed respectfully and reported that he had an important matter to tell his master. His master waved a hand, his tone turning into gentle reproach. You brat, what could be more important than recovering from your injuries? He insisted that Huaili stay and remain with his Tao companion until he had fully recovered. His master patted his shoulder reassuringly, but Yin Huaili froze in place. Tao companion? His mind was a mess, as if 1,000 question marks were floating around that shocked, rounded face. Just then, our demon queen stepped forward with a sweet, harmless smile on her face and said to his master, Master, don't worry. I will take good care of Huaili, she promised, her voice as sweet as honey. Huaili could only stand there blankly, caught between his master's misunderstanding and her confident declaration. In her heart, however, the demon queen sneered. She had falsely claimed to be his wife, and he had also lied to others by saying she was his companion. Now, they were even, so she could let him off this time. Besides, she had more important matters to discuss. She moved closer to Huaili, so close that a faint blush rose on his cheeks, then went straight to the point. Master, I went to the demon realm, she began, her expression turning extremely serious. And I heard news that the demon lord is missing and the demon realm is in chaos, she said, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Now is the best time for us to attack. All color instantly drained from his master's face, leaving it full of worry. You went to the demon realm? When? He pressed, his voice trembling slightly. She merely told him not to talk nonsense, leaving Huaili standing there, unbearably awkward. But their conversation was soon interrupted by the arrival of other disciples, all of whom wore dissatisfied expressions. One of them stepped forward, his voice full of mockery. He questioned Yin Huaili. Yin Huaili, the last time our sect fought the demon race in a bloody battle, we already suffered heavy losses. Do you still want to send even more senior and junior brothers to their deaths? The master hurriedly tried to mediate, urging everyone to calm down and saying that Huaili also meant well. But the resentful disciple was not finished. Meant well. You say the demon queen is missing. Do you have proof? Huaili admitted that he had only heard it from a conversation between demons, but he added that the demon race was indeed searching for their ruler, and that he also had a portrait obtained from the demon realm as evidence. With a graceful flourish, he took out a scroll. Everyone leaned in to look, only to see a ridiculously crude, huge, ugly, purple-skinned monster with horns drawn on it. The demon queen's face twisted almost out of control. Who is this ugly thing? Am I that ugly? Those damn demon painters should all be dismissed, executed by the demon lord himself. The other disciples immediately burst in a mocking laughter. You're using a portrait as evidence? What a joke. They sneered, questioning how someone with such poor aptitude had even been accepted into the sect. One of them said with a cold laugh that since senior brother Huang, he had no proof, they might as well send him back to the demon realm alone and let him continue investigating properly. The air suddenly turned cold. The demon queen's golden eyes narrowed into slits. These fools were truly tired of living, daring to bully her person right in front of her. Almost imperceptibly, she stomped one foot on the ground. A powerful tremor suddenly swept through the courtyard. The mocking disciples cried out in alarm, flailing their arms and legs as they lost their balance, toppling to the ground one after another like bowling pins. Senior brother, why can't you even stand steadily? One of them whimpered, bewildered and wrong. The demon queen put on an innocent, pure mask and sweetly told everyone to stay calm, that everyone should love one another. But her eyes, burning with cold fire, stared fixedly at the disciples fallen on the ground. Your rank is so low, yet you still dare bully Yin Huaili. You really shouldn't be courting death like this, she thought, a dangerous smile rising to her lips. Huaili watched all this happen, a trace of disappointment passing over his handsome face. He turned away from the chaos and left, his posture stiff. Master, I'll take my leave first. His voice held no emotion. The demon queen watched his departing back, and for one instant, her smug expression wavered. He stopped, his shoulders tense, and began to turn toward her. His lips parted slightly, as if he were about to say something that could change everything. Splash! The calm surface of the lotus pond shattered. Her beautiful long hair spread through the water like golden silk, while her body sank into the pond's icy embrace. Her consciousness was fading, but a triumphant thought pierced through the fog. Success. Her plan had worked perfectly. Now all she needed was for him to save her and treat this as a life-or-death situation. But a terrifying, unnatural chill seeped into her bones, a coldness that had nothing to do with the pond water. Her lashes trembled shut, and in the suffocating darkness, she hugged herself tightly, shaking violently. What was going on? An urgent yet familiar voice was calling her name. Xiaxiating. A hand reached toward her through the murky depths, like a lifeline in the abyss. From his perspective, panic almost drowned out everything. Damn it, Xiaxiating had fainted. He could not let her die here. He lunged forward, his powerful hand grabbing her slender wrist. With a hard pull, he drew her limp body into his arms, his eyes full of intense protectiveness. There was no time to think, only to act. He tilted her head back, pressed his lips to hers, and transferred breath back into her body. Their hands clasped together in the silent, surging water. With a tremendous splash, he burst out of the water, holding her fragile body, as if holding a precious treasure. He emerged from the lotus pond, his robes soaked through and clinging to his sculpted, upright body, his expression cold and determined. He strode onto the stone path, leaving the tranquil water behind. Every step was filled with urgency as he carried her away from the pond. The once peaceful lotus garden had now become the scene of a thrilling rescue. Not long after, she lay on a warm bed, safe inside a grand residence. The handsome Yin Huaili held her wrist, brows tightly furrowed, anxiously taking her pulse. Beside him, a respected old man stroked his beard, his expression grave. "There seems to be a demonic energy rampaging inside Miss Begonia's body," he said in a low voice. Yin Huaili's eyes were full of suffocating anxiety as he looked intently at his master. Xiaxing had been injured by demons and had not recovered yet. Was there any way to resolve it? His master sighed. That demonic energy was extremely tyrannical and might cause harmful backlash. He had thought of someone who might be able to help, but his words gradually trailed off, and he fell into deep, worried thought. Elsewhere, beneath the pale moonlight, the world of demons also began to stir. A small purple snake slithered and hissed, reporting to its master, "Master, Her Highness's power has disappeared again." Yet the dangerous, handsome demon man with striking markings on his face did not panic. "No matter," he said softly while stroking the snake's head. "Her Highness will not be in danger." But his calm was shattered when two figures appeared before him. The horned demon questioned why they had been summoned here. Before Yin Hua could answer, another man with sharp blue eyes spoke in an icy, authoritative voice. He was conveying Her Highness's direct order: arrest the traitor Yin Hua, without mistake. Yin Hua's golden eyes widened in shock. In an instant, demon soldiers emerged from the shadows, blades drawn. "Don't move," they ordered. Ling Jiao and his companion were completely surrounded, trapped in a desperate situation. Ling Jiao's face turned pale as he stammered in terror. "We've been exposed." A crisp slap rang through the tense silence as his companion struck him across the face. "You..." Ling Jiao clutched his aching cheek, incoherent. The man's purple eyes were cold and calculating. Kong Fan had planned for this long ago. For now, they should play along, pretend to accept punishment, and later find a chance to escape. His movements were swift and decisive as he knocked Ling Jiao unconscious in one blow. The horned demon collapsed to the ground. He stood beside the fallen figure, the very picture of calm betrayal. Back at Yuanming's sect, Xiaxing's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Where was this? Her mind was foggy, with only one memory clear and sharp. She had fallen into the water. She turned her head and found herself nestled beside the warm, sleeping Yin Huaili. Her first drowsy reaction was that this man was actually rather good-looking up close. Without thinking, she reached out, her fingertips brushing through his smooth hair. But immediately after, an astonishing fact struck her like thunder. She lowered her head and looked at her hands, small, delicate, completely like a child's. She had turned into a child. Just then, the old man walked in carrying a tray with a bowl of soup on it. Beaming, he said he had brought food for the two of them, then asked how Miss Begonia was doing. He froze abruptly in place, his jaw nearly dropping, his eyes wide and round. His gaze landed on the little girl sitting on his disciple's bed, her innocent wide eyes open. Then he suddenly turned around, a trembling finger pointing straight at Huaili. "Yin Huaili, you unfilial disciple, where exactly did you get this illegitimate daughter from?" The interrogation came swiftly and severely. Huaili stood before his seated master, trying hard to look as innocent as possible while inventing an utterly absurd lie. "This child was accidentally born a few years ago," he began. "She has always been raised by Miss Begonia. After Miss Begonia woke yesterday, she went out to search for the legendary fairy Zhen Shu to heal her injuries." His master narrowed his eyes, his face full of suspicion. "Yes, master," Huaili confirmed, lowering his head respectfully. Inside, however, he was already crying rivers of tears. He was sorry to his master. He had not meant to lie, and he would definitely make amends properly in the future. Xiaxing watched from the side, completely unmoved. This guy's acting was actually pretty good. But she had only one question. Who was this fairy Zhen Shu? His master immediately exploded in righteous indignation. "Huaili, I never expected that someone who looks as honest and upright as you would turn out to be a scumbag." He declared that being able to have Miss Begonia stay by his side was a blessing Huaili must have cultivated for over several lifetimes. "Master, I had a reason for doing this," Huaili pleaded, but the old man merely covered his ears and shouted that he was not listening. Another disciple took in the entire scene, malice flashing in his eyes. Xiaxing only puffed out her cheeks, as if surrounded by a flock of imaginary angry chicks. Another disciple, Huarun, decided to rub salt into the wound. Master is right, he interjected with a cold smile. I actually think this child isn't close to Huaili at all. She hasn't even called him father. Perhaps, he suggested maliciously, Huaili's so-called Tao companion had a child with another man, then dumped the responsibility onto him. Huaili was horrified. How is that possible? This really is my and Xiaoxiating's child, he stammered, his face flushed bright red. Huaren's sneer deepened. Oh, if you're so sure, then why not have her call you daddy and see whether she acknowledges you? Xiaoxiating's sweet expression instantly chilled into a glare. Oh, she certainly had something to say. By his logic, if she called someone daddy, that person became her father. So if she called him an unfilial son, would he become one? She asked sarcastically. Huaren was utterly speechless, his face flushing splendidly. You. The master coughed heavily, trying to dispel the awkward atmosphere. Ahem. Stop embarrassing yourself here. I still have matters to discuss with Huaili. You may withdraw first. Yes, master. Huaili answered with his head lowered. His master turned to Huaili, his tone softening slightly. Huaren has always spoken without restraint. Don't take his words to heart. This disciple will not, master, Huaili assured him. Then he changed the subject, a firm purpose reigniting in his voice. But this disciple would like to ask, what does master think of my proposal to attack the demon realm? He solemnly cupped his fists and bowed. His master's expression darkened. This child was far too forceful. He sighed inwardly. He patiently explained his position. Huaili, I know what you're thinking. It isn't that I'm unwilling, but that I cannot. Ever since the sect master was captured, our strength has declined. I don't dare risk taking in new disciples, nor do I dare rashly start a war. But now the situation is favorable. If we don't seize this chance, Yin Huaili argued, a determined light burning in his purple eyes. Enough. His master interrupted him, his voice firm and unquestionable. There is no need to discuss this further. He leaned back in his chair, his authority absolute, leaving no room for argument. Yin Huaili fell silent, his shoulders slumping slightly as if he had conceded defeat. But his resolve did not waver. This disciple understands, he said, his voice very soft, yet steady. Since the evidence I obtained is still not convincing enough, this disciple is willing to go to the demon realm again to investigate. His profile was carved with unshakable determination. The tranquil mountains were as beautiful as a lie, concealing the tense conversation unfolding within this grand residence. Xiaoxiating's adorable rabbit ears trembled gently with curiosity. She hid behind a pillar and poked her head out, trying to overhear snippets of the adults' serious conversation. A gentle hand suddenly patted her head, and a kindly voice scolded her, saying children should not eavesdrop. She immediately puffed out her cheeks, looking adorably wronged, silently insisting that she had no interest at all in their boring conversation. The old master's voice was grave as he warned the handsome Yin Huaili that the demon realm was a dangerous place, and that he had to be careful. Then his gaze softened and fell on the little girl, reminding his disciple that he had to take good care of Miss Tang. Right now, she was clearly a child lacking fatherly love and should have been properly raised. As his prized disciple, how could he be so irresponsible? He reproached him with gentle concern. A warm, knowing smile rose at the corners of Yin Huaili's perfect lips. He lowered his head in a bow and assured his master that he understood completely. But the old master had not finished speaking, and his expression became stern once more. Before doing anything, Yin Huaili had to remember his new identity. He was a man with a family now, and recklessness was a luxury he could no longer afford. Yin Huaili stood tall and jade-like, his handsome face filled with resolve. Hidden in the shadows, Xiaoxiating watched him place a reassuring hand on his master's arm, his voice steady, like a calming medicine. Rest assured, master, he promised, his amethyst eyes shining with confidence. This disciple will not let anything happen. A breeze gently brushed through the treetops, as though even it had breathed a sigh of relief after this difficult conversation ended. Dappled sunlight scattered across the path as they began their journey, walking side by side. The tall, elegant Yin Huaili and the tiny Tang Xiao Xiao looked like a strange pair. He sighed softly and revealed that his master had once told him the legendary fairy Jun Shu lived in seclusion in these mountains, but he did not know how to summon her to cure her condition. Xiaxing bit into an apple in dissatisfaction, thinking that if he had cooperated a little earlier, her illness would have been cured long ago. She blinked her large, bright eyes and innocently looked up to ask him if he really intended to go to the dangerous demon realm just to save his sect leader. He looked down at her, a teasing smile on his lips, and asked jokingly if she was trying to persuade him not to go. Then he began lecturing her, saying that with her current abilities, she was no match for even the weakest Asura demon, let alone the demon lords who controlled fairy Jinshu. By then, forget curing her illness. It was more likely that even her vital essence would be taken away. Xiaxing gave a huge yawn, completely unconcerned. Then he gently scolded her again for taking the apple without permission, reminding her that such behavior was no different from stealing. She finally could not stand it anymore. She stomped her foot and told him to shut up, saying he was far too pedantic. She grabbed his hand and pulled him forward, declaring that since they were looking for someone, they should hurry up and set out. Yin Huaili's composure instantly collapsed into a comically tearful expression as he murmured to himself, wondering who was more like Tang Xiao, Xiaxing or Miss Begonia. The blazing sun mercilessly scorched the earth, and soon both of them were gasping for breath, so hot their tongues were almost hanging out. An apple core was forgotten in the grass behind them. A moment later, Xiaxing's eyes widened. Wait, wasn't that the apple she had thrown away earlier? A chill swept through Yin Huaili's heart as he realized a terrifying fact. They had walked in a complete circle and returned to where they started. A clear unease spread between them. A lone blackbird on a branch let out a piercing cry, as if ordering the suddenly eerie forest to remain silent. Xiaxing's senses instantly went on high alert. Yin Huaili called her over, his voice tight with tension. He pointed at a stream, its surface unnaturally still, and warned her that this was not a living spring, but an illusion meant to deceive the eye. As the two of them stood by the water, a nearby stone tablet suddenly burst forth with suffocating pressure. Dark, sinister shadows began to seep from the stone, slithering along the ground toward them like hungry snakes. What is going on? Xiaxing's heart pounded wildly in her chest. He immediately stepped in front of her, his handsome face solemn, as red and black miasmas swallowed everything around them. This is bad, he thought. What kind of place is this? From the depths of the shadows, a monstrous claw reached out. Immediately afterward, a terrifying figure appeared, its blood-red eyes gleaming as if foretelling a painful death. In the next instant, a swarm of wailing dead souls surged out, their faces twisted by eternal torment, their screams merging into a symphony of rage. "It's you!" they shrieked in unison. "You killed us. Give it back." Their voices echoed. "Give me back my life." Yin Huaili cried out in pain and clutched his chest as a burning agony tore through his heart. He closed his eyes in anguish, trapped in a terrible illusion of the past. Xiaxing immediately understood that this place was a land of despair, crowded with resentful spirits, and they had to escape. Intense fear seized her. She only wanted to go home, to break free from this nightmare. The ghosts swarmed around Yin Huaili, their whispers corroding his mind like poison. "Why did you kill me? Why?" He was completely lost in their illusion. She reached out to grab him and shouted his name, trying to pull him back from the edge of collapse. Suddenly, an ancient, sharp new voice echoed all around them. "If you don't want anything to happen to him, you had better not touch him for now." "Who's there?" Xiaxing demanded, whipping around. Amid the churning dark energy stood an old woman with snow-white hair, a cruel, knowing sneer on her face. "Did you really think," she mocked, "that after stealing my vital essence, I would not recognize you?" Xiaxing's eyes widened in shock. "You're fairy Jinshu?" She sucked in a breath. Then she quickly recovered and retorted that surely a fairy would not be so petty as to get angry over the words of a child. The old woman let out a dry, hoarse chuckle. It was not that she could not understand. She mused only that it was strange. How could a little child like Xiaxing escape an illusion forged from a million wrong souls? Her gaze sharpened with suspicion. Could this child be not an immortal? But she immediately denied the thought with a cold laugh, deciding that Xiaxieting was nothing more than a sorcerer, the kind of being that deserved to be cursed at and beaten. Xiaxieting's mind spun rapidly. Stay calm, she told herself. This might be a test. She put on a brave front and asked innocently whether the great fairy had mistaken her for someone else, because of course she was no sorcerer. Zhenshu scoffed at her arrogant words, and restless red energy began crackling around her hands. This is bad, Xiaxieting thought, her eyes widening in vigilance. In just an instant, the fairy grabbed her long rabbit ears. Let go of me, you old thing, she screamed, struggling violently, but the fairy suddenly froze, her eyes filled with disbelief. This 100-ghost illusion should only have been ineffective against demons. Yet this child, who had no demonic power and no killing aura, was completely unaffected. How is that possible? The fairy released her and looked at her in confusion. Xiaxieting landed on the ground and secretly let out a breath of relief. Luckily, she had lost her power when she was reborn, or this old monster would definitely have captured her long ago. She changed tactics and urgently pointed toward the tormented Yin Huaili. He is an upright member of the righteous path, and I am only immortal, she pleaded. Can't you make a little easier for him? Old Zhenshu only shook her head. I'm not the one making him suffer. Amid the agony, Yin Huaili's voice cut through the howls of the ghosts. This is your territory, he accused. These ghosts cannot possibly be acting without your orders. Zhenshu raised a hand, and a gentle red light radiated from it. No, she corrected, her voice echoing with ancient power. This is the place where I purify wronged souls. The ones refusing to let him go are the evil spirits devoured by hatred, those who reject reincarnation. A powerful, purifying red light spread from her, revealing the cruel truth of this cursed place. The scene unfolded into a memory so beautiful it felt unreal. A sunlit courtyard filled with the fragrance of spring flowers, and a table laid with lavish dishes, a feast prepared for a returning hero. A gentle-faced woman smiled, her voice full of warmth, telling her good child that mother had prepared all of this for him since early morning, and that he should eat more. The young Yin Huaili stared at the two figures before him, his handsome face filled with disbelief. Father, mother, he could barely speak. His mother's smile held a familiar sadness as she urged him to eat, saying that after so many years away from home, she did not even know whether his taste had changed. He lifted his chopsticks, his hand trembling slightly, and brought a bite to his mouth. Nostalgia drowned him like a tide. It was the familiar, warm taste of home. His father placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his voice hoarse with emotion, telling his son how much his mother had missed him all these years and begging him not to run around everywhere anymore. Tears welled in Yin Huaili's eyes. His voice trembled as he solemnly swore that he would never leave again. He promised that from now on, he would stay here with them. Their son would not go anywhere anymore. His mother laughed softly and chided him for being such a silly child, asking why he was crying. If his wife saw him like this, her heart would ache. Wait until she comes back. Yin Huaili froze, his cheeks instantly flushing bright red. Wife! His gaze darted around in panic. As if in answer, a bright, cheerful voice sounded from the doorway. Father, mother, husband, I'm back. An astonishingly beautiful woman stepped into the room, her warm golden eyes filled with laughter. Yin Huaili's mind short-circuited on the spot. Xiao, husband. Before he could react, she had already come up behind him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and embraced him tenderly. Had he missed her already after only half a day apart? He stammered her name. Xiao, how are you here? His entire face looked as if it had caught fire. She giggled, her warm breath brushing past his ear. Of course, she was his wife. Where else would she be? Come, give me a kiss, husband, she ordered playfully, blinking before leaning closer and placing a gentle kiss on his burning cheek. His bright purple eyes widened in shock. His hand slowly lifted to touch the place where her lips had lingered, his heart pounding like a drum. Could all of this truly happen? Was it really not a dream? But this perfect world shattered in an instant. The warm light faded, replaced by a hazy, horrifying void. Yin Huaili was in unbearable pain, his body torn apart again and again by fierce crimson energy. Watching all of this from the outside was our little demon queen, Xiaxating, frantic with worry. She shouted at the old fairy beside her, telling her to hurry up and think of something. If this continued, Yin Huaili's body would not hold out. The ancient fairy's expression was indifferent, and there was not the slightest urgency in her voice. "I have no way," she said calmly. "Unless he breaks through the illusion himself, no one can help him." Xiaxating's anger exploded. She cursed this useless purification fairy, saying she could not even save one person from an illusion, that she had truly lived in disgrace, and that she might as well go to the animal realm. But her mockery had no effect. Zhenshu merely said that such forceful methods were useless on him. Then she revealed a shocking truth. All things had cause and effect. Xiaxating wanted to save this man, but the one who had harmed him was precisely Xiaxating herself. Those words struck her like a physical blow. Her eyes widened in horror. "Don't tell me this million-ghost illusion has something to do with me?" She told the other woman to stop being mysterious and explain clearly. The old woman sighed. Since Xiaxating was so impatient, perhaps it would be better to let the million wronged souls who had died miserably in the graveyard explain to her themselves. Suddenly, the crimson-killing aura tormenting Yin Huaili surged toward her. "What is this?" she gasped, tensing her body to endure it. The old woman narrowed her eyes. "You are a demon sorcerer," she said, "a descendant of a powerful demon clan. Am I right?" Xiaxating glared at her, forcing herself to look brave. "So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" The old woman thoughtfully stroked her chin and said it was truly strange. Xiaxating had not fallen into the illusion, and she had originally thought it was because Xiaxating's own sins were too heavy, but it seemed she had been wrong. "I didn't kill them. Of course it wasn't me," she shouted, her voice trembling with anger. The old woman explained the cruel truth. The wronged souls reacted to her presence not because Xiaxating herself had done anything, but because her race, the demons, had committed countless sins, and now she was bearing the weight of that resentment. Xiaxating's mind was in chaos. The demon kings of past generations, and that damned cousin of hers, were still making trouble for her, even at the point of death. The old woman continued explaining heavily that when these dead souls saw someone similar to their killers, they would strike back in the name of justice. Because Xiaxating's powerful bloodline prevented them from harming her directly, they poured all their hatred onto Yin Huaili instead. All she could do was endure the discomfort. Yin Huaili was being torn apart by vengeful spirits, and Xiaxating clenched her tiny fists, filled with frustration. Damn it, if only she could recover her true power. In a nightmare, Yin Huaili let out a roar of resistance. "I don't want this. What did you do to him?" she shouted at the old woman, fury flashing in her eyes. "That is his pain," the old woman said coldly. "It cannot be avoided, and it has nothing to do with me." Within the dream, Yin Huaili's perfect family feast was still continuing. "From today onward, we will always be together," he said with a happy smile. But immediately afterward, the illusion twisted into grotesque horror. Blood poured from his parents' eyes and mouths, yet they were still smiling at him. "All right, son." The bowl slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. His eyes widened in terror. "Xiao Xiao, father, mother, what happened to you?" He turned and saw that his beautiful wife was also covered in blood, falling toward him with a lifeless smile. "I see you." His mind was collapsing, and his body in reality began to flicker, becoming terrifyingly transparent. "He's going to die." Xiaxating screamed in panic. The old fairy sensed the change and murmured, "The wronged souls have struck back. The illusion has undergone a major transformation." "No, I have to wake him up," Xiaxating shouted, her resolve hardening. She rushed to his side, grabbed his gradually dissipating form, and shook him with all her strength. "Can you hear me?" The old woman's voice interrupted her desperate cries. "Stop wasting your strength. His body is inside the illusion. He cannot sense you." And deep within that illusion, the source of all his pain finally appeared. A village swallowed by raging flames, villagers screaming in terror, and horned demons descending from the sky. "Fire! Run! The sorcerers are here!" The entire world was an ocean of crimson and sorrow, a nightmare from which Yin Huaili could never wake. His hand trembled as it reached for his sword, a futile gesture in the face of the ghosts of the past. Demons again. His heart screamed. Still those demons that haunted him day and night. A despairing voice that sounded very much like his mother begged him from behind a door about to close, pleading with him not to go out, not to face that terror again. But he was already lost. Shadowy hands as cold as the grave seized him, their touch seeping deep into his soul, dragging him into an even deeper abyss. Then he saw them, the phantom images of his parents, their faces etched with sorrow and a summoning grief. His mother's voice was like a siren's song, calling for her son to stay, to remain in this scarlet hell and live with them. His father's illusion gripped his arm with surprising strength, reminding him that the great fire had taken their lives, and that he should not have lived on alone. But in the next moment, the illusion split open. His mother's gentle face twisted into a demon-like, possessive grin, her eyes flashing with malice. The question dripped with venom. How could he bear to leave her alone? This twisted grief was too heavy. His sword slipped from his numb fingers and fell with a clang onto the blood-red ground. He stood frozen in place, his heart a vortex of chaos and despair, lost among the disorderly graves of memory. Fierce, invisible claws tore at him, ripping apart his soul, while the illusions fed on his pain. Outside, our little demon queen, Xiaxing, could only watch in horror, her heart pounding in her chest as the man she cared about was torn to pieces by his own inner demons. Beside her, the wise old woman spoke the cruel truth. She could not save him. But there was still a thread of hope. If Xiaxing truly wanted to save him, there was another way. Xiaxing suddenly turned to look at her. Her usually bright, sly eyes now burned with intense despair and urgency. What way? She pressed, her voice taut. The old woman explained the dangerous plan. She could send Xiaxing into Yin Huaili's dream, into the core of the illusion. But the warning was terrifying. In that nightmare, she would be no different from an ordinary person, and if she encountered danger, the old woman would be powerless to help her. She did not hesitate, not even for an instant. Her eyes were filled with unshakable determination. She said she was willing, as long as the old woman told her what to do, and quickly. At the same time, within the illusion, Huaili was gradually sinking. The ghostly hands tightened more and more, and the false parents whispered promises of eternal companionship, promising an eternity he had never wanted. His gaze was empty, his soul shattered. He should never have existed in this world to begin with. As he thought this, a deep despair drowned him. He closed his eyes, ready to be swallowed by the darkness. But just then, a tiny hand, carrying warmth and light, pierced through the suffocating gloom. A voice, small yet powerful, screamed his name. Yin Huaili. In that instant, Xiaxing appeared there, her arms wrapped tightly around him as if she meant to drag him back from the abyss. She pressed her face against his back, her trembling voice begging him not to believe those lies, begging him to wake up and come back to her. The demon spirits shrieked in fury. This little girl dared ruin their good work? Fine, they hissed. Then she could stay here and rot with him. Xiaxing ignored them completely, focusing all her mind on him. She reminded him of his mission, reminded him of Fairy Jinshu, reminded him that he had to save his sect master, doing everything she could to pull him back from his days. Her words struck his chaotic mind like a clap of thunder. His eyes flew open, and a trace of clarity returned. It was also at that moment that he saw the flaw in the illusion, saw the detail that was wrong. This place was not real. But when his consciousness returned, the illusion's wrath turned on her. A force of pure malice slammed viciously into Xiaxing. It sent her flying. Damn illusion, she thought, her whole body torn apart by agony. She had no strength to resist at all. The pain was unbearable, like a heavy mountain pressing down on her, making her feel so tired, so tired. Her consciousness gradually scattered, and her eyelids slowly closed. Xiaxing, Yin Huaili cried out, his voice hoarse with panic as he caught her limb body. Seeing her so pale and quiet shattered the last trace of despair in his heart and forged it into pure, untainted rage. His parents had died long ago. He knew that. Xiaxing could never have appeared here either. All of this was a lie. An oath echoed in the depths of his soul. Father, "Mother, your son will avenge you." Dazzling golden energy erupted from his body, and that power forcibly shattered the Crimson Nightmare into countless pieces. Yin Huaili's eyes snapped open, and the familiar sight of the forest came back into view. They had returned. He gently set Xiaxing down, his voice full of worry as he urged her to wake up. The old senior now revealed her true form, and she was actually a beautiful woman. She remarked that the child's vitality was astonishingly strong. Huaili lifted his head and realized that the person before him was none other than the legendary fairy Jinshu, so he hurriedly introduced himself. But before he could finish his formal greeting, she interrupted him. She could tell that the illusory domain was an excellent place for cultivation, and he was already on the verge of a breakthrough. He hastily thanked her, but his gaze immediately returned to Xiaxing, who lay unconscious on the grass. He anxiously explained that she had been injured by evil ghosts, and the demonic energy inside her was running wildly out of control. That was exactly why he had come here, he confessed. He had come to beg her to treat and save her. The fairy lowered her eyes to look at him, a trace of impatience in her expression. This foolish boy was still rambling about a demonic energy relapse. Coldly, she said that this was not a relapse. The truth stabbed into his heart like a blade. The fairy explained that Xiaxing had willingly faced thousands upon thousands of wrong souls and entered the illusion, all to save him. And it was there that she had been wounded by a resentful soul. That realization crashed down like a giant wave. It was his fault. If not for him, she would never have ended up like this. "Please, save Xiaxing," he pleaded, his voice cracking. The fairy's expression was unreadable. He was actually asking an immortal like her to save a demonic creature. It was certainly a strange request. "You have come to the wrong person," she said, turning to leave. Despair clogged Huaili's throat. Without the slightest hesitation, he knelt, all his pride vanishing. "She is someone very important to me," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I will not let anything happen to her." The fairy stopped, and a strange look flashed through her eyes. It was not entirely impossible. She finally relented. 10 kilometers away, there was a bitter cold lotus that could temporarily suppress the demonic energy currently corroding Xiaxing's body. A handsome, long-haired man winked playfully and tugged at the little girl's hair in his arms. Behind him, lanterns glowed softly, while the storm-ravaged sky cast an ominous gaze below. Lightning struck, illuminating the curved eaves of a desolate palace. Inside a dark and gloomy prison, a phoenix emblem was coldly tossed into a blazing brazier. Flames leapt, casting wavering shadows over the icy stone walls and illuminating a powerful figure bound inside the dungeon cell. Powerful horns curved out from both sides of the man's temples, and his eyes were covered with black cloth. He was Yin Hua, chained like a beast, his strong body taut with suppressed rage. The heavy silence was broken by the soft footsteps of another man entering the cell. His robes were splendid, forming a sharp contrast with the sinister surroundings. The newcomer exuded a cold, profound aura as he stood before the prisoner, the firelight outlining the sharp contours of his handsome face. Yin Hua jerked his head up, his voice low as a beast's growl and filled with the hatred of betrayal. "That bastard," he snarled through gritted teeth. That despicable brother had deceived him, and now he dared come to see him in this state. But the man only lowered his gaze to him, his expression difficult to read, and calmly said that his dear younger brother should not be angry. He was merely speeding up their plan. Then he took out a cold, gleaming sword and pushed the hilt toward the bound man's hand. He ordered him to hold it. Beneath the black cloth, Yin Hua's eyes widened in disbelief, and surging confusion scattered his anger. What exactly was this man trying to do? The newcomer's gaze was compelling as he explained that this was an excellent opportunity, and they absolutely could not miss it. He revealed that the Demon Queen's demonic power had begun to fluctuate again. If Yin Hua broke out of prison at this moment, Kong Fan would definitely come in person. He continued in a low, bewitching voice, explaining that Kong Fan would not trust anyone else and would certainly send that stupid snake to capture him. Yin Hua digested these words, his brows tightly furrowed. So the plan was for him to kill that snake. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the newcomer's lips. What was he afraid of? It was only a snake. He assured Yin Hua that he would prepare everything and prevent Kong Fan's side from interfering. But suspicion still lingered in Yin Hua's heart. How could he possibly believe a single word this man said? The newcomer leaned closer, and the air seemed to crackle with unspoken history and taut tension. His voice dropped to almost a whisper. He asked his younger brother, Yin Huaili, whether he had any other choice besides trusting him. His true purpose was already very clear. He wanted the Phoenix token. To obtain it, he had no choice but to let Yin Huaili suffer a little and hold off that snake for him. As his words hung in the air, far away, a current of pitch-black shadow energy began to swirl. A pair of golden eyes slowly opened. Xiaxing suddenly gasped and sat up, only tearing one small name from her lips. Yin Huaili. She found that she was not in the palace, but in a quiet clearing surrounded by ancient burial mounds beneath a moonlit sky. An old man with a long white beard sat calmly not far away and asked if she had finally woken up. Xiaxing ignored him completely. There was only one thought in her mind. How was Yin Huaili? Where is he? The old man explained that she had been wounded by a resentful soul and had already been unconscious for 3 days. Her condition was extremely unstable, and now only the legendary Nine-Soul Lotus could help her. He then revealed that the person she was looking for, Yin Huaili, had seen that she would not wake and entrusted her to this old man's care before going to find the medicine himself. Her heart suddenly sank, and panic surged in her eyes. Where did he go to find it? The old man's expression turned teasing. He stroked his beard, his eyes shining with understanding. Why so concerned all of a sudden? He asked. Was she worried about him? Xiaxing immediately puffed up her cheeks, a faint pink blush spreading over her face. Worried? Of course not. She was just sick of staring at an old man's face every day. It was far too boring. The old man snorted and retorted that it was not as if he wanted her to stay here. This was not the demon realm, so she had better be a little more cautious. A crafty smile appeared on Xiaxing's face. Why should she be cautious? After all, the one who released the resentful souls in the first place was him. Every cause had its effect. Though he did not want her to stay here, she had not expected that the whole troublesome affair had actually been started by him. Her mischievous yet accusatory look was impossible to deny. The old man panicked completely and looked away. This little girl really knew how to hold a grudge. He tried to change the subject, telling her not to get pleased with herself too soon. He had heard that cultivator of hers muttering about love and romance all day long. If she had someone she loved, then it seemed she was just like ordinary people and could be afraid too. How boring. Her face instantly turned bright red. What's someone she loved? She had no such thing. The old man leaned closer, his face smug. She had been unconscious for 3 days, and he had lost count of how many times she called that man's name. His ears were almost numb from hearing it. Xiaxing jumped up at once, utterly embarrassed and angry. How is that possible? He must be slandering her. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Resentful souls, he explained, were best at drawing out what was truly in a person's heart. The mouth could lie, but the heart could not. He reminded her that she had rushed into the illusion to save him, and even in her dreams, she had done the same. Now she still dared say she did not care about him. Her stubborn expression wavered, her cheeks burning because of the undeniable truth. At the same time, someone was crossing a desolate land where fire and ice converged, a place of extreme and violent power. He could not imagine that the Nine-Soul Lotus would grow in a place like this, but he continued forward all the same. The wild wind howled, his robes snapping in the gale, and lightning tore across the sky. He sensed some powerful aura ahead, so he went forward to investigate. Before him, a magnificent, ethereal ice crystal chandelier-like presence rose from the cold mist. At the same time, a group of disciples from the Purple Firmament sect arrived in formation, led by the elegant Su Qingning. Her companion Inger anxiously pointed out that the Nine-Soul Red Lotus was about to bloom. If they delayed, they would have to wait another year. Sure enough, a dazzling crimson flower was growing atop the barren rock, pulsing with waves of life force. Su Qingning ordered them to form the array. Her disciples would surround the ice dragon, while she would personally retrieve the lotus. Everyone answered in unison, but just as she took one step forward, the ice dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. It breathed out a stream of absolute zero cold, instantly freezing her disciples into ice sculptures. Su Qingning's eyes widened in terror. This ice dragon was far stronger than she had imagined. Before she could react, the giant beast pounced, its crystal-like jaws closing around her. "No!" she screamed as sharp teeth pierced her flesh. Yin Huaili saw this tragic scene from above and immediately shouted for her to be careful. Without hesitation, he rushed into the battle. His sword flashed out, wrapped in crackling thunder power. He drove the blade deep into the ice dragon's head. The giant beast was forced to retreat, and the injured woman fell downward. He moved instantly and caught her hand in time. He called for his companion to come up, but her hand slipped. With all his strength, he pulled her up and placed her on the back of the ice dragon, which had already been subdued. She looked up at him, her face flushing with shy gratitude. But their escape was soon interrupted. A sword tore through the air, aimed straight at them. The real Su Qingning had appeared, her face full of cold anger. "Damn it," the imposter thought, "this bastard wants to kill both of us." Yin Huaili saw an active volcano in the distance, and a desperate plan formed in his mind. He told his companion that he would lure the ice dragon to the mouth of the volcano, and she had to seize the chance to jump down. The ice dragon roared in resistance. She stared at him wide-eyed, full of fear for his safety. What about him? He gave her a reassuring look and promised that as long as they timed it right, he would be fine. He tightened his grip on his sword, poured spiritual power into the ice dragon, and ordered it to rise into the sky. The giant beast sped toward the volcano, with their pursuer close behind. Immense power filled the air. Yin Huaili's gaze locked onto the source of that overwhelming energy. There was no mistake. It was the legendary treasure, the Nine-Soul Lotus. His handsome face was full of solemn resolve. On a sheer rock, surrounded by a sea of lava, grew that crimson flower. It was the key to saving Xiaoxiating. His companion, the refined and stunning Su Qingning, urgently urged him to jump down. Yin Huaili did not hesitate in the slightest. With a resolute expression, he turned toward her while she leapt into the abyss. She fell toward the blazing death below, but just as the heat wave was about to devour her, a huge, glowing sword condensed beneath her feet and steadily supported her. That was Yin Huaili's doing. He stood at the edge of the cliff, arms spread wide, pouring spiritual power continuously into that magnificent longsword, turning it into a bridge across the infernal flames. Su Qingning landed lightly on the scorched red ground, came to the flower, and carefully plucked the legendary red lotus with her slender hand. Yin Huaili accepted the precious medicinal herb and stored away with the utmost care, a wave of relief rising in his heart. But this moment of peace was soon shattered. In an instant, killing intent erupted from the magma. Yin Huaili spun around, and the sword in his hand flashed coldly as he met the threat. A monster formed from stone and spiritual power pounced at him, but he was faster. He let his long sword fall, used it as a stepping point, and leapt into the air with breathtaking agility. The stone dragon let out a deafening roar that shook the entire cavern. But Yin Huaili was like a whirlwind of power, his long sword stabbing straight into the giant beast's head. One strike decided everything. It was over. He stood there calm and confident as the enormous monster dissolved into nothingness, melting back into the magma from which it had been born, leaving only Su Qingning's junior sister staring in disbelief. His mission was complete. He glanced at the lotus now in his hand, his heart tightening. He had been away too long. He had to bring it back to Xiaoxiating at once. He turned to Su Qingning, his expression softening, and thanked her for her precious help, a faint smile of gratitude appearing at his lips. The beautiful woman introduced herself, saying that her name was Su Qingning and that she was a disciple of the Purple Firmament sect, then asked his name. He told her there was no need to thank him and introduced himself as Yin Huaili of the Yuanming sect, the Purple Firmament sect. His thoughts turned quickly. The Purple Firmament sect was renowned for its unparalleled medical arts. Could they cure Xiaoxiating's strange illness? Just in case, it would be best to form a good connection with them. Noticing that her robes had been torn during the danger just now, he courteously offered his own outer robe. He gently draped the exquisite robe over her shoulders, his movements warm yet restrained. A faint blush rose on her cheeks as she thanked him, her bright eyes widening slightly while her heart stirred in secret. Yin Huaili breathed a sigh of relief. The social interaction had succeeded. Though it was exhausting, he had finally managed it. She asked if he had also come for the Red Lotus. His expression grew heavy as he explained that an important friend's soul had been severely wounded, and only this medicine could save her. His words hung heavily in the air, his worry clear and palpable. Su Qingning's expression was full of sympathy. She knew that the nine-soul lotus was incomparably rare, but she believed that the most precious medicine in the world should be used to save people. And so, she performed an act of kindness that shook the heart, yielding the lotus to him. "Do not delay," she urged. "He should bring it to the friend who urgently needed it." Yin Huaili was deeply moved by her generosity. He thanked her again and again, promising that once his friend recovered, he would definitely come back to properly thank her. She blossomed into a smile that could melt glaciers and said she would look forward to that day. After one final nod, Yin Huaili turned into a streak of dazzling light and vanished, rushing back to Xiaxieting's side. No sooner had he left than another disciple appeared, calling out to her senior sister in disbelief. She could not believe Su Qingning had simply given away the medicine they had waited so long for. Su Qingning turned around and pretended to be angry, saying that this junior sister of hers had nearly scared her to death. Her junior sister pouted and muttered that she had not wanted to interrupt her senior sister's newly budding romance. Besides, that handsome young master was far too unromantic. He took the flower and left, not even trying to say a few more words to her beautiful senior sister. Su Qingning only smiled faintly. "He has to save his friend," she said. "It is only natural that he would not linger. Now, they should return to the sect as well." With that, the two women left the charred cavern. In the peaceful, moonlit forest, Yin Huaili finally returned. He saw the old man anxiously guarding Xiaxieting's sleeping form. The old man's face immediately lit up with relief. "Xiaxieting, you're awake," he shouted, though the words were directed at Yin Huaili, and tears shone in his eyes. But Xiaxieting had indeed woken. Her golden eyes slowly opened, and she looked at him with a gentle smile. He looked so silly when he cried. In a weak but clear voice, she asked if he had found the lotus. The old man grumbled that now her soul had stabilized, they ought to leave his place. Xiaxieting playfully agreed, saying she had almost died of boredom anyway. Yin Huaili could only stare blankly, utterly confused. What exactly was going on? He had only been gone for a few days. Shaking his head, he took out the glowing red lotus. "Immortal Senior," he said to the elder, "begin." He knelt beside Xiaxieting, preparing to start the ritual. The sacred lotus floated into the air and stopped above Xiaxieting's chest. A stream of pure red energy poured down into her small body. The old man watched in utter shock. What kind of constitution did this child have? The powerful force radiating from her body was actually blocking even his energy. He reached out and absorbed the overflowing power to keep it from rebounding and crushing her. Far away, in a dark and gloomy throne hall, a dangerously handsome man sat upon a black stone throne. Before the demon lord, a sphere glowing with pink light suddenly lit up. His sharp purple eyes snapped open. It was Her Highness. He could sense her presence, but that aura had only just appeared before it quickly vanished again. Had she encountered danger? A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The jewel dimmed. When he gave the order, his voice was as cold as ice. "Gather our forces and find Her Highness." His loyal subjects bowed in unison, their voices echoing through the spacious hall. Yes. Back in the forest, the last thread of the nine-soul lotus's energy seeped into Xiaxieting's small vine body. But just as Yin Huaili thought everything was over, her body suddenly went limp and she collapsed. He caught her in time, his heart sinking. Why had she fainted again? The old man explained that the nine-soul lotus had already healed her soul. She had merely fallen into a deep sleep. But what about the demonic energy corroding her body? The old man sighed and admitted that he could not cure her illness. Yin Huaili would have to seek another method. After saying this final sentence, the mysterious old man vanished into the night. Holding the sleeping child, Yin Huaili's resolve grew even firmer. Xiaxieting's illness was a strange condition unlike anything he had ever seen. Now, there was only one place left to go, the Purple Firmament sect. They arrived at this legendary sect, a magnificent city spread among the clouds and mist, filled everywhere with exquisite palaces. Crowds surged before the main gate, proof of the Purple Firmament sect's great reputation. Yin Huaili carried Xiaxieting on his back and carefully made his way through the crowd. The noise woke her. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked where they were. He smiled and told her, "This is the Purple Firmament sect." He explained that the Purple Firmament sect was famous for its medical arts, attracting people from all over the world to seek treatment. Xiaxieting's eyes widened as she recognized the name. The Purple Firmament sect? Why did that name sound so familiar? A series of thoughts flashed through her mind, and her memories finally connected. Then she noticed the strange thing on her body. What is this? He had temporarily made a carrying strap out of cloth and was carrying her on his back with it, leaving his hands free. A little embarrassed, he explained that taking her by sword flight was not very safe, so he had asked a kind village auntie for some cloth. He turned his head, his handsome face full of doting concern, and asked if she was comfortable. Her face instantly flushed crimson with shame. "Put me down," she shrieked. Inwardly, she was on the verge of collapse. This hateful man had actually carried her, the dignified demon queen, all the way here in a baby sling. He gently set her down, then dotingly patted her head and asked if she felt any better. She quickly steadied her expression and gave him a brilliant smile, assuring him she was completely fine. Just then, a pleasant voice called out his name. "Fellow Taoist Yin, long time no see." The newcomer was Su Qingning, the beautiful and kind disciple they had met in the volcano. Her smile was still bright. A tense silence hung in the air, and Xiaxieting found herself caught between Yin Huaili and an astonishingly beautiful woman. The way that woman looked at Huaili was far too familiar, and a trace of displeasure ignited in Xiaxieting's golden eyes. Who was this person? Why did she look at her Yin Huaili so intimately? She would not sit by and do nothing. Resolutely, she tugged lightly at his sleeve and put on her most pitiful expression. "Yin Huaili, I am tired." She shamelessly acted spoiled, using her cuteness as a weapon to interrupt the inexplicable atmosphere before her. The beautiful woman with gentle purple eyes looked down in surprise, and Yin Huaili's expression softened as well. With a doting smile, he explained that this was his little sister, then affectionately patted Xiaxieting's head, making her extremely displeased inside. But beneath his calm exterior, a flicker of worry passed through his handsome brows and eyes. He was not sure whether this rather powerful female cultivator could see through his concealment and notice Xiaxieting's true symptoms. Xiaxieting was furious inside, her cheeks puffing up in silent protest. First he called himself her father, and now he was taking advantage of her again by calling her his little sister. But the woman merely smiled gently and blamed herself for being careless enough to let them make the difficult journey all the way here. She graciously invited them to rest in the guest rooms. Later, a mischievous junior sister named Inger walked over to the beautiful woman and, with a blink, handed her a neatly folded set of clothes. "Here, your sweetheart's clothes," she said crisply, explaining that these were the Taoist robes fellow Taoist Yin had borrowed earlier. She had already washed them, so now was the perfect time to return them. A faint blush rose on the senior sister's cheeks. A moment later, Yin Huaili patted the senior sister's head, and that casual, innocent action made Xiaxieting so angry her blood nearly boiled. He told her there was no need to be so polite, saying that in a situation like hers, he would have helped no matter who he encountered. But she still insisted on thanking him, her voice soft as she expressed gratitude for fellow Taoist Yin's kindness in rescuing her from such a bitterly cold predicament. Not far away, a group of disciples whispered excitedly, their eyes shining. They sighed that fellow Taoist Yin and their senior sister were simply a match made in heaven. Xiaxieting, sitting alone beside the stone table, was forced to hear every single irritating word with perfect clarity. The gossip continued, painting the matter as a classic tale of a hero saving a beauty. Listening to them praise his rescue, her tiny hands clenched tightly. A hero saving a beauty? Her face scrunched into a cute but furious little bun. The girls continued matchmaking, excitedly praising fellow Taoist Yin for being handsome and good-tempered, insisting that he and their senior sister ought to be together, a pair of immortal lovers who would slay demons side by side. They even teased that he was only shy and tried to push the two of them closer together. This became the last straw for Xiaxieting. She shouted stubbornly, her voice slicing through the air, sharp and beyond question. "Yin Huaili, aren't we going to rest yet?" She was thoroughly sick of this little farce. I am tired. With an air that allowed no argument, she jumped down from her seat. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from her small body, and the suffocating pressure instantly silenced the gossiping girls. Their faces turned pale, completely unaware of how they had provoked this frightening child. The senior sister remained as gentle as ever. She crouched down and said she could take Xiaxieting to rest, letting her brother chat with her for a while. But Xiaxieting did not bite at all. She stubbornly folded her arms, her voice firm. I don't want to. I only want Yin Huaili to accompany me. Watching this scene, Yin Huaili's lips curved into a smile he could barely hide. So Xiaxieting wanted him to stay with her. The senior sister laughed softly, finally understanding, and teased that Xiaxieting was jealous, then asked what she would do when her brother married a wife someday. Who's jealous? Xiaxieting retorted indignantly. She even blinked provocatively, turned, and walked away. If you want to chat, then chat. But before she could storm off, a firm hand caught her arm. Shao wait. The playful look on Yin Huaili's face vanished, replaced by seriousness. He turned to the senior sister and lowered his voice, saying that he had a favor to ask and needed her help introducing him to the elders of the Purple Firmament sect. The woman agreed readily and told him to follow her. A secret joy of victory welled up in Xiaxieting's heart. He had rejected her, choosing his proper business, and choosing her. She looked at his hand still holding hers, and a small happy smile appeared on her lips. The other girls watched this scene in disappointment. Xiaxieting's eyes glittered with possessive pride. Fine, so what if this was jealousy? No one was going to steal her man. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, chaos erupted. A guard rushed into the throne hall and shouted that Yin Hua had escaped from prison. Demon Lord Kong Fan abruptly rose to his feet, his handsome face filled with shock. He ordered his subordinates to take him to the dungeon at once. In the shadows, Second Highness revealed a sly sneer. He took the bait, he thought smugly, instructing his subordinates not to wait for the distracted Demon Lord and to continue searching for the Demon Queen according to plan. His loyal subordinate bowed and accepted the order. Above the terrifying dungeon of the Demon Palace, lightning tore through the sky. Kong Fan arrived like a storm, his entire body radiating icy, killing intent. Which way did he flee? He demanded sharply. The trembling guard reported that the traitor had gone west. Kong Fan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Strange. That was not the direction where Her Highness's demonic power fluctuation had appeared. He could not let this prison break ruin his plan. Through a secret voice transmission technique, he ordered his snake familiar, hunt down Yin Hua. If he resists, kill him. The snake hissed in response, then slid into the darkness. Just then, Second Highness appeared, his face wearing a mask of concern. How was the situation, Fan? Kong Fan inwardly cursed his snake for moving too slowly. Second Highness placed a hand on his shoulder, pretending loyalty, and volunteered to stay behind to guard the Demon Palace in case the escaped prisoner caused trouble. But as he spoke, his other hand moved like lightning, driving his dagger viciously into Kong Fan's back. The traitor is you, he growled through gritted teeth. Kong Fan's eyes widened with pure shock and betrayal. Second Highness's face was full of triumph, blood staining the corner of his lips. It's time someone else sat in your seat. A burning pain spread through Kong Fan's meridians. The dagger was poisoned. Second Highness's laughter was chilling. No one in the Demon Palace can save you now, he said smugly. Back at the Purple Firmament sect, the elders were holding a solemn meeting. The disappearance of the demon race was no small matter. Sect Master Sway, a powerful man with a long white beard, announced that he would send disciples to investigate. Yin Huaili respectfully thanked him for his help. Suddenly, unease rose in Xiaxieting's heart, and her chest clenched sharply. Why was she suddenly so panicked? Yin Huaili immediately noticed her discomfort. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again? He turned to the sect master, bowed solemnly, and once again made an urgent request. He explained that Xiaxieting had been injured by a demon and urgently needed an antidote. The old sect master smiled kindly. No problem. Let me take a look. A warm golden light emanated from his hand and probed toward her. Xiaxieting's heart pounded wildly in her chest. This old man was clearly very powerful. He wouldn't see that she was a demon, would he? A moment later, the sect master stroked his beard in confusion. He said with shame that the child appeared to be completely completely healthy. Yin Huaili froze. How could that be? Was the curse so powerful that even this master could not detect it? Especially when the Purple Firmament sect held endless hatred toward the demon race. Just then, Xiaxieting felt as if lightning had struck her mind. The curse of the demon race. The Purple Firmament sect. So that was it. No wonder it sounded familiar. It was these hateful humans who had once tricked the Demon Lord's bloodline. She reacted extremely quickly, immediately clutching her stomach and scrunching her face in pain. No, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the privy. This was the perfect excuse to escape this dangerous and sharp-eyed old man. Xiaxieting's little feet landed lightly on the ground as she jumped down from her seat, her mind already racing. The Purple Firmament sect and the demon race were utterly incompatible. There was no way they could coexist peacefully, and she just happened to be caught right in the middle. This was simply a disaster waiting to erupt. She had to leave this place, and quickly. But just as she turned to flee, a gentle voice called out to her. Xiao Xiao. Her steps paused, and she looked back to see the handsome Yin Huaili, his presence like a soothing balm in the tense atmosphere. She anxiously tugged at his sleeve, her large eyes full of pleading, begging for attention. He was standing beside the beautiful senior sister, yet he immediately turned his attention to this child. He told his companion to go speak with the sect master first, saying he would take care of Xiaxieting, his voice gentle and reassuring. Far away from this peaceful sect, deep within a dark and eerie cave, a cruel and hopeless scene was unfolding. A man lay broken on the ground, covered in blood, his life force draining away bit by bit. Standing before him was a man named Vulture. The gaze he cast at the defeated man was filled with contempt. How reckless! Kong Fan. Vulture sneered, his voice echoing through the desolate cavern. He roughly turned the injured man over, revealing a chest soaked in blood and the intricate tattoos faintly visible beneath the grime. Vulture's hand searched through the man's robes, looking for something precious. His eyes narrowed in anger. When he found nothing, he thought to himself, where is the item? Then he raised his voice and announced to everyone that Demon Lord Kong Fan had released the traitor Yin Hua to assassinate him and had now been captured for his crime. He coldly ordered his men to take the Demon Lord to the terrifying water prison. His loyal lackeys immediately obeyed, dragging away the once powerful Demon Lord. The clang of heavy chains echoed as cruel metal shackles were fastened around blood-stained wrists, sealing his fate. The water prison was a nightmare-like place, its walls covered with wolf-tooth clubs and gleaming cold swords. Endless agony seemed to lie close at hand. The Demon Lord was hoisted up, the chains suspending him above a pool of churning black water. The fall of his former power had become an icy scene. Yet even so, defiance still burned his eyes as he looked down at Vulture. So Vulture wanted to know where the Phoenix was? He could dream on. The Demon Lord would rather die than ever betray his queen. Vulture's patience gradually ran out, and he advised the prisoner to be sensible, or the pain would become unbearable. After all, the devouring flood dragon in the water below could tear him apart in an instant. As if answering his words, a scaled monster suddenly burst from the water, roaring out a promise of death. But the Demon Lord merely laughed, his laughter hoarse yet stubborn. A traitor like Vulture dared bark at him? Those who betrayed the Demon Queen would surely meet a miserable end. When she returned, Vulture's death would arrive. Hearing her name, Vulture's face twisted with rage, but a cruel and distorted smile bloomed on his lips. In that case, he murmured with malice, "Enjoy yourself properly." He turned and left, abandoning the Demon Lord to this grim fate. The flood dragon's deafening roar rang out, its massive jaws snapping shut, while Vulture walked out of the water prison without looking back. Meanwhile, on a desolate snowy plain, another kind of trap was being laid. A group of small purple snakes hissed anxiously, calling for their master. The demon Yin Hua had hair as white as snow and sharp horns. When he looked back, a lazy smile curved his lips. "Ah, my foolish little snake. So it's you." He chuckled and continued pouring a strange liquid from a gourd onto the frozen ground. The little snake's eyes widened in fear. That smell was genuine snake wine, deadly poison to their kind. A terrifying thought surfaced in its mind. Yin Hua had not escaped from prison at all. This was all a trap. It turned and tried to flee, desperately struggling for its life. But Yin Hua was unbelievably fast. "Where do you think you're going?" He mocked, reaching out and grabbing the snake's tail in midair. He lifted the writhing creature, his smile utterly wicked. "Enjoy yourself," he said softly. "I prepared this surprise especially for you." Back at the Purple Firmament sect, an inexplicable agitation hung over Xiaxieting's heart. What exactly was this feeling? She sat beside the stone table, a plate of exquisite pastries before her, but her heart felt heavy, unable to settle no matter what. Her large, lively eyes looked at the pastries, her expression full of irritation. Senior sister Sue approached with a gentle smile. She handed her a pastry and sweetly explained that her younger sister had made them, then asked whether Xiaxieting's brother would like them. Senior sister Sue then leaned closer and asked mysteriously if Xiaxieting liked Yin Huaili. Xiaxieting blinked her innocent doe eyes, looking completely harmless. That senior sister even offered to help her win her brother's heart. While eating the pastry, Xiaxieting dropped a bombshell without the slightest subtlety. "He already has someone he likes," she said solemnly. Then she began describing the so-called love rival at great length, saying that the woman had heaven-defying ability and peerless beauty. That big sister was not only a martial prodigy, but also gentle and considerate, so beautiful that men would kneel at her feet just to kiss her shoelaces. After swallowing the pastry, Xiaxieting looked at the shocked senior sister with a gaze of profound pity. "You have no chance," she declared decisively, then pushed the plate of pastries back to the heartbroken girl. Senior sister Sue's face flushed red with anger. What nonsense was this child spouting? Another girl rushed forward to stand up for her, shouting that their senior sister was a famous goddess. So how could Yin Huaili possibly not like her? She demanded that Xiaxieting say what Yin Huaili truly liked. The corner of Xiaxieting's lips curved into a smug, knowing smile. She had already said this much, yet they still refused to give up? Fine, then they could not blame her for what happened next. Yin Huaili was practicing swordsmanship, his movements smooth and powerful beneath the sunlight. Senior sister Sue steeled herself and walked toward him with the plate of pastries, her friend following behind. She offered the pastries to him, saying that he must be tired from practicing swordsmanship. Hiding in the shadows, Xiaxieting revealed a brilliant, mischievous smile. "Oh, now there would be a good show." Yin Huaili turned politely, ready to thank her for her kindness. But when his gaze fell on the pastry she handed over, his face instantly turned pale, and pure terror surged into his heart. On every delicate pastry lay a plump, wriggling red worm. He forced out a panicked smile, his voice taut. "Ah, fellow Taoist Sue, I suddenly remembered that my master needs me for something. I must leave first." After saying that, he fled as though his life depended on it, leaving behind a completely bewildered senior sister Sue, frozen in place with that plate of worm-covered pastries, her face full of confusion. Immediately afterward, a string of clear laughter broke the silence. Xiaxieting could no longer hold back her laughter. Senior sister Sue snapped her head around. Realizing she had been tricked, her face darkened with fury. "You!" she shrieked. Sparks of tension instantly flew between the tiny mastermind and the trembling, enraged victim. Xiaxieting merely shrugged, her expression shamelessly cheerful. "So what if I lied to you? Yin Huaili and the person he loves are deeply devoted to each other. If you insist on butting in, you'll only embarrass yourself. So you should just give up. What did this little brat know?" Senior sister Sue trembled with rage inside, her pride shattered completely. Before she could fight back, another disciple brought news that the sect master wanted her to take Xiaxieting to the ancestral hall. She concealed her anger with a calm smile and agreed to take her there at once. Inside the solemn ancestral hall, the sect master and Yin Huaili were already waiting among rows of ancestral tablets. Xiaxieting's gaze fell on the name of the Purple Firmament sect's first sect master, Lu Feijio. Could this be that ancestor's companion? She wondered silently. She stepped closer, wanting to see more clearly. Suddenly, one of the memorial tablets began to tremble violently. It was the one placed beside the founding ancestor's tablet. The old sect master stroked his beard, and a trace of understanding flashed through his aged eyes. As expected, he murmured softly. Xiaxieting froze, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. "Oh no, have I been discovered?" The sect master's mind flashed back to the first time he had seen her. Even then, he had sensed a strange feeling of familiarity from her aura. Now, he was finally certain. Senior Sister Sue asked what had happened. The sect master explained that the Purple Firmament sect's long-dormant artifact, the Purple Firmament Ring, had lost its power long ago. Yet the moment Xiaxing approached, it came back to life. A smile slowly appeared on his face. As the meaning became clearer, this could only prove one thing. Xiaxing stood among the powerful cultivators as a chill spread from the bottom of her heart. Hidden inside her tiny body was an ancient soul. She knew it. She had known this idea was terrible. This old sect master had not called everyone here for idle chatter at all. He had known her identity from the start. All of this was a meticulous trap set just for her. The white-haired sect master of the Purple Firmament sect spoke to the crowd, his voice resonant and carrying the shock of revealed truth. He announced that Xiaxing possessed the legendary Purple Key, a power that had not appeared since the first sect master of the Purple Firmament sect. His eyes shone with absurd fanaticism as he declared that her appearance was a destiny written by heaven itself. Cold sweat broke out on Xiaxing's forehead, and she wiped it away with her little hand. The old man's bizarre expression, smiling and sighing at once, truly made her skin crawl. It nearly frightened her to death. Then the sect master turned his gaze toward a tall, beautiful woman, Su Qingning. She was his chief disciple. He announced his grand plan. He would take Xiaxing as his personal disciple, while Qingning would become her teacher and care for the child like a little sister from now on. Su Qingning knelt gracefully and accepted the order obediently, vowing in a gentle voice that she would treat Xiaxing as her own flesh and blood. A burst of incredulous laughter rose in Xiaxing's chest. This stupid old man actually wanted to take her as his disciple? Take someone whose power far surpassed his own as a disciple. She almost could not wait to see his expression when he discovered her true identity later. It would definitely be spectacular. Just as everything seemed settled, a warm yet possessive voice cut through the air. Yin Huaili stepped forward, polite refusal on his handsome face. He thanked Sect Master Sui for his kindness, but said he had already made an agreement with Xiaxing. The demon Venerable held the little girl protectively in his arms and made his own declaration. Unquestionable authority flashed in his purple eyes as he said he would bring Xiaxing back to the primordial light sect where she belonged. The old man's expression darkened, and he argued that the Purple Firmament sect's medical arts were superb, making it the most suitable place for the child. A faint mocking smile appeared at the corner of Yin Huaili's lips. He retorted that Xiaxing had an awful temper and was delicate and picky. Keeping her here would only cause them trouble. He insisted that he would only feel at ease if he personally took care of her. Xiaxing gave him a speechless look. Was he praising her or insulting her? The sect master snorted coldly, questioning how a grown man could possibly know how to raise a little girl. He insisted again that with Qingning there was nothing to worry about. Yin Huaili's expression darkened, a dangerous light sweeping through his eyes. His voice lowered, carrying a conclusion that allowed no argument. In short, she cannot stay. The old man was fuming inwardly, unable to understand why this damn boy was so stubborn. It was not as if he was stealing his wife. Was there any need to get so worked up? Xiaxing looked up at Yin Huaili's firm profile, and a strange flutter suddenly stirred in her chest. Why was his reaction so different from usual? Could it be that he truly could not bear to let her go? The sect master decided to end this meaningless argument and announced that they should simply ask the child herself. He bent down, his expression softening, and directly asked Xiaxing the question. Was she willing to stay and become his disciple? He was full of confidence, certain that no one could refuse the prestige of the Purple Firmament sect. But Xiaxing's childish voice rang out, shattering his expectations with only two simple words. She did not want to stay here. The sect master was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped, while a triumphant smile bloomed on Yin Huaili's face. The old man stammered as he reminded her that she possessed the legendary true inheritance, but Xiaxing had already turned away and tightly clutched Yin Huaili's robe. She did not care about the Purple Firmament sect's inheritance at all. She looked up at the demon venerable with a pair of trusting, wide eyes and spoke her only wish. She wanted to be with Yin Huaili. His breath caught, and he lowered his head to look at the precious little girl in his arms, his gaze gradually softening. That night, moonlight scattered a layer of silver across the room, and Yin Huaili kept replaying her words in his mind, a foolishly happy smile on his face. Xiaxieting wanted to be with him. Those are the most wonderful words he had ever heard in his life. Xiaxieting interrupted his daze and asked what he thought of Su Qingning. He thought for a moment, then replied that she was gentle by nature and had the bearing a chief disciple should have. In an instant, a suffocating pressure filled the surroundings, and the gloomy aura made Xiaxieting shiver. Why had it suddenly become so cold? She puffed out her cheeks and looked up at him, asking what he thought of her. A gentle smile appeared at Yin Huaili's lips. He looked at her and was just about to answer, but at that moment, the door creaked open and Su Qingning walked in carrying a pile of blankets. She explained that Master was worried they would catch cold at night. Yin Huaili thanked her politely but distantly. Qingning, however, ignored him. Her gaze fell entirely on Xiaxieting, her smile sickeningly sweet. She said that a girl as old as Xiaxieting should not cling to her older brother at night, and even took the initiative to suggest that the child sleep with her. She reached out to take Xiaxieting's hand, but Xiaxieting suddenly pulled back as if she had been burned, her face full of cold refusal. No need. A flash of annoyance crossed Qingning's face. This rude little girl truly deserved to be taught a proper lesson. The next day, Qingning stood before Xiaxieting with a long sword in hand, her expression solemn. Master had already instructed that as long as Xiaxieting could withstand 7 moves from her, she would officially be allowed to stay. She asked whether the child was ready. Xiaxieting gritted her teeth inwardly. Everyone in this cursed place was a bandit. One wanted to trap her here, and another wanted to steal her Yin Huaili. They were simply forcing her to act. Qingning made her first move. The sword light was so fast that only afterimages remained. Xiaxieting barely blocked it, but the force of the impact was too astonishing. It directly sent the sword in her hand flying, where it clanged onto the stone tiles, completely useless. She stared at the sword in shock. Qingning had used at least 70% of her strength. How was this some friendly test? Qingning looked down at her from above, her voice full of contempt as she ordered her to continue. Oh, you want to hurt me? Xiaxieting thought, a sly glint flashing through her eyes. Then I won't give you the chance. She put on a brilliantly dramatic battlefield performance. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed straight to the ground, pretending to faint in an exaggerated manner. Qingning and another disciple were both stunned. Why had she fainted? Qingning clearly had not used her full strength. Qingning was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She knew this girl did not want to stay, but pretending to faint was far too insulting. She lowered her head, wanting to reprimand the child, only to discover that the ground was empty. She was gone. Qingning was furious. Countless people begged for her guidance, yet this rude little brat actually dared to fake fainting and run away. Her junior sister said indignantly that they should go teach that runaway girl lesson. Meanwhile, Xiaxieting had already escaped, walking leisurely with a blade of grass in her mouth. That Su Qingning had fooled everyone. Once Xiaxieting's power recovered, she would definitely repay her harshly with a whip. Her smug escape suddenly came to a halt because she saw a strange sight hanging from a nearby tree branch. A frog, a snake, and a scorpion had been strung up in a row. A strange sense of familiarity rose in her heart. This thing, why did it look so familiar? Our story continues. Xiaxieting's world abruptly froze, and her heart plunged into an icy abyss. Before her terrified eyes, her precious companion, Good Boy, was hanging limply from the rope. His tiny snake body looked dizzy and utterly miserable. She cried out his name in panic, her voice trembling. What on earth had happened to him? Suddenly, a group of purple firmament sect girls surrounded her, their voices buzzing like insects flying everywhere. One girl sneered, wondering whether that thing was still alive. Another glared at Xiaxieting with disgust and shouted for her to return their medicinal snake. An especially aggressive disciple, Inger, stepped forward, hands on her hips, her expression vicious as she declared that it was the purple firmament sect's medicinal snake. Xiaxieting's pupils contracted, her mind stunned by the words medicinal snake. How dare they? Her tiny body tensed with righteous anger. This was clearly her pet, her beloved good boy. How dare they claim he was theirs? She protected the little snake against her chest like a lioness guarding her cub. Inger snorted coldly, her voice full of disdain. That snake had been found in the forest. How could it possibly be some wild girl's pet? Before Xiaxieting could react, Inger's hand shot out, her fingers digging like claws into Xiaxieting's slender arm. Xiaxieting screamed in pain, struggling as she shouted for this hateful woman to let go. Furious anger gathered in Inger's eyes, and killing intent faintly burst around her. With all her strength, she shoved the little child away. Just as Xiaxieting was about to fall backward, a panicked voice cut through the air. A handsome, tall young man with black hair like a waterfall rushed forward, anxiously reaching out as he shouted that no one was allowed to hurt Xiaxieting. He caught her in time, his arms protecting her swaying little body like a sturdy fortress. Inger trembled with anger, covering the scratch marks on her arm from the argument, while cursing Xiaxieting as an ill-bred wild girl. The young man, Yin Huaili, gently held Xiaxieting, his brows tightly furrowed with worry as he asked whether she was all right. His gaze then fell on the bruises that had already appeared on Xiaxieting's delicate arm, clear proof of Inger's cruel treatment of her. When he looked at Inger, his eyes turned cold and disappointment entered his voice. He knew Xiaxieting had a bad temper, but she would never hurt anyone without reason. Did she not think it was too much to treat a child this way? Inger's self-righteous fury instantly erupted. She said she hit her because this little wretch had stolen the sect's medicinal snake and even dared to bite her. Her fists clenched as if she wanted another round. But before she could act, a calmer, more elegant woman, Qingning, gently pressed down on her shoulder. Qingning softly but firmly urged Inger to stop, admitting that they had been at fault first. Qingning turned to Xiaxieting and revealed a soothing smile. She apologized for her companion's impulsive behavior and explained that the medicinal snake was only a small matter. Since Master doted on Xiaxieting so much, she could naturally keep it. But Xiaxieting saw through all this false kindness at a glance. She told them to stop pretending. This snake had been hers from the beginning. Now it had merely returned to its original owner. That was all. She gave them one last cold glare, then turned and left with Yin Huaili. Qingning's calm mask nearly slipped, and a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. She explained to Yin Huaili that the snake had indeed been caught in the forest, and now that Xiaxieting had taken it away, she did not know how to explain it to the others. Yin Huaili gave her a comforting smile. That was simple, he said. He would accompany her to catch another one. Qingning's cheeks flushed faintly at his thoughtful words. After returning to the safety of the room, Xiaxieting paced back and forth anxiously like a whirlwind. What exactly had happened in the demon realm for her good boy to end up in such a miserable state? She carefully placed him into a wooden basin full of water, hoping it would wake him up. The little snake began to flutter weakly in the water, twisting his body and slowly breathing as he gradually regained consciousness. Xiaxieting bent over the wooden basin, her heart pounding between fear and hope. Seeing that he had finally opened his eyes, her own eyes instantly lit up with relief. "Good boy, you're awake," she said softly with a sob. But the first words the little snake spoke made a chill run down her spine. It hissed, its tone unfamiliar, asking who this human child was. She froze for a moment, but then reached out and gently patted his head. Memories surged in like a tide, and she gained a little more confidence, puffing out her chest. She was the Demon Queen. He was good boy, but his true master was Kong Fan. She reminded him of everything they had experienced together. She had scratched his face, caught wild birds for him, taken him to soak in hot springs in winter, and even helped him find a mate 2 years ago. The fog in the little snake's mind began to clear, and a spark of recognition ignited in his eyes. "Your Highness," it said hoarsely, finally remembering. Now that his memory had recovered, Xiaxieting's expression became serious as well. She pressed him for the whole truth. What exactly had happened in the demon realm? Why had he become like this? He had to tell her everything now. The little snake's story poured out. It was a shocking betrayal. It was absolutely unforgivable. That damn vulture had actually taken advantage of his absence and joined forces with Yin Hua to launch a coup. Good boy, or rather Kong Fan, the true demon lord trapped in the snake's body, recounted his thrilling escape. With the help of loyal subordinates, he barely escaped, but fell from a cliff and was discovered by human villagers. Then a terrifying memory flashed past. The villagers found him hanging from a tree branch and joyfully said he would make excellent snake wine. They tied him to a roasting rack, brushed him with sauce, and were preparing to roast him over an open flame. They even poured wine over his powerless body. Xiaxing listened with tears streaming down her face. "Oh, good boy, you suffered so much," she sobbed, hugging him tightly. She asked whether he had recovered, whether he could sense his true body, but while she held him, the little snake noticed something unsettling. "Your Highness, your power is very weak," it hissed. "What happened?" A shadow crossed Xiaxing's face, and her eyes hardened with heavy resolve. This place was too dangerous. She could not stay another moment. She had already made up her mind. She would try the kiss of true love one last time. She no longer cared whether it succeeded or not. She had to return to the demon realm and clean up this mess. At the same time, in the darkest depths of a water prison, the true Kong Fan was bound by chains, covered in wounds. His handsome face was stained with blood and exhaustion. His body hung limply, while a group of scaled monsters circled beneath the murky water. A desperate thought flashed through his mind. These soul-devouring beasts shared the same lineage as dragon serpents. Perhaps because they had not developed intelligence, they could instead be commanded. He gathered the last of his strength, and his voice echoed through the abyss as he ordered the monsters to obey him. Their eyes lit with an eerie glow. Then, with deafening roars, they lunged upward, their powerful jaws biting through the enchanted chains. It worked. He was free. Kong Fan's eyes, once clouded by pain, now burned with icy fury. He clutched his bleeding side, every movement agonizing, but his will was as firm as iron. He stepped out from among the broken chains, becoming a lone figure of vengeance in the darkness. Back in the demon realm's throne hall, chaos spread. A terrified guard knelt on the ground and reported that His Majesty Kong Fan had escaped. The usurper Yin Hua kicked the messenger hard and cursed him as a useless piece of trash. The horned general under his command nervously asked whether they should pursue him, but Yin Hua merely smiled coldly, a cruel, calculating light flashing in his eyes. No need. It was fine that he had escaped. With no news of that little girl Xiaxing, he did not believe Kong Fan could recover his strength. He issued a sinister order, spread rumors saying Kong Fan had already been gravely injured, then send spies to follow him in secret. His subordinate bowed deeply and promised to carry it out. A new day broke. After Xiaxing woke, she searched the quiet courtyard with a determined expression. Suddenly, an artificially sweet voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Inger. Her previous hostility had already been replaced by a fake smile. Was she looking for fellow Daoistine? Xiaxing's face scrunched up with irritation. Where on earth had he run off to? A breeze swept through the sect courtyard, but the atmosphere was anything but calm. A senior sister put on a smug, condescending attitude as she looked down at our tiny protagonist, Xiaxing. Since fellow Daoist Yin was busy catching snakes, she would spare Xiaxing for the time being. Her tone was full of superiority, yet she also threw out a chilling warning. If this little girl dared disrespect her elders again, she would personally throw her into the barren mountains and feed her to the wild wolves. As Xiaxing turned to leave, the senior sister's sharp voice cut through the air, demanding to know where she was going. Xiaxing only said she was going to find Yin Huaili. A false, sickeningly sweet smile appeared on the senior sister's face. Pretending to be concerned, she insisted that it was too dangerous for a child to go up the mountain alone, so she would accompany her. But unease rose in Xiaxing's heart. This woman's sudden kindness seemed more like a predator cornering its prey. Elsewhere, two disciples were whispering anxiously. One worried that Xiaxing would be bullied if she stayed alone with that woman. The other tried to brush it off, thinking that a mere child could not do much. But the first girl revealed a shocking secret. Xiaxing contained the power of the Purple Firmament sect, meaning she was very likely to become the future sect master of the entire sect. The only problem was her infamous bad temper. But if that temper could be corrected, she would be the Purple Firmament sect's greatest hope. Yet that senior sister had other plans, and a vicious light appeared in her eyes. So what if that little girl had the power of the Purple Firmament? She was about to teach this ignorant little thing a lesson she would never forget. Beneath the cold moonlight, she led Xiaoxiating deep into the sect's rear mountain. With every step Xiaoxiating took, her suspicion grew heavier. She asked why they had come here, then asked whether all the treasures had already been caught. That senior sister sharply scolded her not to talk nonsense and told her to just do as she said. An extremely bad feeling surged into Xiaoxiating's heart. This was not good. In the next instant, a brilliant purple summoning formation suddenly erupted beneath their feet, trapping them in its light. Xiaoxiating's heart sank. She had guessed right after all. This woman had never had good intentions. That senior sister shoved her hard, pushing Xiaoxiating straight into the center of the formation, and shrieked for her to go in. Inside the glowing cage, that senior sister's true colors were completely exposed. She mocked Xiaoxiating and said with a cold laugh that if those friends of hers came, she had better hurry and tell her sister to come save them. Her face was full of contempt as she declared that this was the Purple Firmament's summoning formation, a formation not easily broken. Only the one who shattered the illusion realm would have a chance to escape. She provoked Xiaoxiating, telling her to go ahead and try breaking the formation, or else she could only stay here and wait to die with her. But before she could finish her smug speech, it was cut off by her own shrill scream, startling Xiaoxiating. A monster emerged from the shadows, its huge, furry body blocking out the moonlight. It was a three-eyed, poisonous spider from the demon realm, a vicious beast the sect used to train its disciples. Such a cruel method also proved that they did not care whether their students lived or died. At the same time, not far away, the handsome Yin Huaili and the graceful Su Qingning were passing through the forest. Suddenly, Su Qingning stopped and widened her eyes, asking him if he had heard that sound. She urged him to go take a look in case someone was in danger. The tall man drew his sword without a word, his expression grave, already prepared for battle. Over in the clearing, the situation had grown even more dangerous. The senior sister who had been so arrogant and domineering moments earlier was now wrapped in thick spider silk like a cocoon, hanging upside down in midair with no ability to fight back. She sobbed and shouted for Xiaoxiating to find a way to get her down. Xiaoxiating asked whether she had a weapon. The girl sobbed that she had brought a flute. With no other choice, the girl began to play. Miraculously, the sound waves stirred up by the flute made the sticky spider silk tremble and loosen, rescuing her from the cocoon. It worked, but Xiaoxiating immediately cut off her relief. She warned her not to get smug. The spider's weak point was on top of its head, and she needed the other girl to draw its attention so she could strike. The girl's face instantly turned deathly pale with fear. Her cultivation was nowhere near enough. This was a trap. Xiaoxiating sneered at her cowardice and suggested that she herself lure that thing away instead. The girl immediately refused in a panic. Xiaoxiating sighed irritably, then charged forward on her own and shouted at the demonic beast. She called it an idiot, then swiftly dodged aside, successfully drawing the monster toward herself. That senior sister watched from a safe distance. Then a vicious smile rose at the corner of her lips. She lifted the flute and began playing another melody. It was not a tune meant to save anyone, but an attacking melody. Purple lightning crackled around the spider, and in the next moment, it released a devastating energy blast. The shockwave sent both girls flying. Xiaoxiating clutched her chest as a burning pain spread through her body. Her demonic power was almost about to lose control. Hidden among the trees, Su Qingning watched it all unfold with a calm expression so cold it was chilling. Yin Huaili was going to search for the formation core, so he told her to look for the two girls. She pretended to murmur worriedly, wondering where they had gone. But her thoughts were full of venom. With a cold laugh, she decided that once the spider drained Xiaoxiating's true chi, she would rush out and play the hero who saved her. After all, the true heir of the Purple Firmament could only be one person, and that person was her. But her twisted plan went awry. The huge spider did not continue finishing off the injured Xiaoxiating. Instead, it began to retreat, its many eyes filled with something close to fear. Su Qingning's mouth fell open in disbelief. Impossible. That poisonous spider was actually afraid of her. As the demonic beast fled, it spat out a web and rolled up the treacherous flute player on the ground. The girl was wrapped into a cocoon once more and dragged into the darkness. She screamed hysterically, sobbing that her cultivation was not enough and begging someone to save her. Her final desperate cries echoed through the forest. As she was dragged away, the ethereal sound of the flute drifted through the mysterious forest, a melody originally meant to soothe and control. Su Qingning warned her junior sister not to move. She was using the heart-cleansing spell to hypnotize the demonic beast lurking in the shadows. But Inger did not bite at all. She burst out with astonishing strength and shoved her senior sister away, her face full of anger and panic. Why had she brought Xiaoxiating here? This was utterly absurd. Inger's voice trembled as she tried to defend herself, insisting that she had only followed her senior sister's instructions and frightened the girl a little. She swore she had no idea who had released that terrifying poisonous spider into the illusion formation, and even threatened to tell their master once they got back. But Su Qingning's gaze was icy. Suspicion almost took solid form in the moonlit clearing. She casually mentioned that she had once seen a distinctive scar on that spider, and that the scar looked exactly like the wound Inger had suffered during her last mission. Her words hung in the air like a silent accusation. It could not possibly have been Inger who released it, could it? Inger's eyes widened in fear, and she was firmly trapped in a web woven from lies. Su Qingning immediately changed her tune, her lips curving into a sweet, careless smile. Inger was right. She must have seen wrong. She comforted her gently, as if trying to set her mind at ease. Inger clearly breathed a sigh of relief. But Su Qingning was not finished. She said she could go over and take another look, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Inger looked at her, a seed of doubt planted in her heart. But Su Qingning only turned around and announced that there was no need. The sound of her flute rang out again, but this time the melody was sharp and fierce, full of killing intent, completely enraging the demonic beast. The spider's eyes glowed with eerie purple light. Its mind transformed into a storm of pure fury. A huge, furry spider leg swept out violently and slammed heavily into Inger, sending her flying. She screamed in pain and betrayal, her voice filled with disbelief. Senior sister, why? The terrifying spider looked down at her, venom dripping from its fangs, while Su Qingning continued playing, her expression cold and ruthless, like a winter storm. Back in the real world, the illusion realm shattered. Su Qingning stood before the crystal formation and told her companions that they could not waste time. They had to return to the sect at once and report this. In her heart, however, she thought contemptuously that she had originally wanted to ask for instructions, but that damn girl had actually dared to pretend to faint just to escape. Her memories flashed back to that day, when their master entrusted Inger to her. Little Inger looked up at her with innocent, shining eyes and said senior sister was so beautiful. The child even reached out to touch her face. Her heart had been full of admiration. Su Qingning abruptly returned to the present, and her thoughts turned to another girl. Another memory surfaced. She had found Xiaoxiating unconscious on the forest floor. At that time, Su Qingning had also played the flute, her face wearing a grave and determined expression. She called out to Inger, saying senior sister had come to save her. The handsome Yin Huaili watched her performance from the side. In the illusion realm, Inger was shown pinned beneath that huge spider, completely helpless. But in the next moment, Yin Huaili's attention was drawn to another figure on the ground. His heart almost stopped, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Su Qingninge's Fund faltered. She herself was also shocked, because she realized that this powerful man actually knew the unfamiliar girl's name. The chaotic scene faded, shifting into the quiet of the sect's guest room. The elders were arguing fiercely. They had detected 2 traces of demonic energy, which meant demon cultivators must have infiltrated their sacred ground. Just as they were worried about Miss Tang's condition, the heroine's consciousness began to wake. The first thing she saw was an angelic face, or rather, Yin Huaili, so handsome that it shook the heart and soul. He looked down at her, his beautiful eyes full of relieved laughter. "Xiao Xiao, you're awake." He spoke softly, his voice like soothing medicine. The sect's medical cultivator reported that although she was no longer in mortal danger, her condition was unprecedented. Yin Huaili listened, his brows furrowing with worry. The sect master of the Purple Firmament made a decision. For her safety, Miss Tang had to remain in the Purple Firmament until they laid defenses against the demon race. But the heroine was utterly confused. Why was this old man calling her Miss Tang? Her amber eyes suddenly widened as realization struck her like lightning. She had changed back. She sat up, no longer that unremarkable little child, but an astonishingly beautiful woman in elegant red clothes, power and splendor radiating from her entire body. The first question she asked cut through the tense atmosphere in the room. "Where is Inger?" Yin Huaili gently explained that Inger had been momentarily confused and released that poisonous spider. She had now been sent to the cliff of reflection to repent for her grave mistake. Xiaoxiating froze. Inger had released the spider? That was impossible. She clearly remembered the fear on Inger's face. That was absolutely not the expression a culprit would have. The sect master pondered and said perhaps that girl had been bewitched by the demon race. He believed this matter was worth a thorough investigation. The demon race. A faint, knowing smile curved Xiaoxiating's lips. Yin Huaili also said that Su Qingning had detected 2 traces of demonic energy in the illusion formation. 2. Xiaoxiating thought, a flicker of interest passing through her eyes. Could one of them have been hers? This was becoming more and more interesting. The sect master revealed that a demon lord had fled to the human world. He was a great demon named Kong Fan who was skilled at controlling poisonous creatures. He had already sent disciples to pursue this demon lord. The grave situation hung over the old man's face. That evening, Xiaoxiating rested as everything that had happened during the day churned in her mind. Yin Huaili quietly entered her room and gently tucked in her quilt. Su Qingning stood at the doorway watching, her expression mixed with jealousy and suspicion. She stepped forward and voiced the worry that had been weighing on her, mentioning the matter of the illusion formation. She pointed out that there was no trace of any outsider invading the formation, implying that the culprit must have been a traitor within the sect. Then, she asked sharply, how should they explain the 2 lingering traces of demonic energy? Yin Huaili's jaw tightened, and his gaze turned cold. Su Qingning kept pressing him, her voice steeped in venom. She admitted that one trace might have come from a real demon cultivator, but what about the other? That would have been found very close to Miss Tang. Yin Huaili's patience finally snapped. He sternly warned her not to make such reckless accusations, his tone sharp and protective. Xiao Xiao had been with him the entire time. How could she possibly be a demon cultivator? Su Yingming's disguise correct. She insisted that Inger would never betray the sect unless there had been a demon by her side bewitching her. Crocodile tears welled in her eyes as she perfectly acted the part of a grieving and loyal senior sister. Yin Huaili had always been a gentleman, so he wanted to comfort her. His hand hovered beside her shoulder, and the 2 stood extremely close beneath the moonlight. But a clear voice filled with amusement interrupted their little act. "What are you 2 doing?" Xiaoxiating sat on the bed with a wicked smile on her lips, cutting off their ambiguous moment. Yin Huaili panicked for an instant, but soon regained his composure. Xiaoxiating leaned forward, cunning light flashing in her eyes. Hadn't the sect master already examined and treated her? Why was he still so worried? His concern was sincere, and he explained in a gentle voice that the illusion formation had been too dangerous. He was worried she would be afraid alone. Afraid? Xiaoxiating sneered inwardly. She had seen more bloodshed and slaughter than he could imagine, furious at being ignored. Su Qingning cut in and asked whether Miss Tang had heard everything. Xiaoxiating looked at the 2 of them, the air full of unspoken accusations. Su Qingning tried to smooth things over, claiming that she had not meant to suspect her. But Xiaoxiating interrupted her with a smile. "You make it sound so real." She asked in return, "So where is your evidence?" Then she changed into the adorable little dumpling version of herself, pouting, using her apparent innocence to make everyone lower their guard. Yin Huaili's fists clenched at his sides, his displeasure with Su Qingning almost plain to see. He stepped forward to stand between the 2 women and firmly told Su Qingning that Miss Tang needed to rest, so she should leave. Su Qingning was temporarily defeated. She lowered her head, saluted, and left. But the look in her eyes was anything but obedient. She knew she had not seen wrong, and she absolutely refused to believe she could not find leverage against Tang Xiao Xiao. She looked back one last time, her gaze like a poisoned promise, foreshadowing the coming struggle. Soft lamplight flickered. His gentle fingertips lightly brushed across her cheek, and that touch made a shiver run down her spine. He leaned closer, his handsome face seemingly carved with relief, his low voice trembling deep into her soul. Thank goodness, her fever had gone down. He told her not to worry about him, then comforted her again. As for that person just now, he had driven a beauty out just like that. Xiao Xiao looked up from the bed, mischief sparkling in her eyes. Why not? The poor young man was completely stunned, his mind still struggling to connect the clues. You mean, he stammered, you couldn't tell that she likes you? Pure, unadulterated shock was written all over his face. So Kingmin? Impossible. Xiaxating could only sigh inwardly. What an absolute fool. Yin Huaili barely regained a trace of composure and moved even closer, his amethyst-like eyes suddenly burning with searing light. He solemnly swore to her, to his Xiao Xiao, that he had absolutely no romantic feelings for Su Qingning. To avoid any misunderstanding, he solemnly promised that from now on, he would definitely keep a safe distance from her. A faint blush colored Xiao Xiao's cheeks. She tilted her head, her voice soft and curious. Why was he explaining all this to her? He looked away, the tips of his ears beautifully red, and admitted that he was afraid she would misunderstand. Her heart skipped a beat. Afraid she would misunderstand? A thrilling thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Did that mean he cared about her? Did he like her? She decided to press her advantage, her lips curving into a teasing smile. Is that so? Then why are you so afraid I'll misunderstand? The air between them crackled with unspoken emotions. He drew closer, his hand gently cupping her chin and forcing her to meet his gaze. He was so close that she could even feel the heat coming from his body. His voice trembled as he struggled to squeeze out the words. Because Huaili. Suddenly, a thin hiss shattered the perfect moment. Your Highness, I sense Master's aura. Xiaxating's, I twitched with irritation. Could this damn snake not read the room? Of course it could not. After all, Her Highness herself had previously ordered it to search for its master's aura. And just like that, the confession was gone, and the spell of intimacy was broken. Yin Huaili abruptly came back to himself, his face heating with embarrassment. What on earth was he doing? Now was not the time. Xiao Xiao's illness had not even been cured yet. She poked the cheek of the aggrieved and utterly deflated Yin Huaili. Oh no, had she broken him? He looked like a puppy that had been kicked. She shook off that momentary flutter in her heart and turned her thoughts to something more urgent. Where was Kong Fan now? She stood and announced that she was going to the Hall of Artifact Spirits to take a look and that they would meet again later. As she turned to leave, her fingertips lightly brushed his hand like a silent invitation. Wait for me. He called out to stop her, a trace of panic in his voice. He wanted to go with her. The two of them then strolled through the bustling marketplace, the sweet scent of ripe fruit floating in the air. He asked if there was anything she wanted to buy, but she only smiled contentedly. This was already good. Even if they did not buy anything, it was still fine weather for wandering around. Just as they were enjoying this rare moment of peace, a familiar and unwelcome voice came through the crowd. Yin Huaili's soul almost floated out of his body, his face full of confusion, while Xiao Xiao frowned. Seriously, why was Su Qingning so absurdly hard to shake off? This woman was simply everywhere. The little purple snake on her shoulder hissed and flicked its tongue. Master, I can feel Master's aura getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes. He's nearby. The little snake hissed again in confirmation. Su Qingning walked gracefully toward them, her gaze falling on the snake as she revealed a cloyingly sweet smile. Now that this snake had recovered, it actually looked quite cute. She had wanted to reach out, but the snake was having none of it. It abruptly raised itself, bared its fangs, and looked utterly terrifying. Miss Tang. Su Qingning staggered back, her face turning pale with fright. Xiaxating's smile was sharp as a blade. Don't be afraid, she said, her voice full of false comfort. It only acts like this toward people it doesn't like. Su Qingning barely forced out a stiff smile, anger flashing through her eyes. Is that so? Yin Huaili seized the chance to separate them and told Xiao Xiao that he was currently tied up with something, so she should go find Kong Fan and they would meet up afterward. Xiao Xiao merely patted her snake and told it to go play by itself. Xiao Xiao's mind was already racing. This area was under the Purple Firmament's jurisdiction, so the people hunting her should not be bold enough to send anyone here. Just then, the man accompanying Su Qingning tried to catch her attention. Xiao Xiao, Don't you like pearl hairpins best? Let's go have a look over there. Before she could refuse, Yin Huaili impatiently cut in, as if eager to please her. Oh, Xiao Xiao likes pearl hairpins? I know a better place. Want to take a look? She almost could not stop herself from covering her forehead. Was this man addicted to being a third wheel? She had had enough. She turned to Yin Huaili, a seductive look rising on her face. I don't want to buy hairpins. She lowered her voice until it was husky. I want to go somewhere with you where there's no one else. She leaned closer until her lips were almost against his ear, one hand possessively circling his waist. And then kiss you. The poor young man instantly froze, his entire body going stiff and straight. He stammered as a deep red spread from his neck all the way to his cheeks. He had completely turned into an incoherent, wide-eyed little dumpling, his whole mind short-circuiting. She pulled back, a smug smile curving her lips as her fingertips lightly brushed over them. Sure enough, this young man could not withstand teasing at all. What's wrong, fellow Taoistine? Yin Huaili was utterly flustered. He turned and waved repeatedly at the others. Well, fellow Taoist Su, you go on ahead. I can accompany Xiao Xiao by myself. The man beside Su Qingming watched them leave, a vicious gleam flashing through his eyes. He had already placed a tracking spell on that snake. Su Qingming's eyes were full of suspicion. Tang Xiao Xiao. Was she truly the heir of the purple firmament, or merely some insignificant demon cultivator? He would soon find out the truth. Far from the bustling market town, a conspiracy was quietly unfolding. Lord Vulture had already given the order to muddy the waters. They would kill the townspeople, then pin the blame on the traitor Kong Fan and lure the purple firmament into eliminating him for them. A venomous laugh echoed through the desolate world. Notify the brothers. Move out. In the quiet rear courtyard of the inn, Kong Fan sat alone among shattered pottery pieces, looking utterly hopeless. A familiar hiss broke the silence. Master! Kong Fan abruptly raised his head, his golden eyes sharp and alert. Where is Her Highness? The little snake relayed her message. They had to conceal their auras, then look for a chance to regroup later. Suddenly, killing intent spread through the air. Kong Fan's body tensed, and he whirled around. Who's there? The wall beside the rear courtyard was silent and empty. Then a figure walked out from the doorway, silhouetted by the glaring light. It was Su Qingming's companion. Just as I expected, he sneered. You're a demon cultivator. Kong Fan's pupils constricted. A human cultivator. He had to leave this place. Meeting the Demon Queen was far more important than these people. He tried to flee, but the man merely gave a derisive laugh. Try to run. A violent surge of purple spiritual power erupted from the man's palm, and a massive blast of light thundered toward Kong Fan. The ground exploded, sending dust and broken stones flying everywhere. In an instant, the two of them were plunged into a life and death, ferocious battle. Meanwhile, beneath the flowering trees, Xiaxieting forced Yin Huaili back against a vermilion pillar. She propped up his chin with one hand, forcing him to lift his face and look at her. Tell me the truth. Her voice was soft, her gaze burning. Did you miss me too? With nowhere left to retreat, he could only nod, his voice so low it was almost a murmur. I did. When you recover from your illness, can we go back to the Primordial Light sect together? His beautiful purple eyes brimmed with so much hope that it was almost unbearable to look at. But her expression turned cold. Why should I return to the Primordial Light sect? Her voice was like ice. Are you going back on your word? He jolted as if she had struck him, one hand clutching his chest. His voice was wounded. Do you want to stay in the purple firmament? Xiaxieting's adorable face was filled with confusion. Huh? He looked at her, unconcealed urgency in his eyes, as if he had laid his entire heart bare before her. Xiao Xiao, I want to take care of you for the rest of my life. If you really want to stay in the purple firmament, then a dangerous smile slowly rose on her face. Then what? The world was gentle and quiet, sunlight spilling through the cherry blossoms as petals drifted down like pink snow. His touch was tender, and his eyes held affection warm enough to melt a bitter winter. He held her hand, their faces unbelievably close. It was a perfect, fleeting moment of peace, like a fragile dream that would shatter in the next instant. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open. The beautiful illusion dispersed, and cruel reality rushed in. A filthy, corrosive aura filled the surroundings, and the dense demonic energy chilled her whole body. Outside, the once peaceful little town had descended into chaos, smoke and fear thick in the air. A man screamed as he rushed down the street, his face twisted with extreme terror, shouting for everyone to run, saying monsters had come. The panicked man stumbled past them, his footsteps pounding heavily against the stone road. Xiaxieting reacted extremely quickly, reaching out and grabbing him by the collar as she demanded to know what monsters he was talking about. He trembled all over, nearly incoherent, only vaguely saying that a snake demon had brought a group of monsters to slaughter the town. The fear in his eyes was too real to doubt. Yin Huaili's expression darkened, his handsome features turning solemn as he drew his sword. He told Xiaxieting to return to the purple firmament first while he went to see what had happened. But just then, as two purple firmament disciples streaked past them and flew toward the unrest, Xiaxieting's heart clenched. She recognized them at once. They were people from the purple firmament. A chill surged through her heart. In other words, Kong Fan was outnumbered. She had to hurry over. She had to save him. The little town had already become a living nightmare, flames licking at wooden buildings while screams of agony echoed everywhere. "Help! Is there anyone who can save us?" a man cried out in despair. An ugly demon grinned hideously, malice practically spilling from its laughter, saying that Demon Lord Kong Fan had promised whoever killed the most would be given a commander's position. It raised a huge cleaver and brought it down on a helpless commoner, the nauseating sound of splitting flesh echoing through the burning street. An old woman, cornered and trembling all over, spat at the demon tormenting her. She cursed them for harming the innocent and swore they would one day suffer retribution for their sins. Her defiance was met with a swift and brutal end. A sword pierced through her skull, and blood sprayed upward. The demon sneered as it repeated its master's command. "Kill them all. Don't leave a single two-legged sheep alive." Another demon, a cruel smile on its face, carried a sword through the flames, ready to harvest the next life. Suddenly, a furious roar tore through the chaos. "Vile beast!" A sect elder with trembling white whiskers and a face full of fury erupted with a blinding wave of spiritual power, instantly vaporizing the demon. A disciple hurried to his side, his voice full of reverence as he called him master. The old man's eyes burned with rage as he sternly asked where Qingning was. He roared that this place was under the purple firmament's jurisdiction. So how could demon cultivators dare cause such a massive disturbance here? The disciple explained in a panic that eldest senior sister had already gathered the junior disciples to capture Demon Lord Kong Fan. High on a rooftop, sect disciples had already drawn their swords and were closing in. Opposite them, Kong Fan stood with a heavy, oppressive aura beside his purple snake demon beast, Guai Guai. He quietly told them to leave and not be dragged down by this battle. But it was already too late. A woman landed lightly before him, her expression cold and determined as she declared that he had trespassed into purple firmament territory and could forget about escaping. She ordered the junior disciples to set up the demon-slaying illusion formation, and everyone answered in unison. The disciples moved in perfect order, sword light flashing through the smoke-filled air. Just then, another figure descended with a heroic bearing. It was Yin Huaili. He held a glowing talisman, his voice majestic and powerful as he warned the demon lord not to dream of escaping. With a flick of his wrist, the talisman shot through the air. But Kong Fan did not waver at all. He stood before the enormous purple snake, his whole body exuding a dark majesty. The talisman struck its target, but with a hiss from the giant snake, a new terror appeared. Kong Fan formed complex hand seals, eerie purple demonic power swirling between his fingers. A disciple let out a heart-rending scream. "They're venomous snakes." The ground was suddenly covered in poisonous snakes, writhing densely as they slithered along the roof tiles toward the terrified disciples. Eldest senior sister shouted for them not to panic and to use the medicinal powder she had given them. Kong Fan's calm, sharp eyes narrowed slightly as he silently ordered his subordinate, "Leave now," toward the southwest. But before he could escape, a figure in white flashed in front of him. "Where do you think you're going?" Yin Huaili slashed out with his sword, a fierce sword beam cutting toward the demon lord's handsome face. Kong Fan grunted, blood splattering from the corner of his lips as he staggered back from the giant snake. His subordinate cried out in fear. "Your Highness!" Standing beside him was Xiaxieting, an urgent plan burning in her eyes. She met that subordinate's gaze and silently, hurriedly ordered him Don't make a sound. She commanded, "Take me hostage." Understanding flashed in the man's eyes. The next moment, the subordinate grabbed her and wrapped his thick snake tail around her body. Xiaxing let out a perfectly timed, terrified scream, sobbing for Yin Huaili to save her. Yin Huaili abruptly turned around. When he saw the scene, his heart nearly stopped, his face filled with pure and utter shock and fear. In the instant he was distracted, Kong Fan struck like a ghost, slamming a palm heavily into Yin Huaili's chest. The force sent Yin Huaili flying backward, rolling across the rooftop. Kong Fan seized the opportunity and appeared beside Xiaxing, threatening the stunned disciples. "Back off, or I'll kill her." He growled that if anyone dared come one step closer, he would kill her. His hand clasped Xiaxing's throat, and the blood on his cheek made him look even more dangerous and demonic. But eldest senior sister Qingning did not believe it for even a second. "Don't believe them," she shrieked, her face twisted with anger. "They're in this together." Yin Huaili was stunned by her accusation, his face full of confusion. "What?" Qingning ignored him and ordered the junior disciples to form the array, shrieking that they absolutely could not let them escape. Kong Fan tightened his grip, and Xiaxing immediately sucked in a breath of pain. "No." Yin Huaili's voice trembled with despair. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. How could his fellow disciples disregard Xiao Xiao's life like this? Qingning retorted sharply, her tone full of venom. "Can't you see?" Tang Xiao admitted with her own mouth that the snake was her pet. "Since that's the case," she declared, "then I'll be the one to kill her." "No!" Yin Huaili cried out, his mind in chaos. He hurriedly defended her, saying that Xiao carried the aura of the purple firmament. How could she possibly be a demon cultivator? For the first time, Qingning hesitated, a trace of doubt flashing through her eyes. She really had the aura of the purple firmament? There had to be something wrong here. Seeing that the time was right, Kong Fan's lips curved into an evil smile. "Since you care so much about this hostage, I shall borrow her for the time being." He leaned close to Xiaxing and quietly told him to go. Xiaxing, meanwhile, performed the final act, sobbing Yin Huaili's name in heartbreak and despair. Yin Huaili could only watch helplessly as they prepared to flee. He clenched his fists, his heart feeling as if it had been cut by knives, and swore to the heavens that he would definitely rescue her, no matter what. As soon as they left everyone's sight, the entire performance was immediately dropped. Kong Fan and Xiaxing both let out sighs of relief, her round little body slumping in exhaustion. Acting was truly tiring. Xiaxing even took out a handkerchief and wiped away the tears she had fake cried. This entire hostage-taking had been nothing more than a flawlessly coordinated performance. As they rode the giant snake away, the subordinate looked back at Kong Fan in concern. "Your Highness, your demonic power, what happened?" Kong Fan's expression turned serious again, the weight of the situation pressing back down on him. "It's a long story." His voice was low. "First, we leave purple firmament territory. Then I'll explain slowly." Inside the purple firmament's solemn grand hall, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. This was simply absurd. The sect master's voice exploded like thunder. He raised his hand and swept it through the air, pointing at Su Qingning as he angrily reprimanded her. "She abandoned her post without permission," he roared. "She transferred away the disciples guarding Purple Firmament Town, causing countless commoners to be displaced and harmed. Does she know what she has done?" His anger was so heavy it made it hard to breathe. But Su Qingning pressed one hand to her chest, her eyes full of urgency as she tried to justify her actions. "Master," the situation was urgent at the time. She pleaded, her voice trembling. "If I hadn't done that, I would never have been able to catch that hateful demon cultivator." The sect master's gaze was cold as steel, and a single sentence shattered her. "Then did you catch him?" Silence was her only answer. Seeing her at a loss for words, Yin Huaili stepped forward and explained that the demon lord had abducted Xiao Xiao. They had had no choice but to let them escape. His handsome face was full of worry. Xiao Xiao's life was now in danger, and they had to rescue her as soon as possible. But before he could continue, Su Qingning's sharp voice cut him off with contempt. She disagreed. The matter of the illusion formation had yet to be investigated clearly, and she had personally seen Tang Xiao Xiao behave intimately with that demon snake. In her eyes, Xiao Xiao was undoubtedly a demon cultivator. Yin Huaili's eyes widened in disbelief, loyalty burning fiercely in them. "Felu dao ist zu." He spoke with absolute certainty in his voice. I, Yin Huaili, am willing to guarantee with my life that Xiao Xiao cannot possibly be a demon cultivator. The sect master stroked his long white beard, his brows tightly furrowed in thought. His gaze moved from one disciple to another before finally landing on the stubborn Su Qingning. Since neither side could convince the other, he set a deadline of 3 days. If Tang Xiao Xiao returned safely after 3 days, it would prove her innocence. But a cold light flashed in Su Qingning's eyes as she added that if Xiao Xiao died, she would lead all the junior disciples to avenge her. Yin Huaili looked at her, his heart bitter and disappointed. She was actually using Xiao Xiao's life as a wager. Fellow Taoist Su, he truly had been completely wrong about her. Su Qingning did not dare meet his eyes. She only stammered before looking away. The sect master's patience was finally exhausted. Enough! His thunderous shout shook the hall, as if even its foundations were trembling. It was because he had failed to discipline her strictly enough that she had become so willful. She did not trust you, and she did not trust me, her master, either. His judgment was swift and severe. She was to go to the ancestral hall to receive 30 lashes, then lead a team to rescue Xiao Xiao. With no choice, she could only accept. Yes, master. Yin Huaili bowed deeply, thanking the sect master for sending out a rescue team, and volunteered to go ahead first to investigate for information. The sect master nodded in agreement and told him to coordinate with Qingning later. As Yin Huaili turned to leave, Su Qingning watched his back, jealousy churning in her heart like a venomous snake. Why was that little brat still wet behind the ears so important? Her father favored her, and his eyes held only her, completely ignoring everyone else. She had clearly worked so hard. How could she lose to a little girl? Yin Huaili departed amid her surging resentment, a vow silently echoing in his heart. Xiao Xiao, wait for me. He leaped onto his flying sword and transformed into a streak of silver light across the vast sky, flying toward demon territory. The scene shifted to the sinister black spires of Vulture's demon palace, a place forever shrouded in twilight. A subordinate knelt before the throne and reported urgent news. Kong Fan had escaped, and the former demon queen was with him as well. From a throne came a cruel, interested voice, mentioning that Tang Xiao Xiao was there too. In that case, they could catch them all in one net. A burly demon holding a huge wolf-tooth club grinned viciously. What are we waiting for? Tang Xiao Xiao and Kong Fan must both be seriously injured. Killing them now will be as easy as turning over a hand. The usurper Vulture smiled coldly, placed a hand on the burly demon's shoulder, and offered an enticing condition. Whoever killed Tang Xiao Xiao first would be the next demon lord. The burly demon roared with excitement, promising that he had disliked that girl for a long time. Vulture's smile was utterly poisonous as he promised to leave Tang Xiao Xiao to him and would absolutely not fight him for her. The demon threw back his head and laughed, his confidence swelling. It was time to go collect their corpses. Far away on mist-shrouded Deer Camel Mountain, the atmosphere was peaceful. Kong Fan sat cross-legged, healing his injuries, his hands glowing as he repaired the wound in his abdomen, revealing a whirling blue demonic pattern on his firm skin. Xiaxieting watched him, her heart heavy. She had never imagined so much had happened to His Highness. Now that the demon realm had fallen into Vulture's hands, and without the Phoenix Feather token, Kong Fan's situation was extremely dangerous. Kong Fan opened his stunning golden eyes, a confident smile curving his lips as he said there was nothing to worry about. Once his demonic power recovered, they would see who still dared covet his throne. His expression darkened, and his voice carried icy anger. Vulture and Yin Hua had to be eliminated, and that hateful human cultivator who had wounded him had to be killed as well. Xiaxieting spoke sweetly, trying to dispel the killing intent around him, saying they did not have to rush to kill him yet. The little snake companion Guai Guai hissed from her shoulder, directly exposing the truth. Master, that is Her Highness's royal consort. Xiaxieting immediately punched the little fellow on the head. You talk too much. The little snake shrank back, its dignity wounded. Kong Fan's gaze sharpened, pinning her in place, while the little snake perched on his shoulder. Your Highness, is it true? She and a human cultivator had already slept together? A flush climbed onto her face, and she stammered that she had not slept with him yet. She quickly regained her composure and winked playfully at him. But he is indeed the one I chose. Kong Fan leaned closer, his eyes widening as questions came at her one after another. How was his combat strength? What is his personality like? Are his parents still alive? Are your birth charts compatible? Had he ever had a first love? Xiaxing was fun. Enough, she cried, cutting off the interrogation in tears. The most important thing now was dealing with Vulture and Yin Huaili. She urged him to go to the Demon Realm border and gather troops. He looked at her, somewhat hesitant. Your Highness, are you not coming with me? She smiled reassuringly and told him not to worry. She had a feeling that her demonic power would recover very soon, and when the time came, she would go find him. But this brief peace was shattered by a booming voice. The traitor is on the mountain. The burly demon surged in with his men, murderous intent raging. Capture the traitor. Their battle cries echoed through the forest. Deep within the tree shadows, another person watched the chaos unfold with a cold smile. Vulture quietly ordered his subordinates to set up the immortal slaying sword formation and not let anyone notice. His subordinates immediately slipped into the shadows to carry out the order. He chuckled to himself, like a predator enjoying the hunt. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Two fools, plus a useless Xiaxing. Left all alone, Xiaxing sighed softly, feeling that this one-woman show was a little too heavy. Maybe she should have kept Kong Fan and Guai Guai here to help her act out this hostage scene. Acting alone really was a little difficult, but when her dear Yin Huaili came to rescue her, the scene would also look more realistic. Her thoughts drifted into a sweet daydream, imagining a tiny version of herself with Huaili. Flowers bloomed all around them. Yin Huaili, do you love me? She would ask, and he would blush furiously, excitedly declaring that he loved his Xiao Xiao. Ah, how she wished that hateful Su Qingning could also be there to see it with her own eyes. It would surely infuriate her. A wicked little laugh escaped her lips. Coming back to herself, she heard shouting and ordered the demonic cultivators beside her to search the surroundings. But just as she was wondering where all these demons had come from, a hand clamped tightly over her mouth and a cold blade pressed against her throat. The one holding her hostage was a hooded figure. When he realized who he had caught, he instantly froze in terror. The Demon Queen, but there was not the slightest fear in her eyes, only an icy gleam that flashed dangerously. She stared coldly at the person who had tried to assassinate her and commanded in a low, deadly voice, "Speak. Who sent you?" Under the pale moonlight, the mountain air was filled with an eerie, suffocating demonic aura, so dense it was like a tangible weight pressing down on Yin Huaili's chest. By instinct, he knew Xiaxing had to be trapped somewhere in this damned place, and his heart tightened with cold fear. With a flick of his wrist, his soul sword vanished into the air. His blade-sharp senses immediately caught the foul, distinct demon presence nearby. The fresh stench of blood hung in the air, a grim proof of a massacre not long past. A demonic cultivator fell, and blood splashed onto his mask. Yin Huaili moved like a ghost through the eerily glowing forest, his gaze sweeping over every shadow and every fallen leaf. His eyes landed on the corpse of a woman in black, and panic surged into his heart like a tide. He forced the thought down, the voice in his heart like a desperate prayer. "Xiao Xiao, you must wait for me." At the same time, two figures dressed in black hurried through the forest, their faces hidden beneath masks and hoods. That traitor Vulture had actually sent so many people to hunt them down. The most urgent thing now was to leave this cursed mountain as quickly as possible. Xiaxing's expression beneath the mask was grave as she vigilantly scanned her surroundings. The companion beside her was equally tense and tried to make conversation, asking if she was also going down the mountain. But before she could answer, a hand clamped down on her shoulder with the force of an iron vice. The blood in her body instantly chilled. She turned and saw a pair of sharp purple eyes staring at her, one hand resting on a sword hilt. The man's had slipped back, and her heartbeat nearly stopped. "Yin Huaili, His own eyes also widened in disbelief, because he recognized the face beneath the mask. Xiao Xiao. Relief so intense, it was almost painful surged through him. Xiao Xiao, thank goodness. You're all right. In the next instant, he pulled her fiercely into his arms, holding her so tightly it was as if she were a dream that might vanish at any moment. She leaned into his warmth and answered softly. He loosened his hold on her a little, his handsome face carved with worry and countless questions, his voice low. How did you escape? She looked at him with a bit of guilt, but there was still a trace of her usual slyness in her eyes. I just tricked those demonic cultivator guards a little. But her expression soon turned cold with urgency again. We have to take this chance to escape. She reminded him that this mountain had already been surrounded by demonic cultivators. His expression grew solemn. Clearly, he understood the danger. I saw it too, he confirmed, then added that fellow Taoists would arrive soon. They moved together in tacit understanding, their cloaks rustling softly in the night. He explained that the most urgent task was to notify fellow Taoists Su and cooperate with the Purple Firmament sect to wipe out these damned cultivators in one strike. Yin Huaili's gaze was deep and grave, and a plan had already formed rapidly in his mind. He suddenly grabbed her hand. The feel of his palm made her heart tremble, and then he commanded in a deep voice, "Seventh Night, go." His spirit sword shot out like a stream of silver light, but it did not fly far. Instead, it slammed heavily into an invisible barrier with a chilling, muffled boom. His eyes widened in shock. What? A layer of ghostly blue light emerged, revealing the terrifying truth. They were trapped inside a formation. The spirit sword fell powerlessly to the ground. Xiaoxiating gripped him in frustration. It's useless. Their movements had not gone unnoticed. A horned demon with a head of white hair looked up, a cruel sneer rising on his lips. He pointed straight at them, his voice thundering through the forest. "They're over there, brothers. Follow me." As the demons closed in, Yin Huaili's fingertips moved so quickly they almost became afterimages, casting hand seals. He told her that he had already sent a message to the people of the Purple Firmament sect, hoping they had a way to break this formation. But there was not much time left. The demon leader stepped into the clearing, his massive body blocking their path. "Hey, who are you?" Xiaoxiating's gaze darkened, and her battle instincts ignited. "This is bad. They're already here." The demon's eyes lit up with malicious recognition. "It's Tang Xiao Xiao. Brothers, surround them." Xiaoxiating pushed against Yin Huaili's chest, her tone firm. "You have to go. I'll deal with them." But he did not budge. His gaze locked with hers, resolute and unshakable. "If we leave together." Her breath caught, and her heart trembled at this blazing loyalty. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on his cloak. The demon leader roared and swung his enormous spiked wolf-tooth club. Yin Huaili met it with his sword, and the clash of metal echoed through the forest. The leader ordered his men, "You lot, go capture Tang Xiao Xiao." Two lackeys carrying heavy cleavers like great axes broke away from the group and lumbered toward her, their expressions vicious. A chilling killing intent flared in Huaili's eyes. "No, I can't let them get near Xiao Xiao." The demon leader laughed and raised his weapon high. "Take this hammer." A blinding flash of spiritual light shone as Yin Huaili blocked the blow, then sent an approaching lackey flying. The wolf-tooth club smashed into the ground, violently shaking the spot where he had just been standing. Xiaoxiating cried out his name in terror, her voice full of panic. "Yin Huaili." The demon leader radiated pure malice as he burst into loud laughter. "Let's see where you can run now." In the distance, the traitor vulture was watching all of this through a projection, a smug smile on his face. "The immortal slaying sword formation has already been activated," he said in a low voice. "Vulture, Kong Fan, Tang Xiao Xiao, I hope you all enjoy this grand gift I prepared for you." His evil laughter echoed, intertwining with the demon leader's wild laughter on the battlefield. The demons tightened their encirclement, forming a suffocating ring of death. "Tang Xiao Xiao, I'm afraid you never dreamed that one day you would die by my hand, did you?" Just as they lunged forward, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" Yin Huaili and Xiaoxiating both looked around in confusion. There was a fresh cut on his cheek, and startled birds rushed into the pitch-black night sky. The demons staggered from the tremors and lost their balance. The leader glared at the two of them, his face twisted with rage. This must be your doing. I'll kill you two first, then investigate slowly. He charged forward, but Yin Huaili stood firmly in place. His voice was filled with contempt. Don't even think of coming over here, monster. A look of realization swept across Xiaoxiating's face. The immortal slaying sword formation. As if summoned by her words, dozens of illusory long swords fell from the heavens and stabbed into the earth, forming a gleaming steel cage of cold light. The demon leader stopped abruptly, his eyes widening. Where did this sword formation come from? The long swords formed a protective barrier, buying them a moment to breathe. New hope lit in Yin Huaili's eyes. Now, he met the demon's charge head-on. Their two weapons collided, bursting into a shower of sparks. The demon staggered back, another bleeding wound appearing on his cheek, his expression savage to the extreme. You dare wound me. But just as he flew into a rage, an even darker threat emerged from the shadows. Terror suddenly flooded Xiaoxiating's eyes, and a panicked warning tore from her lips. Ayin, be careful. Before he could react, she was swallowed by an ink-like darkness and violently dragged into it by a horrifying shadow. Panic exploded in Yin Huaili's chest, and his voice trembled as he screamed her name. Xiao Xiao. But just as that blow was about to fall, a brilliant golden shield formed in front of them. He heard her weak but steady voice comforting him, saying that she was fine, that she had cast the shield. His handsome face hardened with resolve, and his grip on his sword tightened as he poured spiritual power into the golden blade. He told her to hold on. Fellow Taoist Su and the others would arrive soon. Beneath the pale full moon, they stood back to back, two lonely figures facing a terrifying enemy, the air stretched taut with tension. A thread of blood dyed Xiaoxiating's lips red. She could not help thinking bitterly that she had never imagined there would be a day when she would block a sword for someone else. Tang Xiao Xiao, the one who had tried to become Demon Lord, trembled with anger. His own wounds stung too, and he glared at them with hatred. He did not care whether he would be erased by the legendary immortal slaying sword. He swore he would kill her first. He let out a low growl from his throat, ordered that boy to get out of his way, and swung the terrifying wolf-tooth club capable of shattering mountains. Yin Huaili did not hesitate at all. He turned and used his own body to shield Xiaoxiating, taking that cruel, brutal blow across his back. His robes were torn apart, blood gushing from the wound. He gritted his teeth against the burning agony, knowing he could not hold on much longer. The demon's power erupted into blinding light, blasting the two of them away together. He looked down at them and raised his weapon to deliver the final killing blow. Yin Huaili called her name one last time and held her limp body in his arms, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He saw her tightly shut eyes and her pale, blood-stained face. The demon's frenzied voice rang through the clearing, declaring that the position of Demon Lord would be his as he brought his weapon crashing down toward them. This was their end. Yin Huaili's purple eyes widened with ultimate terror, and he screamed her name in despair as the whole world seemed to sink into shadow. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The force of that blow shook all his organs, but his only thought was still to protect her. He collapsed over her, using his body as the last desperate shield. Her lashes trembled as she opened her eyes and saw his face above her, softly calling his name, Yin Huaili. He tried to smile, wanting to soothe her fear and tell her not to be afraid. The demon sneered, his voice full of contempt. So this tiny human cultivator still wants to protect her? Fine, then let me see how much longer he can hold on. The wolf-tooth club came crashing down again. Yin Huaili let out a suppressed groan and once more forcibly endured a devastating blow. Watching his sacrifice, her heart shattered completely. She pushed at his chest, weeping and begging him to leave, begging him to save himself. But his voice was like an unshakable vow in the chaotic night. He would not leave. He pushed her out from beneath him and ordered her to dodge. Tears rolled down her face, mixing with blood and dust. Why was he so foolish? Did he not understand that she was telling him to leave, telling him to survive? He lowered his head and looked at her. Even in the midst of intense pain, his gaze was unbelievably gentle. He told her that he was not foolish. He had told her long ago that he would definitely protect her. Memories instantly flooded her senses. His sincere face, his solemn promise. She could only call his name in a low voice. Countless unspoken emotions pressed within it. Yin Huaili. The demon let out a cruel laugh. mocking this human cultivator for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. He laughed wildly, preparing to destroy everything Yin Huaili had left. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light enveloped them, forcing back the heavy darkness. The demon stopped his attack and narrowed his eyes in shock. How is this brat still not dead? A sacred power began to rise, and ancient words echoed through the air. Reborn from fire, mortal breath ends, true breath begins. Divine light gathered, forming a pulsing golden orb above Yin Huaili's head. He stood with his eyes closed, his entire body radiating an ancient and unstoppable power. Was this immense pressure? The demon's face twisted with rage. He did not care what strange power this was. He would kill the brat first. He roared and charged forward, telling Yin Huaili to go to hell, his weapon wrapped in vicious power. Xiaoxiating could only scream. No, the blow struck hard, knocking both of them away. The demon snorted with laughter and turned his attention to her body lying on the ground. He bent down and approached, a sadistic grin appearing on his face as he promised to personally send her to meet the king of hell. A chill swept through Xiaoxiating's heart. Was she going to die like this? She was not ready. She could not accept this ending. As her consciousness gradually blurred, she turned to look at Yin Huaili's motionless figure, and one last question escaped her lips in an almost soundless whisper. Yin Huaili, did you ever like me? As if answering her prayer, a new power awakened. Huaili's eyes suddenly opened, and a strange sight appeared in his vision. Xiaoxiating, but as a tiny illusory infant, holding a miniature sword and glowing within the golden orb. He called her name, his voice filled with newly born power. This was her true form. The demon prepared to end them completely, utterly unaware of what calamity he had just unleashed. Yin Huaili rose to his feet, his gaze colder than a 1,000-year winter, his voice reverberating with godlike authority. He commanded all swords beneath heaven to come and obey. His hands formed seals, and even the air began to tremble. An army formation made of illusory long swords appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the utterly stunned demon. Purple flames ignited in Yin Huaili's eyes as he declared that the demon's life belonged to him. The long swords poured down like a flood of divine punishment. The demon could only scream that it was impossible as blades stabbed into the ground around him, sealing his fate. He let out one final agonized scream as sacred blades pierced through his body and blood splattered everywhere. He fell to his knees, coughing violently, realizing that he could not win today's battle. Through gritted teeth, he said he would deal with this monster next time, then slipped into the shadows, leaving behind the victorious but battered Yin Huaili, who once again screamed her name. He rushed to her side. She was lying in the forest clearing, covered in blood. He pulled her into his arms, his heart aching tightly with guilt. Xiao, I'm sorry. I came too late, he said softly. I failed to protect you. She coughed weakly and managed to shake her head lightly, telling him no, he had not failed. He gently wiped the blood from her cheek, his touch as light as a feather. Beneath the soft light of the crescent moon, he gazed into her eyes, his expression unbelievably tender. He knew this might not be the best time to say these things, but he could no longer endure waiting. He could not miss this chance, not like last time. Her own confession also slipped out quietly, but firmly. Her memories of being with him flashed before her eyes, from when she was still a child until now. She wanted to be with Yin Huaili. A relieved and beautiful smile bloomed on his lips. Xiao, thank you, he said softly. Thank you for always being by my side. His gaze was blazing, filled with affection so deep it almost stole her breath. Whether you are Xiao or Miss Brown Sugar, I like you just the same. He lifted her hand and pressed a gentle, devout kiss to her knuckles. She could only stare blankly at him, her mind empty, her golden eyes widening with shock and wonder, reflecting the divine swords floating around them, silent proof of his power and his deep affection. He leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them, and gently kissed her lips. Her whole body trembled, and in a daze she thought, so this is what a kiss feels like. Actually, it's pretty nice. He drew back slightly, only to look at her, his voice low and intimate. Xiao, I like you. He held her tightly, his eyes filled with only her, and asked the question that could change everything. What about you?